All right. So, welcome back to LEGOthon. I am Lasertrap. I press buttons and go fast, and we're doing Collectible Rush. This is a really long run. So, we're going to start with a vehicle level, and I'm going to lock in to try and make sure I don't miss anything, and pass over to my commentators who can introduce themselves and do a quick explanation of the categories. So, three, two, one, go.
Yo, I'm Shemcat. I've ran a little bit of Lego Batman in my time, and yeah, this is Collectible Rush. So you gotta get lots of collectibles, and you gotta do it in a rush, basically.
Hi, I'm Ginger. I did the glitch hunting for this category and for this game like a long time ago. I've been out of it for quite a long time. It's basically me reacting to what's been found over the past few years. I'll let Shempat explain what's going to be going on this run. I think.
So to elaborate a little more, as I'm sure you know, in lots of Lego games, there is lots of
That's not
collectibles.
good.
Uh-oh. Lots of collectibles, red bricks, mini kits, all of that sort of stuff. And rather than doing it from a new game file, we have like a already partially completed level, so we can go into the levels in free play, but with none of the collectibles already unlocked. So we just go in free play and just get as many collectibles as fast as you can, which yeah is getting a bit more of a hundo category without as much of a drag.
Yeah,
And we
I
start
can't
off
lie.
in the vehicle levels.
I can't lie, I wasn't locking in at all. I was listening to your wonderful commentary and it distracted me, but it's okay.
Yeah, so we start off with the slightly unique vehicle levels. Most of the levels in this game aren't like this, but vehicle levels, we have to... Yeah, you can't turn around, so if John misses anything, they're going to have to restart the level and do it all over again in order to actually get all the collectibles. It's a little bit of an annoying aspect to them, but they just gotta lock in.
I reset my timer at least, because it was the first level, but it's okay if the LEGOthon timer didn't reset. There are like little boosts you can pick up and hold X to use it. And one thing about all of the hero vehicle levels is that you get the Joker card from catching up to the villain early and dealing 4 hearts of damage. And then, Jim, I don't know if you want to mention all of the different collectibles that this game has.
I can do so. So there are. So for each level, there are 5 mini kits you can get, 3 Riddler icons you can get. And then in Lego Batman, the video game, each level is split into 2 parts, the hero and the villains. And so for the level in total, so between hero and villain, there is a Joker card and a red. Is there 1 red brick in each, or is it
So,
1 red brick
30
per...
Joker cards and 15 red bricks, yeah.
Okay, so some levels, there's a red brick. And so we've got to collect them all in this category, which is a lot, which is why this is one of the longer categories, especially considering you start off in free play. And yeah, there is an important reason why John is going for the vehicle levels first. The red bricks from these levels unlock keys, which are used to unlock more collectibles. And so I believe you want the gold and silver keys right at the start, and then the blue key, which you can also get, can actually just be skipped, just because we have enough glitches to skip past that and collect all the other collectibles in easier ways or different ways.
That's right, so Batboat chase now, and this time I'm going to start on the left because I know the first Riddler clue is on the left, right? I'm surely not going to miss it. The ramp's going to behave properly because it's my friend.
Way.
Yeah, ramp collectibles can be really annoying in this game. Like in these vehicle levels. Not their biggest fan.
Yeah,
It's good to get them out of the way early.
As I'm sure we're going to say, this game is broken in interesting ways.
Yes. Fortunately, oh, see, I didn't even go over that ramp. Very good thing there was no collectible there. I went off of it and it gave me no boost whatsoever. Like, as well as the boost icons that you pick up and use, like sometimes if you're boosting going over a ramp, you can boost like right over the collectible. Yeah, this is the worst part of the category, but fortunately you don't have to deal with like too much of it. And then just getting the Joker card here, and the red brick at the same time, over those buttons. 3 Riddler clues makes one mini kit as well. And I want to be over here because this is the important one, and somehow I got that.
Oh, oh, what?
Yep, I will take it. Benevolent video game. I'm gonna be honest, I'm blanking on where these buttons are to get this mini kit, but I know there's only 5 and I got all of them. So, hey, now we're gonna get going, and as soon as I finish off the penguin here, yeah, we're good to go with the normal stuff.
Breathe a sigh of relief that we've gotten through those first couple levels.
Time save, because this is the first time I've done this run where I like pre-did those levels to skip the cutscene, and now I'm buying the keys, and we can not get up the computer and start the normal levels. So Gingy and I like glitch tested this game a long time ago, and what we were not able to find is easily the most used glitch in this game, and that is door clips. And I'm going to immediately clip in here, and voila.
Yeah, I think we did eventually stumble across ways to do that, but it took so long. We tried so many different ways. We had clips that worked once and we could never replicate them, all sorts of things like that.
That's how I remember it too, like you telling me you clipped through the first gate of 1-1 villain mode, and I'm like, how'd you do that, bro? But we also have a relatively newer thing called jump storage. You see me cycling through there. Also, don't worry about the lag. That's just how the game is when you character swap. And then
We should also point out that double jump to, no, not really double jump, that jump to past the gravel hook.
you found that, yeah?
John finds it very easy. Yeah, so I found it. I can't do it very well. John can get it perfectly every time. I'm very jealous.
The way it used to be was like you would find stuff and I would figure out how to actually do it.
Yeah. I would say, I found this really cool new thing we can do. I can't do it more than once. Then John would find it and it would be incorporated, and somehow, yeah.
So we will see another grapple clip coming up here, although because leaving player 2 behind just generates an insane amount of lag from them freaking out, not knowing like what to do, I am gonna be nice and what I should have done realistically is thought and built the travel chute instead of this, but I just don't want to be dealing with the lag.
I can't do. I just... Yeah.
Alright, what we got here, there's a mini kit behind there that I actually need to build this for so that I can place a bomb. Don't clip all the way through, although player 2 is there now since I did a very safe route just to make sure this works. If I go all the way through that, I can't clip back out.
I think this is the first place I ever discovered a consistent bomb clip with a really long arcane setup.
Yeah, Hatter's pretty good at bomb clips.
Yeah. Yeah, different characters have different models and different collision, so their different clips are easier and harder.
I am going to attempt, like, by far the hardest grapple clip we have, which, thank goodness, this is not a regular part of runs anymore, but if I get this, it would save me time over doing more jump storage. I'm not going to spend too awfully long here. Oh, okay, I'll allow that.
Nice.
That's really hard, actually.
And we're going to probably be seeing a little bit more of blue brick machines. They are. But the collision model is interesting.
Well, in a way, you could say we're going to see less of them because we do not
normally very
use
tedious.
many of them. It's also really
Yeah,
fortunate that I
they're
got
normally-
Raz Al Ghul here so I can jump over this toxic truck without having to change characters on the top.
Yeah, so for blue brick machines you have to go and find 3 blue bricks which will be scattered around the level, well, around the area, and take them back to the machine, which for some is easy, for some is really annoying.
Yay, pause flying. Not exactly. You have to store just a tiny bit of jump height on the different characters to make that work, and the pause buffering makes it like actually RTA viable, like rather than trying to spam or time the shoulder buttons or dare I even say touchscreen, but that's how you get the Joker card quickly.
As far as my understanding going into this run, there is not yet a way to easily fly in this game, unlike some other LEGO games on the DS.
Right, that would be correct. Yep, that's the wrong character. There's no good way to shoot that top right part that actually has the grapple pad. And then Shem, do you want to talk about the boss fight quirks and stuff?
So every hero level pretty much finishes off with a boss fight against one of the Batman villains, and they're all decently unique. Clayface is probably the most straightforward one. You just hit him a few times, and then he jumps up, he spawns some goons, he jumps back down, you hit him again. But the character we want to hit him with is very important. So characters who use a weapon, so something like Ra's al Ghul's sword, break through his guard way easier than just hitting him with, like, the Mad Hatter's fists or Batman's fists or whatever. So
Mad Hatter
whenever
seems
we...
like even worse for some reason. I had to deal with that the other day.
So yeah, whenever we're doing one of these normal boss fights, we aim to always be on a character like Ra's al Ghul, or in this loadout Azrael or Dick Grayson, because they all have a weapon they can use to deal more damage more quickly. And then the last hit, we do just build a little contraption and make him soggy, and that's the end of the level.
All right. And now we go into Ice Cream Factory, which is an insanely long story mode level. Like, what are we doing with this one, to be honest?
The longest story mode level. It's pretty insane. There's just so many big rooms to this one.
There are, like, a couple of skips, like, well, I do want to be actually clipping through this, but I'm not really going to bother with any jump storage here. Just keep it a little bit simple right now. I'm a little bit out of my comfort zone showcasing a run, like in any event, not just LEGOthon, that is still in the developing stages. Like, there's a few strats that I know I could add, but at the moment I'm just like focusing on getting it done. And jump storage is a very difficult piece of tech to do fast, so in certain places I am like evaluating how long will this take to set up and how long will I spend like with brain lag, like thinking about making the right next move, for example. So I'm not doing it everywhere I can. Now, we mentioned how red bricks are shared between hero and villain, and this red brick is available. I did not get enough layers of jump storage. This red brick is available in both hero and villain, because both of those levels start here. Gonna have to do more jump storage just to get up here.
Ice Cream Club.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's another Jinjiro thing, isn't it?
Ice Cream Clip works on some of the ice creams and not all of them, and I never went round and figured out which ones exactly it works on.
I haven't
But if
seen
you-
it in
basically,
many
if you-
years.
Yeah. Basically, if you build an ice cream while standing on it, while standing inside it, you can do a double jump and then get clipped to the top of it. Also, I think
actually.
it's this doorway down here, which I don't think I'm going to see, which just hasn't got any collision.
This is a fairly technical part. Like, it's convoluted what I'm doing, but I want to activate that cutscene to make those freeze goons come towards me. Hopefully player 2 won't actually get in a fist fight. Get player 2 out of the way, and then this clip has a particular setup. There's a slightly faster one that I have not yet learned, but I placed that bomb too close. So I have to get this bomb, like, exactly the right distance away from the door. Jump kick in with... Oh! Wow!
Nice.
That has never worked like that for me before, but I had to use the gunfire to get me back through.
The collision for that big snowman face is very janky, and I looked for a clip for ages and I never found one.
Alright.
And it is probably one of the hardest bomb
what
clips
am I doing
in the
here again?
entire run now.
Right. So this part, setting up more jump storage again, just because this ledge is, you know, I'm going to do an extra safety one. There's a mini kit off that ledge, and I don't want to go back to the bottom, but it looks like it's happening because someone didn't have it stored properly, so we have to go back up over here. This is a very, like, involved start of the level. So for a while I was, like, gradually golding the split every run as I worked through this process, but unfortunately not able to stay up from that glide, which, in fairness, I've only done once, like, actually in a run before. And now that we're up here, this frozen gas is invisible. But as I do not have invincibility turned on like a normal free-play speedrun, I have to get rid of it. Like, unless I would actually swap to a frozen immune character at the top, but it's just so much easier to get it out of the way.
A note to say would be, unless it's changed significantly, the villain part of the run is more broken than Hero is.
Overall, yes, I would agree.
So, probably later on it's going to be less kind of linear gameplay.
The glitches right now are a little bit slower, but we will speed up. We will.
Yeah.
When I'm not getting collectibles, like, the villain part of the run is really streamlined, and that does, like, come through overall in the villain part of the run. But yet more cycling through the characters just to get up this ledge. This height is not infinite. Like, you can only get a little bit of height, like, for each character. Okay, please let me jump. You can only get a little bit of height for each individual character in your party. So, like, even if you have it stored on everyone, you're not going to get that high up. So this is not infinite flying.
Yeah, but because it's a Traveler's Tales game, basically every ledge is like just barely higher than you can normally jump.
That kind of is how it is. And, like, we will see here that because there's a grapple hook, there's that text that Jinjire found a long time ago before we knew about the jump storage. Jump storage, by the way, was discovered by Nice Fighter in, I think, every game that has it. Nice Fighter was the first one to try it. But for whatever reason, the second grappling hook is much harder to reach. So I will just be building their grapple pads and maneuvering around with the glider. I feel like I did not do a very good job of actually explaining what was happening on the screen here, but what I did convey well, I believe, is just, like, how involved this level is. And also, like, shoutouts to, like, my commentators for joining me who don't actually know this specific run, they just know the game fairly well.
It's been a while since I've gathered up all the collectibles, but yeah, a lot of what you see in this category can be applied to stuff like free play, or even like the story modes and just how we're getting around and going to places maybe that we shouldn't be at yet, just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, free play is like so very streamlined thanks to the tech that we have, but like I almost want to be able to show off more. And this tech in this category it shows off a lot of applications of it. Now, one thing that's very nice about the character party that fills up is that whenever there is a level that requires you to use super strength on toxic stuff, it will give you Killer Croc. However, there is a glitch that can sometimes prevent you from getting a frozen immune character, which is really cool. I have set up like reminders, like characters to choose on my split icons, so that hopefully that won't happen. Unfortunately, the Ivy Goon had to say hello. We do actually
One
need
other
the
kind
gold
of
key for
general
this.
thing-
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so one of the general things for this game is there's a lot of stuff that looks the same, but behaves differently. There are tons of places where you see things that like looks like it's the same model or the same layout, but the same glitches don't apply. So you get a lot of situations where a glitch can kind of only really be used in one place, despite the fact that it looks like it would have more than one application.
Yeah, that's probably the best way of saying it, actually. I don't have anything to add. I think that got dropped too soon. Darn it, Ivy Goons, with your punchiness. By the way,
Lack of invincibility.
yeah.
In free play categories, you can kind of just run through. If there are no way, just one-shot them with a one-shot extra, but actually having to make the choice of fight the enemies or just try and brute force your way past.
Good
That's another
segue,
layer.
by the way. There is still a bid war open to kill or save the goons. And I have been killing a few goons already, but this specifically refers to the goons that the Joker was going to sacrifice himself. Like the main enemies like have their own goon characters that go and fight Batman and Robin. But in one particular villain level, Joker was going to use his own goons to turn into blue bricks. Now, we usually just skip by them in the run. However, if you want to make it something different, we can in fact kill those goons. They have quite funny deaths, actually.
Some would say it's quite cruel. You may struggle to watch. It is pretty brutal.
It's true. Like, it's a way more gruesome death than Batman or Robin ever gave them.
So
there it is.
the last room that John just went through does have an alternate interesting method to avoid the bomb clip involving a floor clip, which I don't think was useful anywhere else in the room. But that's not gone too. Yippee.
We will see a floor clip in this run, though. Just saying.
Amazing. Floor clips are, I think, one of the first things I ever found, and are very, very hard to find uses for.
Yeah, like some of the first skips that we found, like specifically involved Batman, because Batman has some like attack properties that are a little bit more unusual, let's say. Hatter's gonna be stuck way over there. Oh, nope, he's actually behaving.
Yeah, early on I found plenty of ways to fall through the map and die.
Yes. Yep. I actually did think about going for that particular floor clip, but I did not have the time to actually get it derusted properly.
Oh, it looks really cool though.
It does,
Walking
it
through the floor.
does. But like there's so many steps to it. That was like always a run killer. In this level, I would like to pick Hatter, but I will be picking Two-Face because there is one clip that Mad Hatter cannot do. And that is due to the big pressure plate on the ground.
And John, have you explained why you're playing in Italian?
Oh, that's a really good thing to explain. So the reason that I'm playing in Italian is because I went into the options menu and changed the language to Italian.
Yeah, it's not faster to use a particular language in this game, I don't think.
Not as far as we know. I don't think, like... Oop, wrong character. I don't think any of the games I run would have, like, a reason for another language to be faster. Okay, good character pull here, because one shotgun. Croc almost got himself in the way.
'Cause there's
Yeah,
there's no like dialogue
No.
that would be faster in a different language. So you just pick whichever one you want.
Yeah, the only one I can think of that you've done, John, is maybe like years 1 to 4, because that has a decent amount of attacks. I don't know if it would actually make a difference though.
I have no
I assume it's
idea.
just- Because I'd assume it's just the same number of text boxes, but
I almost fell down from that glide, which would have been way worse. This level in this category always makes me nervous because there's this massive room to begin the level, but it only has that one collectible. They're all kind of condensed a little bit more later in the level. Player 2 freaking out a little bit.
A common pattern in hero levels, at least when I last looked at this game, was that there would be kind of one room with a bunch of really interesting tech, and then the rest would just be a slog.
Well, that's a little bit more like the old days, but episode 1, or chapter 1, as they call it in this game, is like way longer than everything else. So like,
Yeah.
this is not necessarily an accurate representation of the overall pace of this run. Touchscreen is not working with me right now.
Need to recalibrate.
For real. I do.
Yeah,
so
made everything so much easier. You can just click through like huge number of things that we just couldn't before.
Alright. Bye.
yeah, I feel like bomb clips. It's a little bit of a shame because a lot of the more unique tech, like the floor clip in the last level, for example, are just made redundant because why would you do anything other than door clip? It's so easy to set up and so consistent and so quick. Like there's not really much reason to do a lot else, but it's a pretty cool bit of tech.
Yeah. Maybe we would make a speedrun route that bans bomb clips and showing off all the old stuff.
Legacy percent.
Yeah.
Again, not many collectibles here. This is kind of what's done in the main free play run, although failing that is admittedly rare. Then, yeah, touchscreen strats are going very slowly for me. What I don't want to do, because I have Barbara Gordon, she can use Batman suit swappers. I am not interested in those. Alright, so...
Yeah, since this is a DS game, there are a bunch of touchscreen integrations as well, so change your character. You can either use the shoulder buttons or you can use the touchscreen, depending on what's more convenient, and the touchscreen isn't always a super nice option. Or like anytime we want to use a bomb, for example, we have to tap the touchscreen in the middle.
I'm actually pretty impressed at how a lot of my Two-Face clips are going, or characters that aren't Mad Hatter. A lot of them are going straight through, which is not as easy to do when you're not using Mad Hatter. Can you please? Hitbox moment. Everything's going wrong. Alright, we have a chance for the best pattern here.
my experience of bomb clips certainly used to be just throwing the character at the door again and again and again. It was not so
I
fun.
don't know if I have enough time to do this because I died here, but I'm going for it anyway. Don't run. Okay, good. No longer the best pattern.
Yeah, this is one of the few boss fights that's actually RNG, but it's just whether Two-Face wants to move all the way to the left, all the way to the right, somewhere in between, and you've got to pull the lever however many places to the left or right.
Yeah, that was 3 pulls, and the fastest pattern you only have to do it once. Right, last Riddler clue in here, and then the last room has the last please stand on the fence. Okay. Alright.
Yeah, this bit of fence in particular has some
What?
really
It's
weird
not
collision.
there. It's just not there.
And yeah, and you can just fall. Like sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. I don't understand.
Yeah,
Right,
many
this-
years ago I started trying to figure out the model formats of the levels to try and figure out what the hell was going on in that kind of situation. And of course, because it's Traveler's Tales game, it's all custom formats with horrible structures and absolute nightmare to figure anything out from. So never made much progress on that.
There are DS decompilation tools now to like make that process a little faster, but I don't think we're very far into any of those. I did tell, of course, Lord Magecar about that when the server became a thing. Playing it really safe there. Right, made that cycle. Alright, now just ending the level. The Joker card in this level, I have to make sure that I don't actually hurt the boss while I'm going, like, before I collect it, because it is right next to where you take away the last 2 hearts. This room's also a little bit loud because of all the factory sounds.
Yeah, this game loves putting some really annoying sounds in your ears for no reason. Like just moving anything, really loud noises, just like gas coming out of canisters or whatever. Really loud noises. It's interesting sometimes.
I'll just mention when you have the two levers side by side, if you start pulling a lever with one character, then switch to another character, it cancels the animation, lets you get to the other lever before the timeout. So when you're supposed to have 2 characters, you can do it with just one.
That's true. Also, Batcave reset, bad me.
But, the lever thing is just kind of one of those bits of tech that we use or have the potential to use all over the place, and it's very easy to forget that it's unintended.
Do I have a freeze character? I do, I have... Okay, good, Azrael. Because I got the Professor Crane glitch. Like, I'm convinced this is a glitch because Scarecrow always takes the bomb slot, but no, Professor Crane, despite being a clone, always takes the toxic immune slot, which is usually reserved for people who are also immune to freeze gas. He is not, however, so that makes it possible to have a party that does not have a freeze immune character.
Oh, they probably would have missed that in testing as well, because like 3 levels use freeze immunity. Well,
Yeah.
it's silly.
And as you found out when you made your tier list video, for some reason, Professor Crane also can use a tightrope, even though the game doesn't list that as one of his abilities.
Yeah, there's a few cases of the game like listing abilities where they're not actually the abilities or having ones unlisted. The Crane being able to use a tightrope is very weird, and I don't think it's intended at all.
I have no idea why it would be a thing, because like Scarecrow also can't, but that could be like something to do with why they take up different character slots in the free play party. And that's why I call it the Crane glitch, because I do not believe that it was intentional, that he would go to the toxic immune slot instead. Here we're going to see a skip that is used in Villain Hunt. As long as I don't activate this cutscene. We grapple clip up there, and then we set up jump storage on 5 different characters to hopefully get up this ledge. And that would get you right to the villain in Villain Hunt, but there is no villain. We are instead going through here, and this is why we need freeze immunity. Oh no, a big crate. Whatever will we do?
And that looks tricky to get around. That looks difficult. However are you gonna do it?
Alright, pop quiz. Will I, A, use a grapple clip even though there is no grapple? Will I, B, use jump storage? Seems reasonable, right? Or will I, C, go into the corner and hope something cool happens? Well, let's find out.
Or B, all of the above.
Well, nothing cool happened yet. Oh, the answer was C. I went into the corner and hoped something cool happened. Something cool did, in fact, happen. Unreasonably loud forklift jump scare. One thing to mention, I didn't mention it in the last level when we had Barbara Gordon, but this is something that is not explained in the game, but it is true. Out of the people that can use a grapple pad, when you would use it in the case of pulling something down, women are slower at doing that because the game decides they are weaker, which is really uncool of the game. Don't we agree?
It's pretty
It's
uncool.
uncool.
Is Catwoman also slower? I thought it was just
I'm
the
fairly
backgrounds.
sure she is, like, just from my memories of running Villain Story.
Yeah, actually, I think that does ring a bell. Yeah, I think she is slower as well for some reason.
I keep not getting jump storage on, like, the first character in the sequence. Okay, there we go. Didn't need that last one. This is the Bane skip. It skips a, like, timed sequence, let's call it. It's not technically an auto-scroller, but it's, like, the same, like, time waste as one. You do not have to do the first part with Bane. And now we are going to drop into the actual arena, eventually, after wasting time in the boxes. And there are no collectibles here, just 2 minutes of waiting for Bane to get angry enough to ram his head into a wall. There are
So
little
what,
things you can do.
what the Italian text on screen said was Bane is unfazed by regular attacks, so you need to find a different way to damage him. And yeah, that is just waiting for him to get angry. He will eventually charge at you if you stand in front of one of the broken panels. And for the more solid ones, wait for him to he'll charge, get stunned, and then you can climb back up. Skip a little animation there, or skip the animation of going through the travel chute by going in before the cutscene starts, and then drop it on his head. And that's basically the loop of this fight. It's
Ooh, he's not interested in me. This is nice.
yeah, when you're when you don't have invincibility as well, you can also use the like block by just holding the attack button, and you won't take any damage from Bane, which is a little nice because obviously he's not getting damaged by your attacks, so you may as well just wait there on the block.
I almost went to pull that, and then fortunately the cutscene stopped me.
Every time I do this level, I'm like, okay, I feel the lever, I'm gonna pull the lever. Oh wait, it's the cutscene, don't pull the lever, jump off the side, go down.
A couple times there this level as well, like I've accidentally thrown a batarang because it's the same button. Alright, I'm gonna see... He's pushing me a little bit into the corner, but he should charge here, so I'll see if I can... Nope, he's... Okay, that's going to respawn me way back on this ledge because this level works really nicely. Yeah, I've learned that from doing Collectible Rush, that if you die during this, it respawns you back on the last ledge. I'm not sure why, but it's really mean for doing that. Fortunately, we are now done with that level.
Another thing we could find out if we had the collision model, but we don't.
I'm gonna pick... please don't. Okay. Thumb moment. Thumb's not working with brain. I am picking Batman here because we will, in fact, have a floor clip here. But first things first, I need to once again set up jump storage. That actually was perfect for giving me a freeze character there. One thing I hadn't mentioned yet, PC runners who are familiar with rush categories, they will not usually end the level. So why am I ending the level? We do not have save and quit in this game. So I am getting all the collectibles and beating the level at the same time. If we had save and quit, we would not have to do that Bane sequence. So probably an important thing to mention there. Oh, I have freeze bodyguard. There we go.
I don't remember if it's in Villain or Hero, but I think this area has one of the easiest out of bounds in the game.
Oh. Do I know what you're talking about? It sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't think I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, this one.
Oh, it's a skip rather than an out of bounds, but yeah, you can just jump on top of there.
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
There's also just an invisible ledge hanging out that you can just jump on, which is ever so slightly faster than doing it that way. So there's a few ways to get use a glitch to skip this level, or to skip that room.
Yeah. Fun when you have one room having like different ways to skip stuff, and then the next room will have nothing at all. Well, not the case here, of course.
So that goon is passive. We haven't triggered the cutscene yet, so
Right.
he's just chilling. He's just hanging out.
Oh, first try, let's go.
Oh, nice.
And that's the Batman floor pit.
Yep,
That
that...
attack, for some reason, if there's something above Batman's head, when you do that attack, you just go through the floor.
Hello?
It's great.
Oh, right, I'm sorry. It's been a while since I remembered to pick Batman here, so I forgot I actually have to bomb that. But this second one here, I do not have to open it. I can just go through like that. Yeah, that was a Batman floor clip. I didn't announce it, but yeah. You saw what happens there, and pretty satisfying to nail that one.
Once you've clipped as well, what you have to do is you have to just mash the character swap button so that the lag starts to slow your descent slightly, and actually allows you to get to the out of bounds rather than just dying out of bounds.
Also, Lost found that the left side of that fence has no collision. Unfortunately, we can't use it to jump right up this time because I have to turn off this fan to get the last mini kit. Yeah, that is our very own Lost speedrunning. And another grapple clip here. I can't change character because player 2 is dead. That's a fun thing about this game. Sometimes player 2 is dead, and there are moments when I know to expect that, but that was an unusual one. But now I'm going to use this fence. I'm going to use the top of this fence to jump up there, which is something that Jinjairu probably hadn't seen yet.
I had not.
Alright, and then Catwoman boss fight. I am going to do a what I lovingly call a paranoia pause check. I do in fact have all of the collectibles. We are good to go. Alright, I have to watch where Catwoman's going here. I'm taking out all of the penguin goons with a bomb, and then hitting her with like a long weapon such as Nightwing's whatever they are. I'm going to wait for you. I don't trust you to stay there. Does anyone know what Nightwing actually fights with? What are those blue sticks? Or, I guess
Is it just a baton?
I mean,
I think.
I know how to spell it. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Oh. I admit I am not up to date with like old Batman lore because this is very like comic based.
Yeah, most of my this game basically was my introduction to Batman lore. I've
I think
since learned
same.
a small amount more.
Yeah, this is my introduction and my end points. When I made a video talking about all of the characters, I don't know how to pronounce their names because I've just read them through this game. So I got a lot of comments being like, "Damn, you said this character's name like this. You're stupid."
Yeah, YouTube loves to harp on mispronunciations for sure.
Ah, this room. I know this room well.
Yes, because you can just clip through that door and go straight to the fourth room of this level because magic. That's like the villain exit. But
Yeah.
we did. This is the one where villain mode used to have that old blue brick clip. I'm just remembering that now.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten
Was
about
this
that.
when we first found the blue brick clip?
That makes sense. It's not the easiest, and we never found the easiest stuff first.
Yeah.
Because like there was a really difficult out of bounds route after that.
I think I figured out because this is set up pretty quickly.
Yeah. Like, I didn't find any of this stuff. This is not the room I thought it was. This is one where player 2 will die a lot because they do not know how to glide over the purple goop. I was thinking it was the raft room already, but the raft room is next. Alright. So, there's not a whole lot I can do to speed up this room. I would pause fly up there with jump storage, however, player 2's constant death makes that extremely unreliable. Like, even when I'm trying to just change to different functions. It hasn't actually denied me yet, but that can be difficult to do.
Yeah. There's a hilarious number of rooms in this game that I just don't know. Because I was glitch hunting on a particular room, found what I was looking for, and then just didn't play the level again.
There are some very cool old school clips that I will go for in this run. I feel pretty good about how to do them, but I will say that bomb clips did make a lot of things easier. Like
Yes.
it's just it kind of
If
is
you
the
can do
nature of
bomb clips.
speedrunning that the first things you find are, for whatever reason, way harder and quirkier.
I guess because you don't really know how the game works at that point when you're first looking for stuff.
That's
And
also true. Yeah.
I knew that bomb clips were like theoretically possible for ages, but I never found like well, I think it was someone else that eventually found how to do them properly.
I wish I remembered who that was, actually. It might have been, like, Owen or someone. Or Shinboy, maybe?
Yeah.
At least bomb clips in the modern sense. I think it was me. I can't lie. I'm pretty sure it was me who found it.
That's also
there
entirely
was
possible.
Yeah.
And then very quickly, me and Owen got on it and be like, okay, we can clip into here. Okay, we can
Yeah.
clip onto here.
The reason I have
Oh,
to
yeah, we
help
should
player 2
point
up
out,
here, by the way, is because I don't have the blue key, and I'm going to get player 2 stuck in that room.
Also, which one? I think we can clip through like doors, fairly. Like we can pretty much clip through most doors, but walls are still pretty solid.
Yes. Yeah.
So, and again, also quite a lot of like things that seemingly have one-off collision patterns, so we can like randomly clip through some stuff. It's always fun.
One thing I want to mention in here, this is the second room of villain, the villain sewers level, and the fourth in hero. This red brick is available in both hero and villain. Let me swap to a Tox Commune character real fast. The reason I get it in hero is because there is also a mini kit here. So it just makes a lot of sense. But this is one of those levels that not only does it share rooms, like there's straight up a lot of collectibles in the same place. For example, where the Joker card is on the right side of this room, well, there's a mini kit hanging out there in villain mode.
You can also, in a lot of these cases, you can enter rooms that you're only supposed to enter in one mode from the other.
All right. I need to
so that
chocolate players.
Yeah, so entering the rooms in the wrong way is how we can use the villain door to get to this room in hero mode and save a bunch of time. A lot of the time it'll just lead to a game crash because you're just in the incorrect room, but because this one, for example, is in both levels, the game has everything loaded in anyway, so it still keeps the loading zone.
Yeah.
Right now, my best possible time has this run possible to finish 10 plus minutes under estimate, so that's nice.
Keep it up, get a few more best segments.
I mean, it all relies on getting the vehicle levels first right. See, Mad Hatter is absolutely terrible at punching. I could switch to Zaz, but I'm like almost not out of principle right now, like just out of spite. Like, come on, just punch him, man. But at least for the actual portion of the fight, I do have a good weapon to fight him with. I will, however, be using the bombs on the goons.
And occasionally you use a bomb clip through a door which you're supposed to bomb your way through anyway.
Yeah.
It's hilarious because it's far the bomb clip through into...
Then to wait for it to blow up, yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, as you can see, the bomb clips will just one-shot the regular enemies, so are generally the best ways to deal with groups of them. Sometimes you might want to go for like a double jump slam to just knock them over so they're not interrupting you. But yeah, just generally dropping a bomb will do the job.
Yeah, if I don't have to kill them, double jump slam will be used sometimes during this run. There's another more difficult grapple clip coming up.
So, doesn't this room have, or instead of there used to be a, I think a blue bit machine clip in this room? So then
In the villain level, yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah.
I might be... Let me give it a couple tries to show off a penguin clip, which is actually, it's frame perfect, but it is used in story mode. No, I don't think I'm going to get this. Yeah, I'm not. I'm nowhere close there, so I'm just going to move on from that one. Usually I would do it from the left one as well.
Yes, there are like a couple of pieces of collision. I'm thinking of a couple in particular where you can basically just walk on them and they will push you out of bounds.
Yes, that is true. Like, there's one notable spot in Villain Free Play Chemical Factory where you kind of walk towards a wall and you just fall out of bounds. And like it can happen as you go to your normal clip to go through the ceiling instead, and you just go through the floor.
Yeah, this is a very well-made game with no bugs at all.
Honestly, like, as a speedrun, it is like easily one of the better DS games. It's got
one of the better DS
some bugs.
games.
Yeah. This is a door that doesn't work like all the others because you do have to get it perfectly, unfortunately. Alright. Kind of like extra involved room here, because I'm going for the... Please go to Croc. I'm going for the Joker card by shooting all those targets, and I don't want to activate a cutscene that sends goons into this room. Therefore, I had to do that extra tricky jump over the lake. Or over the water, I guess. You can get that last one with Freeze's big gun. And I shouldn't have to store because player 2 is right there. There we go. And then glide into the exit to that room. Alright, the last mini kit is just on the left, hiding in the boxes. That is one thing DS games do that I think PC players would hate. Like, there's just straight up stuff hiding in boxes sometimes. It's almost like shaped how I play video games for the first time. Like, I break everything, to be honest. Like, because especially TCS is like that with how you are getting the fruit bricks, like, almost always in a random container. Alright. That's all I need, because I can just use that collision there. You cannot do a, like, regular bomb clip through those. If I had Hatter, I'd be more confident in just placing 2 bombs and going through, but I didn't. However, if she stays far away, she doesn't. Let's see if this works anyway. Okay. That'll do.
Yeah, so it's a little weird. You can like partially clip in if you get punched by Catwoman a few times, or if you try and do a bomb clip, and then you can just place another bomb and just run alongside that, and that'll generally be enough to push you the rest of the way in, and you can just get through. These force fields are normally opened once you... Or there's usually a little access, a little travel chute you can go through.
Nice.
Once you've done 3 hearts damage to Catwoman, so that just skips having to actually fight her.
Do you still use the bomb in the bank as villain?
The
Yeah,
bomb
the-
and
the main
the...
door.
Yes. Depends which bank you're talking about, but I do that in a couple different spots.
I think
Like in the first villain
that
level?
was the first. I think so.
Yeah,
We'll see when we get there.
there is a method where you only have to place 1 bomb now, but you can also do that same method where you place 2 and go through. And this is the room where Jinjiro and I like found like our first big out of bounds door skip. I didn't get that collectible, silly me. And we are going to see it. There's a really good story. Like we both like found that you could sort of get out of bounds on the fence on top of this building, and then we both like were trying to get it, and we both got it at exactly the same time. And I remember like those Discord DMs just spamming letters at each other, like out of excitement that it worked. So
Yeah.
it's faster in this category because you need to go up here for the Joker card anyway. And hopefully in just a minute we'll see that. I need to like half clip into the wall and then like press the opposite direction than you would think I would.
Yes, it's when you're kind of clip like this.
There
the
we go,
directions you
beautiful.
Get moved are basically back opposite, which means that if you try and sort of walk what you would think would be out of the wall, you get pulled in, which makes sense for collision when you're not inside a wall. But when you're able to get inside a wall like that fence, it lets you be dragged all the way through.
Yeah, and I'm pretty happy that I got it first try. I mean, it took some time setting it up, but it's important to like not mess up that glide.
Yeah, you're doing some stuff off screen, or well, not off screen where you can't see the character. So.
Oh, player 2's dead.
Yeah, rather than do the puzzles in this room, we can just glide through the middle. One of them, so there's 2 sides of the room. One side opens the door, one side moves the bridge across. But just glide along, use a bit of gem storage and bomb clip in, and you can just skip doing the entire puzzle.
Actually, I think in this room, didn't you find the skip where you place the the blue brick on top of the push block?
I don't think I.
Or
I don't
think
think that was
Jinjiro
me,
did.
It's not ringing any bells for me.
Oh, okay. I thought that was you. This is an older skip, although we won't actually be seeing it because it's faster since we go up to this area to just glide from the top. Alright, red brick obtained, and now the steam will no longer be harmful. Alright, glide from over here. How am I doing? I think that is where I need to be in terms of collectibles. Alright. So, use this villain panel to make these targets active. Let me probably get rid of these guys just so I can actually... Nope, still no. Yeah, that's just... The Batarang auto-targets the enemies before the actual targets.
Yeah, it's sometimes even your regular attacks auto lock on to enemies sometimes rather than rather than any like breakable objects you might want to go for, which can be a little annoying sometimes. You're like trying to punch something that's right in front of you, and then your character just keeps turning around like, no, I don't want to do that.
I guess that's probably because of the guess only having 4 directions. You want to make sure you can actually hit stuff.
Someone found as well that you can reach the other side, like where the mind-controlled policemen are in this level, which, like, in theory can speed up the process a little bit, but I basically always find that it just wastes time, like, trying to get over there, and then, like, the whole process over there is a little bit messy and stuff, so when you stay over here, it's basically just press A, the boss fight, like, avoiding the other, like, chemicals and stuff that Mad Hatter is activating at the top, but there we go. Slowly saving more and more time at the moment. I'm now 2 minutes ahead of PB.
Nice, nice.
Although my timer is probably not up to where the LEGOthon timer is because I did reset when I missed the first level. Oh, lovely car screeching sound effect. Fun fact, Bane has a gun in this game. Then I can also... We used to go up to this part of the level before we discovered bomb clips, but to get this mini kit, we would want to do that grapple clip. And then... Oh. Yeah, just gonna have to do the 4 punches there, unfortunately.
When you're someone like the Mad Hatter, it always takes a little bit of time to drop your bomb in like a one-on-one fight, so it's a little bit not worth it to do those fights when you can. But yeah, sometimes you can. I think it's slightly faster if it's like one-on-one to like do a jump attack. And then one-shot them when they're on the ground, but it can be a little annoying to get that sometimes, just because of how weird the hitboxes can be.
And yeah, with that super strength block pulled out slightly, you can just double jump from it. And then, as Jinjiro mentioned earlier, you can animation cancel part of those levers, but you can't do the full thing like you can in the Complete Saga. Nice little
Yeah, I always find it really
cutscene
funny.
room.
I always find it really silly. Like they almost try to remove the character swap cancels and to on the levers, like from style was to this game, but it's still there. It's just a little harder, a little more precise. It still works. Still do it.
Yep. And then you
Yeah.
can jump on top of this thing to get up here early. Hopefully. Yeah. So I'm trying to not go too far right so as to avoid activating a little Harley cutscene, but even when I'm pressing straight down, like the collision doesn't always agree with me. Okay, there we go. And then I jump on top of the umbrella to open the doors early. The other... Whoop. That was a way too fast double jump. The other one you have to do from up here, but I need to get a couple collectibles as well. It is still faster to open this door early and avoid the... Yeah, avoid the cutscenes and stuff, but I will need to do a lot more than I usually would in this room. Fun fact, though, playing all of the levels and getting all the collectibles with free play allowed is shorter than playing all of the levels in story mode. Like, story mode is just that slow in this game.
Yeah, with cutscenes as well, it can take a little while.
Fortunately, this is one
Yeah,
of the slowest rooms in the game, and we can skip, like, all of it with jump storage.
A lot of examples of the skips that we have are from using characters in rooms where they clearly like had a set list of characters that were like definitely intended to be there, and another set that they've like not tested so well.
Alright, we got up there. And I do have to get on top just to get the last Riddler clue, which will give me the last mini kit.
Boy, I wish we could save and quit from here.
No, for real. Like, I'm glad we can skip this room, but we still have to do, like, one of the slowest boss fights. Like, Bane is at least slightly involved. This boss fight has a lot of waiting around in it. So, I would love to be excited about this, but I am most definitely not. And I don't even have a good character to quickly deal with the Joker goons here. Although Bane's gun should be a two-shot. Yeah, okay. Now that relies on me actually shooting them from a distance and not getting locked in a brawl like this.
So this fight works in like 2 phases, and yeah, each phase throws some goons down whilst Joker and Harley Quinn are just riding around on their roller coaster, and then eventually these will start to spark. These targets will start to spark. You can throw a batarang at them, and all the while Joker's just throwing his orbs down at you. And you just gotta wait. You can use the little guard I mentioned in the Bane level, where you just tank all the damage, don't move anywhere. And that can give you nothing to do for the for the waiting around.
I would also like to apologize in advance for the next level, which sounds like a vacuum cleaner on helium. Where we are going to the Batwing chase, and the Batwing has a very high-pitched sound. But we're almost done with this, and after I hit this last target, I will have to fight Harley Quinn, and I do not have an ideal character for that, unfortunately. So I guess I'm just going to stick as Robin. Okay. Bye.
Oh.
I'm glad you came back and didn't softlock me. That's very kind of you. It played a very interesting sound. Oh, roller coaster. There we go. Whew. All right, here we go. Vacuum cleaner time. My apologies genuinely for this sound. It gets like more intense when you're boosting as well. Oh, right, I didn't actually complete this level beforehand, so I will have to go through those comic strips, but fortunately it's not too much. Now, the sound here isn't nice. Go ahead.
Those comic strips, the extent of the story that this game shows you.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I
just
pretty much
didn't process what you said at all, but you guys can chat about this level.
Yeah, before and after each level is just the comic strip, and that's all you get in terms of lore. No voice, no like introductions to the characters. Like I think in the PC version, you just see them all scheming, and it's Batman in time. When you get the Joker card, you do unlock lore about the characters. You can view in one of the other rooms in the Batcave. But that doesn't really add on to the main story.
Yes, if you don't already know your Batman lore going in, you're probably not going to come out knowing that.
Yeah, I mean, what's the I think the story of this chapter. So, Joker's last laugh. Joker wants to brew a potion that makes everyone laugh or something. That's effective. That's effectively the gist of it.
I'd call it gas rather than a potion, but yeah.
Yeah, that's a much better word, actually.
Alright, I got everything. I just need the button 1, like, leading up to the boss. I so very nearly missed one of the mini-kits. I just slow down for it. This level is, like, far worse than the other vehicle levels because it's so wide. So, like, you can't see everything on your screen, which is really unfortunate. Like in a level where you already can't turn around. Alright. Phew, we will not have to redo that level.
Let's go.
Boss
Yeah,
time.
for those watching at home and who haven't played this game before, this perspective probably looks really weird with the bottom screen and the top screen.
I can't hit the biplane.
Not really looking so connected on the LEGOthon layout, but on the DS itself, it looks pretty normal. But it's just one of those things that doesn't really translate to anything other than the DS itself.
I tried to skip that cutscene at the end, but it's okay. That's just a really short comic strip there. So we're doing pretty well. We are doing pretty well.
What is it, like frame perfect pause?
Yeah.
Now we approach the penultimate level of the free play mode. Oh, sorry, not the free play mode. The hero segment. So there's just 2 more levels, and then we go and see it all from the villain's perspective.
Yep, and this upcoming glide has a lot of invisible walls, so it can be a little bit difficult. Although we have known about this for a decent amount of time. I did not want to do what I just did. I wanted to keep that there, but that's okay.
That is...
I wanted to shoot the thing that had the Riddler clue and not that one, but that's okay. Guess I'll be doing this instead. I have to go up this side anyway, so it doesn't waste as much time as it would in just a straight up free play hero run. Because I need this mini kit. This is also like one of the more hidden mini kits because, I mean, who knew that this was here, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when I was doing my my 100% run, I had to. When I saw that on the guide, I was like, "What? That's a mini kit? Go there?"
I do remember stumbling across it and feeling really cool because, like, when you were a kid, you're like, "Oh, that's cool." You're not like, "Oh, that's stupid." But yep. Firefly has a one-shot gun, but again, you don't want to get into a brawl, as I keep doing. Yeah, they're just... Yeah, I brought that upon myself, unfortunately. These ones I don't need to kill. This was another...
Is this not the room where you can do that? You can do an interesting out of bounds to get past the gates, but it's kind of hard.
Yes, I wish I remembered how to do it, honestly. It's like, I am aware it exists, but it's straight up that I don't remember how to do it is why I'm not. You could also, like, clip through, but
I think
I don't trust my blind movement there as much as I do with doing another clip while not being able to see.
I think it is in this room that there is. I forget whether it's hero or villain now, but you bypass the 2 gates using an out of bounds, and then do a blind bomb clip through the door or the back.
Yeah. That is used in the villain mode, although it is now done in hero as well, because that is like one of the villain rooms that does not crash in hero. So we can actually skip this boss fight entirely in hero free play speedruns now. Unfortunately, there are collectibles. But the whole reason we couldn't do it before was because we couldn't get enough height. Well, I'm just getting bashed by enemies in this.
Oh, that room where you couldn't get enough height. Yeah, I know the one you mean.
Speaking of getting enough height, I actually didn't need to go up there. Okay. I feel like I zoned out in that entire level, by the way, but I'm up to exactly where I need to be, which is good.
Something about the gallery, art museums being really boring. Just zone out.
I would say we are more than halfway through this run at this point. But, like I said, I'm a little nervous, like in particular for the villain vehicle levels. Okay, there we go.
Did you ever work out quite how precise grapple clips are?
I would like to know that. I don't know how precise they are. Some are also like harder than others, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it depends partially on how high up you are, or how high up they are, rather.
Yeah. How high you need to get.
Something like the one in the docks is very different to the one in like Arctic World Villain or something. 'Cause that one's like very low, and then the docks one is you need to get a pretty good amount of height as well.
Well, another thing, there's like a couple that look like they should be possible, but like we've never actually gotten them to work. That was a pretty slow level. Like I said, I kind of zoned out during that one, and I had to like just brawl a lot of enemies. All right. Whew. This is like a red brick that I would potentially be interested in buying at some point, because it is fast build. But just purely playing through the levels in order after getting the what's it called? The silver and gold key. I haven't routed in any other red bricks. And what was I gonna say about that? So you can get the red brick in both hero and villain here. And it's weird because you have to go like up to that ledge where the block is in both hero and villain. But I worked out that for the time being, it is faster to only bother with the red brick in villain, because you are not like leaving yourself a quick way to get up, if that makes sense. It will to the people who know this game at least. Oh, you don't need to do that with jump storage this whole time. Wow, okay, that's nice. That's really good knowledge to have. Alright, 2 Riddler clues, I got the Joker card, and I got a mini kit as well. That's all I need in this first room. There is, of course, the dreaded double bomb clip here, where you actually do need 2 bombs to get through there because of the low ceiling. that I have just never been able to figure out how to do.
Yeah, the collision on bombs is funky.
Very, very funky. Right, if I double jump over those enemies, that does actually keep me far enough so that they won't like start going towards me and they'll leave me alone so I can do this bomb clip. That was actually fairly far from the door. I don't think that's gonna work.
This one also, you're not
Oh wait,
going to the door, so
why am I doing this like it's a different character? There we go. I was doing it like it was someone who wasn't Hatter.
That one I find really hard with Hatter. I just don't quite get it.
So you're able to set it up the same way as you usually would with his clips. However, like it's the stuff after that, there's no way to actually go clean through the door there.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that was, when talking about like the traditional bomb clips, I'm pretty sure that was the first one I found. For
Oh,
some
really?
reason. and it is one
I-
of the hardest bomb clips.
Oh,
I don't think it's the first place I ever clipped through with a bomb, but you might be right for this style.
I feel like I remember the first time you talked about it, Jinjairu, was like that first gate in the beginning of villain mode.
I think that was the first one I ever found a consistent setup for.
Yeah, sounds about right. Oh,
something
drop the bomb here.
It was a horrible, very much one-off setup that you couldn't replicate anywhere else.
There. I remember the strat.
Yeah, that strat's pretty neat. You just place a bomb before the cutscene starts, and so once they've jumped down, the timer on the bomb goes off without you having to detonate it. So as soon as the cutscene's finished, it'll go off and blow up the two goons, and will just quickly get you through. Since those guys are required to progress the story.
So as we reach the end of this level, let me remind you that no more goons have to die, but usually I just run past the goons in the Fairgrounds villain mode, so they get to live normally in a speedrun. If you want to make me actually change up the speedrun in any way, you should make sure Kill the Goons takes the lead. We could have a world record that has Kill the Goons in it.
You leave your mark on LEGO Batman history today, if you wish to kill the goons.
We got Dick Grayson here, who is a very acceptable character. Actually, he's pretty good here because I don't have to change characters at all in this boss fight. He's got a good weapon for fighting the boss, and he also has batarangs to progress the fight through these different phases. And yeah, as soon as this boss is over, we are done with hero mode. Lost a little bit of time on this level in the last one, but we are still making very good pace overall. Oh, come on now. There you go.
Nice.
All right. So now the levels get a little bit shorter. In fact, the second level, if I do it optimally, will be decently under 3 minutes while collecting everything, which I think is actually really cool. Like for a normal non-vehicle level.
Despite having died several times as the hero, you still somehow managed to live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Okay. Start off right here.
I think it was the gate on the right here that I first found this setup for.
That's what I also think.
Yeah.
Although that one I honestly do not usually bother in.
Oh yeah, it's I would never use that setup today. It's horrible. It's awful. I also don't remember how it goes.
That is another clip that I do not want to go through the whole way for. Oh, don't fight me. Come on now. I'm just trying to place a bomb, honestly, but you won't even let me do that. Officer, it wasn't me. I am also pause buffering these setups just because they're very like specific, and I do find that I can do it quickly enough and like where it is actually really consistent for me. But I do also think that that is very much just a me thing. That is not something that I know other runners to do in this game.
This room, you can do a very precise glide from a security camera.
I will be doing
to
that.
Get over that fence. Oh, very nice. Did you ever manage to get it consistent?
With Penguin, yes.
Aha.
Another thing where characters with the same abilities have still slightly different properties for reasons we simply do not know.
Penguin always feels, if there's any particular trick where you've got to like do a really precise glide, the Penguin always feels pretty nice, and someone like Man-Bat feels pretty awful.
Yeah, I don't
when
know why
attempting them.
Man-Bat feels so bad. Maybe it's the super strength.
I have no clue. I'm not sure if it's just like a placebo or if there is actually a decent difference, but
Penguin I can come up with a logical explanation for, and that's because of the short legs, kind of like Mad Hatter. But yeah, right over that fence there.
That glide. It is. There is not much wiggle room.
No, I mean even with the Penguin, there still isn't much room for error there. All right. So we are actually almost at the end of this level. Like, just this first level, like, it's one of the longer villain ones, but it's still like shorter than I feel like a hero level is on average. This last clip here is a little bit finicky because of the gap above you. Okay, come on. There we go.
Sometimes when you kind of partially clip through, you'll then go turn around, which for some reason makes you go through.
Yes, that is something that I hadn't mentioned yet, I believe. But it is a nice trick to have.
Yeah.
All right, this one,
This door
a little bit
has
different. Nice.
a completely unique bomb clip. You can also, like, there's a... So you can just kind of place a bomb, walk sideways into it, you kind of weirdly glide through the door sideways. It's very strange.
Oh, I forgot about the glide method.
Mm.
All right, so setting up for the end of the level, although I will need to get our last mini kit first. Which unfortunately is all the way on the other side of the room. I wish it was closer. Oh, this
So
is not good.
for villain levels, you don't have to do the same kind of boss fight at the end of each level.
Correct. There are no boss fights in Villain.
Which, yeah, I ended up focusing a lot more on villain levels because of that. It was annoying to having to do the fights.
Villain's always been shorter.
I
Here
feel like
I'm
the boss fights are
picking
probably a
Batman Classic.
decent reason why. Just like if you compare how we approached that same room, because obviously we finished in the same room in both hero and villain. How we approached that room in both versions, and yeah, villain's just way quicker.
And this level, hopefully, if all goes well, will be completed in under 3 minutes.
In comparison to the hero version of this level, which was
More than double. More than double. Nice little blue brick machine clip here. Hooray!
yes, nice.
Skip building that ladder. It saves far less time than the other two we'll see in this run, but is still a time save
It's
that
fun.
is absolutely worth showing off.
It's and like it's just the combination of like classic Batman, that attack, and the jank collision of the blueprint machines basically just pushes you through a bunch of
Oh,
walls, and
wait.
we don't really know why.
I did that slightly wrong. I'm just going to hope that I have it set up properly. Oh! The extra lag made me walk off the edge
Aw.
there. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That'll make it a little bit harder to finish in under 3 minutes now. Because not only did I fall even after making it, but like I did the setup wrong initially, but it's okay. Place a bomb as soon as we go through there so that I can get ready to go up top. You actually do not need this tightrope though. However, player 2 lacking will eat your inputs. Yeah, go off the edge for your sins. Think about what you did.
Yeah, almost all of the tightropes in this game can just be skipped with a well spaced
Oh,
glide.
right. I brought that upon myself. I couldn't change characters.
Yeah, we like barely ever get to see them in their runs. I guess in like story mode, where you obviously don't have access to as many gliders, but free play, yeah, you just get out of the umbrella or something.
Alright, last Riddler clue. Alright, go, go, go. No, the cutscenes take forever at the end of this level. There's no way this is still a sub 3 split. Yeah, unfortunately not. That's fairly large time loss. Alright, now we also have to deal with another vehicle level, so... There isn't much new to say. What I will say is that because there's no boss, the Joker cards are... like, they add buttons onto the ground at one point that you need to get, which is also how you get the red brick, but I already have the red brick in all of these vehicle levels because they are in the same spot. And I guess one thing I also can mention is that the mini kit unlocked by killing enemy cars is to not forget that it always starts on the right with the first collectible. Clumsy me. I was thinking this is the one that starts on the left. But when you are killing the enemy vehicles in villain levels, you need to get 10 of them instead. And you also cannot let Batman catch up to you. Because in a regular villain story run, as soon as Batman starts going after you, you would immediately slow down and get stuck if possible, which I don't believe it is in this level, but in the other two, it is. And hopefully I don't have any more problems with, like, ramps and... I got pushed out of the way of that one. Are we having a good time? We're having a great time.
Always love the vehicle levels.
Yeah, this is...
I think I've not played most of them.
Well, we used to before I looked at the pre-established TCSDS free play rule set, and they didn't do shift levels, and I was like, oh, that sounds nice. The funny thing is I can still save time. And it also like helps by not having to watch the intro cutscene here, but don't get pushed out of the way this time. Basically my rule of thumb as well is like, even if I'm pretty sure a certain ramp doesn't have a collectible, my rule of thumb is just go over all the ramps at a certain point, just so you don't miss anything. Like these ones, they don't have anything, but this one does. Another thing is that like the villain levels all have a mini kit in the same spot, and it's going over the big jump in the middle of the level. I only have 6 enemy cars. Okay. More cars, please. Are we joking? I think we might be joking. Like, I
Pretty sure
ran
this
out
is
of cars. That's crazy. 7 out of 10. Alright, well at this point I'm just gonna finish the level and then probably get caught. Yeah, I kind of knew this was gonna happen. Alright.
Lucky.
Unfortunate. You also do have to reach the end of the level to get the last mini kit. But yeah, this... I apologize for how I'm playing this part, but at the moment I have more than enough time to go back and get these. But now let's like actually get that last mini kit.
Yeah, these levels are all so punishing, because if you mess up just a little bit, if you're just slightly off course, that's it. That's all your progress gone, because yeah, you can't go back. You can't you can't fix any problems you make in these levels. It's a little mean.
The worst one is yet to come. And we'll talk about that when we get there. But there is a particularly bad one that I'm saving for right at the end of the run, because I'm smart. It's really because I haven't like given thought to a specific level order yet. Alright. Almost
I
there.
have to wonder why these levels were put in.
I don't know. Every LEGO game has some kind of vehicle level. It would be cool, they said. There we go, got myself stuck.
Yeah, cool thing about the villain specific levels, if you just don't move and Batman catches up to you, then the level will end. Even if you don't make it to the actual end of the level.
Funny part is, I'm still more than a minute ahead. Ooh, classic Batman time. Or sorry, regular Batman time. That kind of classic, like the main one.
Yeah, this is the first level where we start to notice the distinction between classic and regular Batman. That's for a little clip coming up.
the reason we found out was because I was using, I think it was Bruce Wayne, who does function the same as classic Batman, and I was just not getting the clip to work, and it turns out that what the I got like downwarped there. It is just not possible to get through the floor because they are not in fact the same. And once again, staying up top there. We actually still managed to skip like the whole level in this split while like collecting everything still. So I want to go through here, but then I need to drop down to the bottom to get the Riddler clue. This one, yes. I know my game.
So I think if I'm thinking about the right floor clip, this one is also just completely unique.
Pretty much. Oh yeah, I don't have invincibility turned on. Because I'm just going to barely clip into the ground and hit the loading zone somehow.
Yeah, this game is very well programmed. Once again.
Right, and
And that is
now
the one, if you were Batman Classic or Bruce Wayne, you cannot clip through.
get jump storage on everyone, so I can just get up this ledge. Nice. Okay. Good to get that one first try. And then we're gonna do like even more jump storage in the next room. good question in chat is why not invincibility? Because it is actually not tied to a red brick in this game. So, like, you actually have to beat all of the levels. Where is this one? There it is. You actually have to beat all of the levels for it to become available. And then we can get on top of this bush and just double jump up there. And one last round of jump storage to get this Joker card. And then hopefully get through this door. But this is another one where you have to get it perfectly, which I did. And that is actually a minute gold.
Let's go.
Because I was not very, let's say, fluent in that level's language for a while. Yeah, at least in this category. So once again, I haven't spent as much time as this category as I usually would with any run leading up to a marathon, but I wanted to be able to show this one off, and it's worked pretty well. Killer Moth appearance. I gather we have some Killer Moth fans. Ooh, how far ahead? Best possible time is 2:27 at the moment. So, you know, not killing my estimate, but my fastest valid run is only 15 seconds faster than estimate. Don't tell the organizers that, though, okay? Because I really want them to invite me back next year.
Yeah, I'll keep it a secret. Don't worry.
I just remembered. I
I'll
almost
pull that
forgot
one.
that the Joker card is up here. And then Shem's favorite clip, the vault clip. Oh, that was nowhere near the right movement. There's a little ledge behind here that makes that actually a frame-perfect jump to get through there.
And I think it's one of the upcoming rooms in this level. Was the reason that you asked me to start getting this game, just to see if I could find a clip in this level.
Oh, really? Like after the laser tank here? Or no, was it the vault clip at the end that we still don't have a skip for?
Yep.
Oh,
First
that's
level.
funny.
The first thing that you got me into this game, and still.
So, nice little way to
Unless you
set
want
up
to show me
getting the red brick there is like if you don't like animation cancel that lever, you can just walk to the button and it'll always stop on the vault that has the red brick in it. Yeah, I know exactly
this
what you're
room.
talking about. I wanted to skip the blue brick machine in this room, and to this day, this is the only blue brick machine that we have to use in free play. But I don't mind it anymore.
Why we want to skip blue brick machines?
We will also be doing more collectible collecting, such as right here. Okay, I meant to do a slam there, but of course I broke the last box.
I don't even remember if we ever found anything cool for that skip.
In this level, probably not. I don't think there were skips here for a while.
I mean, in the for the vault skip at the end. I don't think we ever found anything at all.
Oh yeah, no one has.
Like no outbounds, no leads.
Because like it seems like glitchy in a way that you can get through the door. Also
Yeah.
glitchy that you don't need a bomb character to break that bomb box up there, but you do for this one. However, I don't want to use the magnet suit, so I'm just going to jump on there to skip doing that. Player 2 is dead at the moment, so I can't swap characters.
So
Oh,
if anyone
and
wants
again.
to get into glitch hunting this game, that'll be a great first level to look at.
Come on, Player 2. Come on, Player 2. Oh, they're really stuck right now. I genuinely can't, like, change character at all right now. Interesting. So... Nope, it doesn't work. Well, There we go. Okay, that was
That's really
a
weird.
little scary. All right, so we have 2 chapters left where hopefully I haven't missed anything so far. I will probably just do a quick check at the end of the run in the 3 different places that you have to go for that. But I'm getting all the Riddler clues, all the mini kits, all the I need classic Batman, all the Joker cards and red bricks. So 3 Riddler clues in a level makes a mini kit. There are 5 mini kits in each level. 15 red bricks overall and 30 Joker cards overall. Now, Jinjairu, this is probably a nostalgic level for you, right? Because we found a skip
Yes.
in every room in this level before bomb clips existed.
Mm-hmm. This level used to be in free play without all collectibles. You can basically just go straight through this level without stopping.
Well, even more so now that we have bomb clips,
Mm-hmm.
because we can get behind here now too.
Yeah, and then I guess yeah.
And since player 2 isn't with me, I'm going to have to go through this one as well, but that was a little too close to the door.
Yeah, the old shots in this room are quite fun.
And of course, brown
And
box
then all
clip
the
is still in use.
Ah, yes. Don't know why that happens.
Yeah, it just clips you up there. Have to take a backtrack here for this mini kit. Or, sorry, Joker card, there's a mini kit when I go back through the travel chute. And once again, bomb clips speeds it up even more.
Yeah,
get in a good
I
position.
forget what we used to have there. There was something interesting.
Now, this clip, this room, the fastest way is still the same as what it used to be, but once again, I have
Yes.
an objective here. So, to skip the magnet ladder, more jump storage. We actually haven't seen too much jump storage in a while, but I then need to open this big crate with the super strength panel. Oh, that's my friend. Good. I thought they were about to start attacking me. Alright.
Can't lie, I did as well.
But yes, here we go. The blue brick machine clip, once again. It's easier with Batman Classic because of the height these spin punches give you. Clip through there, and then glide out of bounds right over that big crate into the exit of that room.
So nice. If you don't have collectibles, you can just jump straight up there and go straight for it. It's great.
Absolutely. You actually only need one tiny bit of jump storage for that. Although that could be a case where I'm doing it when I don't have to.
And this room also, if you
Yeah, unfortunately I won't be doing it here because
Yeah.
the box I need has
You
the
can jump
river.
around. Yep, you can jump around onto that brown roof
Ow.
and jump straight over the fence and immediately end the level. It's great.
Alright. There we go. Done with that one. I like the pacing of
Nice.
that level even as category.
Mm.
Alright, rooftops is a little bit of a slower one, unfortunately.
This probably
I
has
think
some of the longest rooms in all of Villain. That was pretty mean.
The good news is we can skip like 2 minutes of one of the rooms now with jump storage. Like, that was
yeah, I think I looked for stuff in this level and never found anything useful. Or very little, certainly.
yeah, there was. The thing about this game was that there was always potential, but we didn't know like what to actually do to skip things. It's taken a few years,
Oh.
but we found a lot, and like without all of this stuff, I would certainly not be showing this category to LEGOthon.
Very nice.
Now this level has some pretty unique stuff to it that isn't just bomb clip, bomb clip, bomb clip, which is pretty nice. There are some other clips you can do that aren't just place a bomb down, jump over it.
Another position to ban bomb clips.
I will be bomb clipping here, although you cannot place a bomb while you're standing in a Lego pile to build stuff with. So I do have to build that blue key even though I can't use it. And then that SWAT officer will be thinking about what he's done for the rest of this room. And then the first Riddler clue of this level is in a bomb box just along the top here.
If you're doing this level as intended, it's really long. It's got a bunch of cutscenes to it, a bunch of just pushing and pulling levers, but
Oh, right.
with a little bit of jump storage and a well-spaced glide, we can just completely bypass the bridge we need to create for this level. So that's super.
I did not
comfy.
need
That's
to
very nice.
do nearly that much jump storage, but anyway. Now we have the agony clip, which I will unfortunately not go through first try. I did a hotfix run of this recently where this took me forever.
I don't recognise this clip. I think this is new to me. But there's a different roof clip that I know. So the slope roofs are.
Yeah, you can like do that differently and sort of just walk off the edge there. Alright.
I think there's a way we're doing it with like Robin or something, but
Oh,
at least
Robin,
I've
you say.
always thought the strat with the penguin jump attack is probably the most consistent to line up.
Oh, right, forgot this was a bomb box behind that wall. And then you pull this one, and that's how you get the red brick. Alright. Should be good on this level, because I know I already have 4 mini kits. I just need to collect this red brick, and then the Joker card inside the piano. Don't step on those buttons, because I don't want a cutscene. And then I need the last Riddler clue, which is inside a bench in this last room. I think that's too close to the door. Yeah, it is. I could just let player 2 help me open this door, but it, you know. More bomb clips!
Cool.
It's the principle of the thing.
Alright, this last room is a little slow, unfortunately. Like, it would be really nice to save and quit with those collectibles right now. But alas. I can at least show off that the lasers on the left side have no collision. They do not kill me at all. Isn't that nice? I'm actually...
I've searched long and hard for a way to like clip into the diamond at the end, but I just haven't been able to find a way.
I'm actually really good friends with that laser trap, but these other ones here, they don't want to be my friend. There we go, got the Shem strat that I didn't know about for a while. Like, I think that was when you told me about on hotfix, and I was like, oh, and then I did it. The only thing is it does make this last part a little bit slower because you can't utilize character swaps while you're just doing the last part here to reach the diamond. But yes, one last really good look at this diamond, and I mean a really, really good look. There it is. Take it in. You do not have long to look at how beautiful it is. See, it's gone now.
You can see every single pixel.
Okie doke. It is time for... Hey, alright, get ready. Hopefully this
vehicle
one won't
level.
be an eternal struggle. This one... Oh, does it start in the left or the right? I cannot remember. I'm also not getting any of the enemy vehicles at the start. Left! Yes! I needed that, did I not? I did not. Okay, cool. Don't mind me, I don't know what I'm doing. Get me off the stage. Get this Joker card. Right, I'm just constantly shooting. I missed that Riddler clue. Great. If I miss this kit, I'm resetting. I did not miss that kit. That kit gave me a whole ton of trouble in my PB because I kept just not getting it because of the way ramps work. Alright, mini kit in the middle.
For a lot of someone who like would predominantly run free play categories, obviously we skip through these ones because there's no free play option, so you get like no practice of that in other categories, so it's just these levels are always really unfamiliar.
Get you.
Yeah, no tech
Okay.
or anything, so no one wants to go into these ones recreationally or do
So
any
I
practice.
just need the Riddler clues now. I do have to go back through, but I just need the Riddler clues. And I should know where they are. It's left, right, and like right after the jump. And once again, this will still save time over the PB because like that one mini kit on the ramp, I found like 4 different ways to fail it, like at least 3 of which shouldn't have failed. Like I went off the ramp normally so many times and like different things happened. Like one time it didn't give me the ramp height boost. One time I went over and it looked like I perfectly got the mini kit and nothing happened.
There's no...
There it is. That's the one thing I didn't pick up. And unfortunately, with the way Riddler clues work, you have to collect them all in one visit to get that mini kit. It doesn't actually matter too much that I'm taking damage and stuff right now because I'll probably be letting Batman catch up to me. This is not a super long level, but I feel like that might be the play. I mean, he was almost catching up to me at the end of the last attempt anyway. Alright, here it is. And get stuck on something.
That was pretty good briefly.
Yeah, if there were a ramp here. I'm really close to the end. I don't know if that was worth it. But it's over now. Whew, okay. 7 levels left.
One vehicle level. Yeah, only one of those is a vehicle level. Yippee!
Yeah, unfortunately, my last practice for this didn't go so well because I got really demotivated after I didn't get a freeze immune character on the level that needed it. And of course, I didn't realize until that moment, which was a few minutes in. And like, although I didn't have to, like, I should have practiced and kept going. Like, practice is so hard when you're demotivated by stuff like that.
This is the room that had the blue brick machine clip.
Should I go for it? Or I don't have Batman.
Ah,
Excuse me, sir. I'm trying to get up here. Can't you see? I know you're, controlling the law and stuff, but my thing is more important than yours.
and you could get into the hero door as well using the outer mount. But otherwise you also can with a bumble it.
We will not be doing that, though. We'll be going through the normal part of this level. We just need the Joker card. And listen to that really loud gas.
Is the purple goo? Is that considered the same as the green stuff?
No, it is actually not harmful. Believe it or not.
Is it not? Is it not?
I don't think so.
Okay, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy.
It is slightly faster to double jump up here, but... Or no, I don't need player 2. I didn't need to do that. Either way, probably saved me time over trying to double jump and then just at the last moment swapping to someone who's toxic immune. But I don't need to actually go up this elevator, so I don't need player 2 at all. I just need the Riddler clue here.
We stop them from misbehaving down to the bottom at least.
Whoops. Sure. Sure, there's a gap there. I didn't realize there was actually space there between the wall and the platforms. Well, I tried to swap to a gun character to shoot that instead of punching it, but I think player 2 might have been dead at that moment, so I didn't get the swap out. Or it was just a skill issue on my part. But we will be seeing a very, very difficult jump storage. I'll go for it once, and then if it doesn't work, probably go for the alternate method. But I need to store on absolutely everyone here.
Ah, this room. Good memories.
Alright, let's see. Oh, first try! It actually happened.
Oh, let's go.
Very nice.
That is a really hard jump storage to do. This is
And for
actually
those who-
on another massive gold pace.
For those who don't know how jump storage works, so if you jump and then a few frames later swap to a different character, when you swap back to that same character,
Trying to do this for Jinjiro.
they will have a tiny amount of height, so you can just keep on stacking the height by
That's gonna...
storing jumps with lots of different characters, and you can use that to just get a little bit higher.
I'll quickly explain what's happening here. You're falling down
There we
to the lower level while remaining inside the fence. Which means you can then jump, start a glide, try and move right, which gets you pulled with what we were talking about earlier, left through the wall, and glide around out of bounds.
So that isn't actually
but-
used like normally, but I figured I'd show it off. And it is still, because you don't have a bomb character in story, it is a part of the story mode speedrun. And it is my favorite trick.
Oh, I was very happy. about that one.
Yeah, that one and the Chemical Factory one are very special
Yeah.
to me as well. Like being there in those early days of developing this speedrun.
Yeah.
Okay, not quite a whole minute gold this time, but certainly a big sizable one after that. Because I don't think I've done that first try in a run, and also, like, this level's had a couple incidents where I straight up couldn't remember where to go. Or, like, I missed a collectible and was like, what am I missing?
You've been making those jump storages look really easy.
That one, I slowed it down a little bit, which admittedly did help.
I feel like with stuff like that, you just gotta take, if it works, it works. Like, you just gotta take it even a bit slower.
Yeah. Yeah, so this room also has a deliberate machine clip.
Unfortunately,
Just bump it, but-
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I also didn't get Batman because I prefer to use Mad Hatter here. We can do a little grapple clip here though, which can be a tricky one. And then
Yeah, but that blue machine clip was I always find it quite fun to do. It's nice out of bounds movement. But yet again obsoleted by the roll tip.
so another good question is what percentage do I end with? It's roughly in the mid 40s. because I have bought very little and I haven't beaten most of the story levels. And it is not a consistent number because sometimes, like, I get true hero or true villain in the vehicle levels, sometimes I don't. But like somewhere like 44, 45 is about what I'd expect. And then I will, at the end of the run, just quickly check, like, can I buy all of the red bricks? Do I have all of the mini kit sets built? And do I have all the Joker card facts in the back computer? Actually, that's not the back computer. That's a slightly different one in a different room.
Yeah, what is that room called? It's called like the archives or something.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I don't remember if that's the exact name, but in my head that sounds reasonable. So we're just gonna call it that.
Is it the library?
No,
Sure.
that's
Oh no, the library is like part of Wayne Manor.
Yeah. The library is where I first did the floor clip.
Do I have a favorite Joker fact? Ooh, I can't say I've read them in a while. They're like basically on about different characters in Batman, or some of them are locations such as Arkham Asylum and the Batcave, stuff like that.
yeah, it's just like a lore entry for a bunch of the characters.
Now, as a kid, it was the first time I learned like the real name for a few of the villains. Alright. Big room, not so many collectibles. The first one is also like really sneaky. And we're also going into the last room only with 2 mini kits. Like, another thing is like, even though I know it's correct, it like often scares me, you know what I mean? Like, I'm this close to the end of the level and I only have 2 mini kits. But everything is right here, and I do have the red brick and Joker card. Good. Double jump across that bridge into another gravel clip. First of all, the Riddler clue is right here.
I'm still so jealous for how easy you make grapple clips look.
Yeah, I was never good at like explaining that to you, I feel like, but it was something that like you just found and I sort of figured out how it works for me. Did you ever do any timed runs yourself?
Nope.
Okay.
Remember, I only got a cartridge like recently.
Oh, this thing is really annoying to time, but unfortunately we did not have to wait an extra cycle there. Like, if you start standing on that button at a certain time, it should like shoot them at a slightly faster cycle than that. Alright, that is the last one here. And then we are going to do a little clip up here in that elevator, which has been struggling for me lately. And that was some crazy lag frames there while I was stuck in there. Not helped by P2's character swap. You may or may not have noticed, like, character swapping generates a lot of lag. And that includes when the AI player 2 wants to do it. Alright, you have 1 level left to decide the fate of the goons. So, if you have a preference, for example, if you want to make me do something different than I normally would, that would be killing the goons. And if you want them to live, although I can't promise I can actually save them, then you would want to select save. Alright, Batman Classic is important for a few different clips. They don't all involve the blue brick machines. But first of all, you can spin punch just through there. It's really simple. Spin punch is just part of his regular attack cycle. It's the first one that he does. I'm really lucky to roll Mad Hatter here so that I should be able to consistently get these bomb clips. And then we will see our final blue brick machine clip. There we go.
This one. Was this the first one? I think it was.
Possibly, yeah. It seems about right because, yeah, just having that low ceiling to skip up to that ledge.
Yeah. So just me mapping.
Oh, right, yes, sorry, I died on the non-spinning fan. Oh, we're gonna have to do it again, never mind. Bonus clip.
Yeah, nice. Yippee! These supposed to be glass like things.
Yeah, they get a little bit glitchy,
Maybe call
although
them?
we don't actually
Yeah.
have to deal with them. This one I don't know if we
Yes.
ever actually had a clip through.
Yeah, we did. I think. Wasn't
The-
it this one where you could just walk off the side and it would clip you through?
That is definitely true in Art Gallery.
And this room has a very difficult jump up to where the door is.
Right. That's another thing where Batman Classic helps us out because, again, his spin punch, if I were to just go over here, but
Yeah. So there's a right. So there's a way to not be classic Batman for that, but it's way harder. So,
yeah.
Like you have to do a very
Yeah.
precise jump off like one of the machines in the corner or something.
Yeah, I think the harder part of that is actually getting onto the pipe because the hitbox for that is really weird as well.
Yeah, yeah.
For sure. You are absolutely right. And then,
I know when I was doing attempts, I had some ways to like get onto it as soon as you dropped through, but that was super inconsistent.
yeah, that's a thing as well, I remember. But I also remember it being inconsistent. So this is a room that I wish we could save and quit and skip, because there's nothing going on here, just gotta put the colors to the colors. Chimkin, have we had any last-minute donations towards Save and Kill the Goons, perchance?
I believe we are still where we were at start the run. So Save the Goons is currently leading Kill the Goons by $1.
Alright, let me know in the next, 30 seconds if you see anything, otherwise we will be saving them.
Alright, I'll keep that in mind.
Alright, this level's just about over. We'll be going into the fairgrounds, and what we could see is that, so in story mode, the Joker has to make some very noble sacrifices to get blue bricks to progress the level. And he's chosen his very faithful goons for that job. In the speedrun, we actually get to just leave them hanging. They get to live. I'm gonna need to reset this level because... No, I don't. I got Ezra. Okay, phew. I didn't have... I thought I didn't have a freeze character, which I needed. Alright. This level was the first one in free play to be completed in under 1 minute. Thanks to the bomb clips, and I think Alexo has now managed to do it in under 50 seconds even. But with collectibles, we have to spend a little bit of extra time here. These first collectibles are not too far out of the way, but we have some that really take a lot of time. Alright, the time has come. Are we killing or are we saving?
They are being saved.
Alright. Now, unfortunately, I had to lie slightly because I can't actually, like, save them, but I can avoid killing them, right? That's gotta count for something. Alright, this officer is right in my way. Not that I'm getting the clip when he isn't. If I pushed that block off the edge, I would kill a goon, and we have voted not to do that. Loads of character swap lag happening right now. So this goon right here gets to live. I will also not be dunking a goon on the top of or into this pink liquid. So I hope we're all happy with ourselves, chat. Hey, no one
It is
died.
quite brutal. They just suck forever like that now, so can't even put out of their misery.
you just can't win.
I'm sure someone will let them down at some point.
Oh, someone will. Yeah, I mean, why else would the police be there, right?
Sure.
Alright.
Sure.
A little bit of jump storage to get up this ledge. This time the jump storage is more just helpful for getting that bit of distance there. This will help us get to, like, have access to the red brick, as well as there being a mini kit up here. And then I will need to go back for the Riddler clue, which I don't get at the beginning just out of safety, because I don't want to break this umbrella. Oops. Okay, good. And then I do not want player 2 to open this, because that will activate a cutscene. So we can just clip straight through there. And then these guys won't even fight me if I do that. And we can just focus on these last couple mini-kits. Uh-oh. I know what I'm missing. Oh, I missed something. I know what it is. I was distracted by showing how the goons will not, in fact, die. But I forgot to get the Riddler clue in that second room. Oh, I hope I still can. If not, this is a really short level to redo, at least. This one you have to get the buttons in the order. Player 2 is having a really hard time. Alright, I will check if I can clip out first. These guys still not bothered by me. Alright, let's see. No, I'm gonna have to redo this one. That's unfortunate, but
You can show off how fast it is without
yes.
having to do all the bonus collectibles.
Because like this Riddler clue is like not even a deviation. They're not a detour. Yeah, it's a shame. But we're still on good pace. If I get this next, our final vehicle level quickly, this could still sub 230. It's kind of funny, like, how slow the beginning of this level is, like, and it's still really short overall. Of course, I don't have any additional extras turned on. Wow, additional extras. That's a new redundant phrase that I've just found for myself. Oh, don't be punching now. No. Just get the clue and move on. There you go. Oh, right. I'm silly. I need to get all the clues at once.
Oh joy.
There it is. Well, a little bit more time loss than I expected, but none of the clues are that far off the path. If only I'd remembered that I was dealing with Riddler clues here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, for crying out loud, man. There we go. Hooray! Please jump next time. I forgot how tightrope poles are weird even when they're not set. Yeah, so then we can just clip through this last door and pretend nothing happened. Nope, don't need to save the game. That would be slow. Alright, why is this last level so terrible? I hear you ask. I said there was like a really terrible one later on. Why would that be? Well, that would be because of the hitbox of this plane. And so the reason I'm kind of wiggling back and forth is to make sure that I actually collect stuff. Like for some reason, these collectibles are way less likely to be collected if you're not moving to the side. And I don't know why that is. I wish I had an explanation for you. However, I just don't. Alright. I'm not super confident with where everything is in this level, but I think I'm doing well right now. I got all of my enemy kill kits. Oh, just barely got that one. I knew there was one thing left on the left side. And then our Joker card over here. The last couple things are more close to the right side. Don't need these buttons, that's where the red brick was, but I already got it in hero mode. Where is this one? There it is, I knew it was there somewhere. And now I just need to reach the end of the level where the last kit is. Surely I will collect it, right? Yes, alright. First try! Hey!
Nice.
Very nice, very nice.
Alright. 2 levels left. I do hope you've enjoyed this run. Like it is out of my comfort zone to show off something that I'm like not super familiar with yet, but hey, I'm happy that this is at least looking like it will be underestimate and not terribly close. I mean, it won't be getting us back on schedule, I'm afraid, but it's still nice that this run has gone reasonably well. Like, it can still be a lot faster than we've seen today. Like, sub 230 may happen this run, it also may not. Sub 220 definitely should be possible. I want to make that glide, though, to prove that I'm any good at this game. Jinjairu talked about the clipping through the glass ceilings and stuff. Don't need to bother with that because I need to bomb this down anyway so I can get up to where the red brick is. This red brick...
It's also this ceiling that I was thinking of.
This red brick kind of has a lot that you need to do to get to it, even though it is just right there. Like I've tried clipping and stuff.
Those ceilings that were just broken, you can walk carefully off the end, and they will just fall straight through into the loading zone.
Yep, and that is still used in Free Play Villain, which you may be happy to know, although it's no one's favorite trick.
I quite like it. I've never had an issue with it.
Yeah.
Well, it's not my favorite trick.
There are some tricks. There are some tricks that different people find difficult. So I find that glass ceiling clip completely fine.
Fair enough. I am a scrub.
Then again, you have your grapple clips, which I just can't do with any degree of consistency.
By the way, while most clips are easier with Mad Hatter, this level is necessary to pick him because we can't clip through the door in the middle of this room, which we don't really know why. so we do have to open it. But while we can leave player 2 behind the bars at one point, we will need to get back out of the other one, and only Mad Hatter is able to do that.
For the other characters, there's for the other characters, there's just not enough space for them to get out. But Mad Hatter can just place it, and it's the perfect positional way to drop a bomb and clip right out.
This is also the level with the blind bomb clip,
Yep.
which we will be seeing right now. Oop, I punched. I do have 2. Okay, good. Blind bomb clip has made that little bit more awkward by having to use the touchscreen, so it's like, did I place it? Did I not? You know? Like it's...
The camera that you have there is also pretty weird, because it's not like quite a straight angle for a lot of it. You have to go to like the exact middle to get it like actually having the camera straight. So when you hold forward and jump, you actually go forward, and not like slightly to the left or right.
And,
Yeah, so this game can handle movement in like any angle, but you can only press the 4 directions on this D-pad.
Or
Also
the
the-
8 directions at least.
Yeah, 8 directions.
the conveyor clip that I did basically works like a grapple clip. Although it is more finicky, so I'm pretty happy that I got it first try. We have 1 level left. It doesn't look like this is going to get sub 230, but, you know, still a PB.
Gold split.
That one was not a gold split.
Get a gold on the last level.
Well, I have 20 seconds to save already, but BPT says 230.24, and I have already fumbled on where I was supposed to go at the beginning of this level. So, great start. We'll finally be getting the red brick here. Shem likes to pick Catwoman in this level because there are like so many grapple pads and acrobat pads, and she can use both. And I do like to have Catwoman for sure for this section, although she's not as helpful as I would like. I actually didn't need to go up there yet. I wish I hadn't, because that was slower. And it's not good for my gold split quest.
Yeah, the other thing I quite like about Catwoman is her animations are just really fast across the board. So it's just really comfy to use, say in combat, because there are a few mandatory encounters you gotta do in this level, and obviously with the one-shot extra available, it's a little bit faster compared to like other characters. But yeah, doing a bomb isn't going to be much slower.
All right,
Or even someone like Mad
one
Hatter.
more time. Can do another little bit of jump storage here to get up here early. But unfortunately, I didn't get that stored on Firefly, so I'll be doing the backup where you just double jump off of that box and bomb clip through there. Probably just going to place a bomb here. Riddler clue, and then somehow this tiny room has 2 collectibles in it. There's that Riddler clue, and then there's the Batarang targets behind the paintings. However, you basically can't hit the paintings until you hit everything else. Like, they're the last thing that they target, which is unfortunate. This level also has a lot of collectibles that are exactly the same, like, because all of these super strength walls have a mini kit in them in both hero and villain. All right, in this big spiraling tower once more. The Joker card is for more batarang targets in here. And in one of my recent runs, I just could not for the life of me remember where the Riddler clue is. It's in the thing, like, right in the middle of the room. Convenient to have Firefly there. I actually, if I'd noticed that earlier, I wouldn't have used a bomb. But all good. Save the time here. And now we just need to climb to the top of this big tower one more time, and then get the last mini kit, and then save and exit. No, not really. I still have to finish the level, but it won't be long after that.
Yeah, it's a pretty short final room at least, and there's a little bit of tack as well to finish it off with.
Yeah, one last jump storage, but you only need to store one jump, and so you don't even need to pause buffer it.
Oh yeah, it is just the jump storage now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you used to
skip
get
a bunch
the
of
block.
bubbles by doing it.
Alright. Hopefully I go straight through this door once again. Nice. That's a 5 out of 5 mini kits, right?
I think so. I mean, I remember it saying 4 out of 5 earlier, so...
Alright, we got
assume
everything in this one. So, time is when the level is over, which is, like... it's a little bit weird ending on this one, because there's a cutscene going into it. But, alright. And 3, 2, 1, time.
GG's.
So, I reset my timer when I missed the first level, but I know I'm still underestimate even with that. I see 2:30:29. It was really fun getting to show this off for the first time. It'll hopefully be more optimized in the future.
Yeah, that was still a very solid showing. Lots of cool tech throughout. Just show them what this game's all about, really.
And yeah, that is a PB.
Congratulations.
I would like to quickly check that I got everything. But I'm glad I had the chance to show this off, and Jinjiro, it was really cool to have you here as well.
Yeah, great to be here.
And I hope you enjoyed the new strats and old strats that you got to see. Ooh, 46.1 today.
did.
Wow.
You should try and do the back computer clip.
The back computer clip. Yeah, maybe like when I find out that I have everything. It's looking good so far. That's all the mini kits and all the red bricks.
Fantastic.
And here's the archives or whatever they're calling it. Alright, 30 Riddler clues. Do I have them all? You get to see the fun Italian names for these characters too.
Like Bane, Nightwing, Bruce Wayne.
Oh, I did not miss anything. Very good.
Very nice, very
All
nice.
right.
Congratulations.
Let's go on with the next run. Thank you for having me. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Awesome, yeah. Thank you, Lizzy Trap, for that run. That was a fun one to watch. And thank you to Shem and Jahan as well. Thank you for the commentary. So we will be back after a quick break for Bionicle the Game Any Percent NTS by Milkblade. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right. I hope everyone is enjoying day 2 of LEGOthon 2025. We've had a lot of really fun runs here. We got a lot still left on the schedule, but in this quick break, I wanted to take a moment to interview community member Flaming Laser, who relatively recently completed a new world record in grunt percent, which is the first 10 LEGO games played back to back to back. And welcome to the call, Laser.
Hello, hello.
And real quick, I was before we talk about the grunt percent, I was curious, what got you into Lego games to begin with, speedrunning?
So I played Lego games a bunch as a child, and then I think like early 2021, I found like an LSW3 any percent run. And then after that, I joined the community and then I just wanted to run a bunch of games.
Nice, nice. I guess that's a lot of people with the early childhood experience with the
Yeah.
Lego games. And how about grunt percent? Excuse me, grunt percent specifically. How what made you set your sight on that?
I mean, the first couple of like any percent runs I learned, just in general, were all Grunt percent games. I think I learned like 1 through 4, I learned TCS, 5 through 7, Pirates. And then at that point, I was already at like 5 or 6 games learned. I'm like, I might as well just do Grunt percent.
That's fair. That's fair. How did the prep go? Like, how much time did you really spend prepping, and did you feel like you were properly prepared for the run?
So I originally, I think I did this run like this January, so January 2025. I originally wanted to do it if there was going to be a winter race in winter 2024, but that ended up not happening. Um, I feel like I prepped pretty decently for most of the games. There was one like LIJ2, I just barely spent any time, so that was not great, but I mean I was relatively prepared and I felt like I was okay going into it.
And what did you think was like the hardest game to either learn or prep out of those 10?
I think the hardest game to learn and also like get a decent time in was probably Batman for me. I just like really struggled with the hero section specifically, and it took me a while to get like somewhat competent at the game.
Yeah, I totally agree. That was the one that I thought was the hardest one as well when I was learning the games. Do you have any plans of lowering the time in the future or trying to grind out grunt percent a bit more?
I mean, I definitely want to run it back at some point because I feel like I can definitely do a lot better. I had like almost a 10-minute disaster in every single game, so I feel like it definitely could go better. But right now, I'm just trying to run some categories I enjoy.
And just one more question. Do you have any advice to anyone that's looking to tackle grunt percent for the first time on how to properly prep or the sorts of things they should be trying to do?
Honestly, I think the best way to go around it is not actually set like a deadline because the way I felt when I had like a deadline, I was kind of rushing to learn some games. So mainly just play each game one at a time until you feel prepared enough and then probably schedule a time afterwards.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining the call here for this quick interview. It was really great talking to you, and it's awesome hearing all this background on your approach to grunt percent. Any final remarks here? I know you will be doing a run tomorrow, a race of Pirates of the Caribbean 100% against Gus.
Yeah, I'm really excited to showcase Pirates Hundo. It's gonna be it's honestly one of my favorite categories I've played, so I'm really excited to show it off. But yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone interested in catching that run? It is the closing run of the event tomorrow evening around 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. So be sure to check that one up. That one should be a lot of fun. But until then, we have coming up next Bionicle the Game, Any Percent NTS by Milkblade, which will be here in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere.
All right. I think we good. I think
Should be good. Yep.
should be good. Alrighty. Hello and welcome to Bionicle the Game, everybody. I'm happy to be back once more with feeling after last year, and joining me as my co-commentator and fellow runner, Andre. They are here to provide wonderful color commentary and explain all the things that I either don't quite know how they work, or I have to focus way too hard to get them to work and won't be able to speak. So they're here to save my skills for allowing me to focus.
Serve your energy for playing the game.
Yeah,
There'll definitely be one such point later on in the run during the Onua level, because that will look completely different to how it looked when this game was on last year. So that should be about halfway through the run.
Oh yeah. But anything to say before we get started here? I am kind of primed and ready. If we want to just hop into Tahumata.
Yeah, I think you're ready to just count us down.
Should we introduce ourselves though? Actually, I am Milkblade. I am a world record speedrunner of Bionicle the Game. I hold 2 of the 3 categories. a lot of big times and things in the last couple months. In the last year, it's been a BTG renaissance. Usually, I'm a Bionicle VTuber as well, but that's a little more setup than we need for this event.
And then I'm Andre, former record holder, current community admin, series mod, and yeah, really excited for this.
All right, let's get it cooking. Let's hop right into Tahoe here. You might have heard a slight audio thing there. That's because we skipped the immediate cutscene by just kind of mashing. And then another cutscene skip here is by exiting out and then re-entering the level. We can skip the longer cutscene of bees shooting at people and Vakama yapping.
Then right off the start here, we have our first text box skip. By hopping on these rocks on the left side of that edge there, it skips the text box trigger, and that saves quite a bit of time. There's going to be a few more of those coming up here, but one text box that we cannot skip in RTA. It is possible to skip it through a task by pressing forward on every other frame to phase through the wall, and you can actually avoid that trigger, but sadly not possible RTA.
Unfortunately, yeah. We tried. I remember my favorite was using one of those computer mice with like the ball scroll wheel and just trying to see if we can just spin the ever-loving daylights out of that thing. And that, sadly, my theories don't usually work because they're crackpot and usually fueled by duct tape and WD-40. So
you had a theory that the color of the Matoran, which is randomly generated based on like a few different palettes, would like influence the RNG or something.
Still have not proven me wrong. I'd like to point that out right now. I'm not crazy. I'm just thinking differently. All right, it's just outside the box thinking.
I think a significant lack of evidence is proof enough here.
The Matoran that you pick up here, you can obviously see if you're a Bionicle fan, they are not Matoran. Here we have a regular Lee Matoran. But sometimes their colors are different, like some will have yellow bodies and green heads, or all yellow, or yellow heads, green bodies. And I thought at one point, in the throes of agony with a trick that we do not do in this run, that they might influence the RNG of a run, or of a trick that we do in another category, which the evidence is much to be desired. But everybody who knows it, here's everyone's favorite part.
So, if you're wondering what NTS means, Takua is sort of explaining how this level is supposed to work. We're supposed to be going up and to the right, which is what we're going to do in this category, to collect some more Matoran and open the door to the final boss arena. But Tahoe skip is it's one of those tricks where it's not really RNG, but it's something else random, where if you walk in between a rock and a wall, your character starts to rock back and forth, and very randomly and very rarely your character can actually clip through the wall, and you can skip straight to the boss fight, and it saves roughly 2 minutes. But it's not even RNG, it's just completely arbitrary if you get it or not, so it's totally unviable for a marathon. I think I have like well over 1,500 attempts and only about 12 completed runs of any percent, because that's how brutal it is to try to get past that wall. It just is less than a 1% success rate.
We've gone beyond RNG-based tricks in this game. We're at the point where we have prayer-based tricks. We're not even dealing with numbers anymore. This is a Crisis of Faith speedrun when we play any percent.
Your luck stat plays a heavy part of it.
But one thing we do right there that you'll see a couple times in a few levels here and there, mostly this one and Liwa, I believe. These are kind of death, skipping ahead a little bit to different checkpoints, because we respawn further ahead there than where we start off, and it's faster than just walking over there. So neat little optimizations like that are pretty fun in this game. And here we have the infamous Rahi room, which hopefully the bugs decided to be kind to me today, because the beetles like to be bugging out sometimes with the targeting system. You might hear me, hopefully I don't have to rant about it too much, but the targeting system in this game for firing attacks can be a little,
awful.
Oh, it's merciful right
horrible.
now. Yay. Yeah, it can be horrible. It can be absolutely made by a chimpanzee. But right now we appear to be doing pretty well. If I can get some energy off of this guy. Hey, that's a solid Rahi room right there, if I do say so myself.
That was pretty good. And if you do that room in the same sort of pattern, but going the opposite direction, so I think that one was counterclockwise, but if you go clockwise around, that little victory animation that Tahoe did there will play after this cutscene ends, and sometimes it'll actually mess up your spawn position after the cutscene and place you down in the lava below, where you'll just immediately die, and it's quite fun.
Yeah, we learned how to down warp accidentally in a way that can only harm us. It's wonderful. There's a few little things like that where it's like, oh, here's a cool thing we learned in the game. Does it help you? No, it in fact actually makes us angry. It's worse.
It actually harms you. Awesome.
In fact, I think we have a story.
Coming here, we have the... Oh, yeah. Coming here, we have the Balrog boss fight. This is very RNG heavy.
Not lucky today.
Oh, it doesn't look like we got it there.
If you are lucky enough at the start, depending on the spawn position of the Balrog and which one it targets to start, if you are right up on them when they load in there and they shoot up, you can actually get 3 hits. So I got 2 hits there on him when he spawned in. You can get 3 hits. It's pretty rare. I am thankfully fairly lucky enough with it usually, but it is a very big time save, saving you a whole cycle of these guys having to... They're really looking to pop up and down on the ground today. This is a bit... They're kind of mad at me. I don't know what I did wrong to them. What's wrong, boys? But yeah, it saves you a whole
totally
cycle of
random
them
what they
rolling
do.
around.
Yeah. It saves a good amount. You can actually hit them twice when they pop out of the ground, not off the very start of the fight. But it's a very, very difficult, and you usually end up just wasting energy and not getting it, so it's not something we typically go for.
That's smarts right there.
Now we got the finale cutscene here for the first level.
That's actually just a video of me in the club,
few tie-ins.
honestly. It's me hitting the
We call
top
it the
of
Milkblade Boogie. This is one of the few tie-ins with the movie that this game is loosely based on, the first Bionicle movie, The Massive Light. We're going to be seeing some more tie-ins sort of later on, towards the end of the run. But that wraps up the first level.
Yeah, there we go. Nice, quick, easy, relatively painless. Good old...
Safety save.
Good old
Safety
reliable Tahoe. Oh, I probably should.
Oh, you did not save? Okay, well.
I did not safety save. I will
be a
do
little
that
dangerous,
going
but-
into, Onua. Because Onua could actually be bad.
That's a 10-second penalty. Oh, wait, this isn't live.
Chasing a Borak now.
That's
Can
a
I jump in
what?
with a quick donation, please?
There isn't much time.
Ooh.
Sure.
Yeah, so we received a $4.10 donation from Anonymous. Thank you so much.
That's
That
not
was
anonymous. I know who it is. It's one of 4 people, and I don't like all of them.
Thank you so much for that donation. That will go towards the all bonus levels ice rink run for tomorrow morning.
Lovely.
Thank you
Great
very
incentive.
much. That was a very nice donation.
Thank you, one of 4 possible people in Milkblade's chat. Thank you very much.
All of you. All of you.
If I had to guess... No, I won't.
Yeah, no, we're
So
not gonna
next we have
name names. You
Kopaka.
know who you are. I know what
You know
you
who you
are. So we're too busy laughing at memes that I hate. But here in Kopaka, in the fun sledding level, this is one of the adrenaline levels in the game, as they're called in the actual game, where it's kind of just like kind of an auto-scrolly where there's maneuvering through. What you saw early on there when I kind of jumped off the cliff, I'm glad I hit that we call soup jump, because everybody likes soup. Why wouldn't you? Like a nice chowder myself personally, but you know, that
Would you
soup
jump
jump
for soup?
saves a
I
bit of
would.
time. And
Yeah, this level's different than, obviously, the walking sections, but the way you take lines in this level is very, very different. The goal is to stay on the ground as much as possible and to avoid certain pieces of geometry that pop you up into the air, because it'll actually slow you down a little bit. So sometimes you'll see Milkblade zigzagging around. It won't look like the most straight line between point A and point B, but it is the fastest way.
yeah, just like driving back home, you gotta avoid the weird black ice patches that ruin all of your speed and send you out of control.
Exactly.
And
It's
then
like reverse potholes.
here, if I can, there we go, nice.
Nice cliff jump. That's a neat little shortcut there. You can actually start that jump way earlier and jump way higher on the slope. And you can actually avoid the trigger for the cutscene here. And you can actually dismount on your board automatically. And you can walk around as Kopaka, which you don't normally get to do in the level. And there's not really any point. The geometry is pretty glitchy. You can just fall through. But that hole right there that looks like it's where you're supposed to go. There is a trigger there to send you to the next, what's supposed to be the next part of the level. But it's not quite implemented correctly, so it's actually just a soft lock and doesn't actually do anything. But it's cool otherwise.
Yeah. And speaking of Kopaka walking around, one thing that we've discovered, I want to say in the past year, maybe a little more, but there is a way to dismount as Kopaka, and you can do it at the start of the different sections of Kopaka when he's about to get on the board. If you mash the crap out of the shield button, you can stop him from getting on the board and then just start walking around as him. It isn't really used for speed because I mean, that's basically just getting out of your car and walking down the freeway. But you know, it's cool. It looks really cool. You're aura farming when you do it, but you're not exactly saving much time there. You know.
Incredible aura.
It has allowed for some cool stuff to walk around and actually see a lot of the geometry and the layout of the levels that you really zoom past a lot, especially in the final area where you go to fight the Tannock at the end. There's a lot of cool areas. It looks like it's designed for you to actually walk around and jump around in, but it's kind of just set dressing, sadly.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of detail that goes completely missed when you're just flying through the level on your snowboard. So coming up here, there is actually a way to skip some cutscenes in a whole section of the game by doing that dismount glitch. Unfortunately, it is far slower than actually just completing it normally, so that's what you're about to see here. And right there we have the shortest playable section in the game. It lasts for about a second and a half in between cutscenes. Don't really know why it's there. But if you hold up and right during that section, you can save a whole 2 frames.
Hey, 2 frames. Never discount 2 frames, man. There was this boulder section is just the same pattern every time, so it's pretty easy to just memorize and get through. So I can tell this quick story of when I was grinding last year for a 36 in any percent. I actually ended up in one run. I got a 36 dead even. I think I was maybe a frame off of getting a 37 dead even. I was about a frame off of getting a 36. So never discount 2 frame time saves.
37.01.
That could be the difference between you breaking or not breaking a minute barrier. And also it will change how you view your ceiling at night when you're laying there in agony as you think. It could, if I had just held right, maybe.
Also, shoutouts to that cutscene that just played when Kopaka got off the board and crossed his arms. For some reason, Flup, when she runs the game, can manage to make Kopaka T-pose and vibrate in the ground. That's one thing. I have no idea how it works, but Flup is somehow really good at doing it.
I've gotten that a few times, and it's really funny. It also, when you load into the next section at the start of this area, it sends Kopaka to the right, and he just starts freaking out in the corner for a half second at the start of this. Because it's that weird thing of like preserving momentum almost between sections, but usually he's
I think it's
getting
like your
on the
momentum
border
and
doing
angle
weird
somehow.
stuff,
Yeah. This boss fight can be a little bit tricky. Shoutouts to the icon in the corner being the one from the last boss and just being incorrect because 1 byte is off in the game's code. But we do have a method to get a pretty decent quick kill here, but it does have some iframes that are a little annoying. But
Tannock, thank you for
very
not
solid quick
ruining
kill.
me at a live event. That is very nice of you. Usually he's very angry with me.
Yeah, if you don't kill him within a pretty quick amount of time, he'll pop into the ground and sort of burrow under a river, and you'll lose about 25 seconds, I think, but 15, 25 seconds, somewhere in there.
Yeah, it could be...
Do we have a quick moment for another donation?
Absolutely.
Go right ahead.
So we have a $25 donation from Valorant Lover. It says, "Good luck, Milkblade. Love BTG. Also, say my name, Milkman."
You are not Walter White. You will not make me say your name. Wait. How's it pronounced again? Which one's correct?
Hey, it's $25 for the kids. You gotta say it.
Valorant.
There
Thank
we go.
you, Valorant Lover, for the... say the line, Bart! Thank you, Valorant Lover, for the $25.
Anyway,
which one is actually correct again? I always forget.
No, you got it right, buddy. Anyways, this is Golly. This level is incredibly broken. Going for almost getting the new skip there. We have something that I recently developed called crow hopping, where you jump up along the collision there. You can get up and higher up and save some time. But as you can see, Milk is going faster than I can even explain things here. He's flipping in and out of bounds, jumping underneath cages, and collecting Matoran. So there he actually collected 2 Matoran that both have a text box that plays after the next time you touch the ground. But because he didn't touch the ground in between grabbing the 2 in one jump, the text boxes basically overlapped and only one played. And that saved a good amount of time here.
Rare one right there.
Yeah,
This
this
is the part where I
gate 2
flounder
skip. This
around
one's
like a
all-
fish. Don't worry, this is intentional. I promise.
Giving me time to explain. Here we're going back out of bounds after collecting that Matoran and skipping the next gate. And moving onwards, this level you have to collect 13 of a total of 15 possible Matoran in order to beat the level. And there are a few different routes you can take to collect them, but this is the fastest that we've worked out. This cage right here, I am determined to find a way to make it fast to be able to grab it from out of bounds. I've got
About
multiple
one
methods that
cageless,
do
yes.
it, but
What about second cageless?
what about second cageless? But yeah, so far it loses about a second. There we have another stored text box Matoran. So Milk's going to be carefully navigating out of bounds here to avoid some ground collision and hit the load trigger, which clears the text box and skips it entirely. And then coming up here we have what we call early no comma. This one is a very complicated trick, but basically it involves positioning yourself in certain areas to load some checkpoints. After he climbs up the wall there, that one's very difficult. He's going to be hitting some checkpoints to set up the end trigger to load before you're really supposed to have it load. And that basically skips having to walk all the way up and around. And
Hey,
saves
we
a
got
good
early no
amount of time
comma.
done. There we go.
Nice.
Lovely. So we actually clipped into the platform on that last jump there. Another shout out to Flup. That's Flup Yump. She found that one. And that one saves a good amount of time. I believe
Did we
that's
even
around
say
2,
what
3
yumping
times.
even is?
Oh, see,
We're
Yump
just
is
saying words.
I'm just babbling. Yump is a technique that I figured out is only possible on the GameCube version, where you can jump up against a slope surface and it shoots you upwards. And I thought it was similar to King DDD's up B, where you go yump. Anyways, here we have the end of the level, the boss fight, just like Tahumata, and it's over.
And it's gone. Yeah, thankfully, Golly's a hard enough level. We need a boss fight on top of it. That's one Golly's little reprieve.
Yeah, you can. There's a technique called a Nuva Blast that you're supposed to use to break those pink cages with Matoran in them, but we didn't actually utilize that since he skipped all of them. But we use it there at the end, and when timed correctly, it kills all of the Borok instantly, because they're all vulnerable right at the start. So that's how that's done there. It's pretty easy to do casually, actually.
Yeah. And here we're gonna do another thing at the club, which is where I avoid women by avoiding the cutscene of talking to Golly. So I gotta make jokes, all right? I gotta entertain the people. I'm fine at the club. I have fun. I hit the yoinky splunky and I look awesome. But yeah, we skip a cutscene that saves about like a minute. Yeah, I'm off the leash now. Andre is just trying to catch me from running down the street. But
what he really means to say there is that Golly has a cutscene there where she talks to Pohatu for a while. But by climbing the rocks on the right side, we're able to skip the cutscene trigger and just completely avoid it. That is the only level where a cutscene does not play immediately after you start the level.
How are we supposed to get out of here? We'll need to
So this level is very fun. This is interesting because Pohatu right here is the toe of, I guess, stone, I think it's called, and he has the Mask of Speed. And so in order to use that, instead they put him in a vehicle underground in a minecart instead of, running fast through the desert, which would have been way cooler.
what is kind of fun there, I didn't get to point it out because I was making dumb jokes, but his base movement speed, while you do have the little runaround segment, is faster than the average Toa, which does come back at the end of the game, because the final level you do also have that speed boost, because you can tell because you stutter step when you stop walking. We didn't stop walking, obviously, because we want to play the game fast, but yeah, there is a tell for when you have that kind of that super speed, even though it's like half a mile an hour faster.
Yeah, it's a very, very small increase. The Takanuva, the final Toa, which is the Toa of Light, sort of the ultimate Toa, has that ability. And the only other Toa that has that is Kopaka, which you wouldn't normally know, because you're not normally supposed to be able to get off of his snowboard. But he does have actually the fastest walking cycle in the game.
Also, don't mind me, I'm gonna go ahead and put my heart back into my chest from my throat, because that frame drop almost sent me to heaven right there. If you caught onto that, I was leaning to get the orb of energy, and yeah, the game decided to get a little funky with me, and almost gave me a small heart attack.
Oh, with my bad connection, I didn't even notice, don't worry. You're good.
Oh, fair. I mean, yeah, I'm doing fine, guys. I'm having a great time.
Oh, yeah,
I'm doing,
perfect.
doing perfect. I'm gonna be quiet
This
now.
game
'cause
has
this
no
trick
issues
sucks.
whatsoever. So coming up here, we have a trick that is a very inventive name called Bohatu Jump. Like Tahu Skip, it's a very, very creative name. Shoutouts to whoever created that. Anyways, so by timing some jumps and some shots at just the right time,
Somebody stop me! Ooh, I
just
love
like
Hitman.
that, you can shoot the axes and jump over them without losing any speed, and that saves a ton of time. Each time you run into one of those axes, you lose between 4 and 8 seconds, depending on how much speed you lose. So that is a massive time save there.
Oh
Very, very
yeah,
cool.
that is one of the harder tricks I would say in the game. I would say Gauntlet's probably the hardest level because it's just a trick gauntlet. Bohatu Jump is still a contender. I'd put it at least in top 3 of just hardest, like, run up and do it, because there's no retrying Bohatu Jump, and once you fail that, you're like, all right, well, how bad am I gonna hemorrhage time in this level now?
Yeah, and when you get hit, depending on your speed, you could be completely off your rhythm, and you could end up hitting more and just losing even more time. So it almost snowballs a little bit.
Oh yeah.
So coming up this next level, you're gonna want to save here.
Yeah, this is where I will actually I will save here.
This level's dangerous. So last year, this level looked completely different than how it looks now. Myself and Flup found some pretty big strats here. I found the main glitch that makes this possible that you'll see right at the start. But this
went
level's
through
going to be
multiple
completely
iterations, and this was also when I was on vacation when this happened. So as I was sitting in a bar, hanging out with some friends, I'm getting messages of "You won't believe what's happening." I'm like, guys, calm down, all right? Can you just leave the game alone for 5 minutes?
No.
I'm having a
Anyways.
drink with the gang. Come on.
So right off the start there on the first door, you can walk backwards into the back side of the door and clip into it, which lets you then climb up the side wall and clip completely out of bounds. This was not known or really possible before. I found this initial glitch, which only works in the GameCube version, so it's another W for the GameCube version. And then Flup and myself routed this. She did most of the work though, and we ended up saving just about exactly a minute over the previous best strats. So we're going to be staying out of bounds, touching back in, still out of bounds, but touching the floor there to be able to hit a load trigger so that the rest of this level loads here. Coming up, this is a very difficult jump. This is called Elbow Jump, named after this room, which is called Elbow Room in the game's code. This one's very tricky. You have to jump off just the right point to get enough height floating out of bounds that when you come up to this part here, you can jump up, warp upwards, and still remain out of bounds and be able to progress forwards. If you don't jump off just the right part, you won't have enough height, so you have to go back and try it again. Now here, this is what I had originally tried to skip when looking for a glitch that I found that ended up skipping the whole level, is the bowl section. That one was very, very annoying to get through. A little bit of RNG, a little bit of some interesting lines, but now we just completely skip it entirely.
Yeah, a lot of the lines, like you saw right there, I took a weird detour to that pillar right there. When we learned navigating this, because we went through multiple iterations of this, because at first it was, okay, we do the second door, then it was the first door and the second door, then it was like 3 doors worth of doing this stuff, but then eventually we gained common sense and actual strategy, and decided we don't want to hurt ourselves intentionally, so the trick is a lot better now. Which is very similar to a trick that we have in the next level, which was for a while, it was, alright, let's just be masochists and hate ourselves and throw runs. But, yeah, hitting load triggers to make sure that areas and chunks load, because the game, it's a little weird to go into because it's a bit in-depth of an explanation, but the game loads in weird ways based on, like, what you saw in Golly with the different flags and... Okay, that right there is 5-frame death jump. I don't even know how I did that, by the grace of Mata Nui himself. He put his hand directly on my firm butt and shoved me onto that platform. That was nice.
That was a really weird angle. That jump at best has a 5-frame input window, and depending on the angle you take it at, it can be less. So it's very, very difficult. And because he stayed out of bounds for the entire level and never actually went fully in bounds, he never set any of his respawn checkpoints to be in bounds. So if he had died there, he would have gone all the way back to the very first room at the start of the level.
You guys ever seen a
that
4-minute
like
time
4
loss? I want to.
No. But yeah, that's incredibly tricky. That final stretch of out of bounds, right going into the boss room, was there previously. 'Cause we did have a method of just shoving ourselves between a rock and a wall and clipping out of bounds easily. For new runners, a good trick there is to pop back in bounds there to set your respawn trigger there, and then clip back out of bounds immediately, and just do the old strat there. Because if you mess up the 5-frame death jump, you can respawn right in that room, so it doesn't lose 4 minutes, but instead 45 seconds. But overall, that was very, very cleanly done.
And we did not. Ooh, here we go.
Now, Milk's going to
Deep
be mashing
Wood!
A.
The run's alive,
Nice.
everybody. Don't worry, I'm only plus 22 seconds.
That is
We're
one
gonna
of
make
the
it back.
hardest
We just
tricks in
gotta
the game.
gamble.
That is one of the hardest tricks in the game. It has a 2-frame input window. There are a total of, I believe, 5, maybe 6 frames right before that cutscene starts where you have control of the character, but you only have 2 frames where you can actually input a jump. And if you hit it, you save a whopping quarter of a second. Not
This
much,
is the
but
trick that kept me from a 36, by the way. If I had hit this in that run that I mentioned earlier, yeah, it would have been a 36. It wouldn't have been pretty, but it would have been mine.
Very small time save.
I have since completely demolished those times, but that story is always funny to look back on, because that was the perfect 37. A frame more, and it would have been different.
Now, this is probably my second favorite level in the game. This is Liwa. Off the start, you saw Milkblade just jumping off the edge, utilizing a death warp. We're going to see a few more of those later on.
Yeah, I told you,
Basically
come back,
at the end of each
Tahuma.
grass section. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, this level is just a little Matoran collection. There are 6 of them we have to shoot. Coming up, we have a relatively recent... I don't know if this was discovered before or after last year's LEGOthon. I believe it might have been after. But by double jumping early off the rope there, you can grab the vine and jump off, and it preserves your momentum from being on the vine, and you can actually launch yourself quite far forward.
And a
And
slightly
that's
better
one of the
naming
more
scheme
fun
for this
jumps in
one
the
we
game.
call Gamer Jump, and if you get it perfect like that, I like to call it Grandmaster rank Gamer Jump, you know. We're high rank gamers here, you know, as I...
High rank gamers.
High rank gaming. I'm really glad here
I'm
that
taking another death
sometimes
warp.
the hammer spawns in weird and decides to whack me on like an off cycle. I think it's once every blood moon or so when that happens, and it causes me to see red for the next hour and a half. So I'm really glad that didn't happen right there. I forgot that would be possible.
That log, I've only seen that happen to you twice.
And once
and
it killed a
that were
run.
the only 2 times I've ever seen that happen, ever. Like, it's supposed to reset when you die, and it just didn't. I don't understand it.
Oh yeah, the first time it happened, it kept looping me, and I couldn't get past it. I actually died multiple times to the hammer because it kept swinging
Yeah, the
at
cycle
me.
was off.
He just kept swinging his arms in circles, and I kept walking into it and getting hit. Oh, and now
So
we can
now
fly.
we actually have... Oh, yeah. Now we actually have Liwa's mask ability able to be used, which is Flight. So this part is about skipping just as much as possible and extending the flight as much as you can. Off the start there, you saw him sort of drop down and hit the jump leaf to gain some more height, and that actually skips a text box, which is why we go for that when it's not the straightest line forward. But text boxes are quite slow. Now coming up, I believe there will be a $25 donation coming in if you go for a certain jump. No pressure. No pressure.
Hey, you know what? I'm a natural born gambler. What can I say?
For the kids. For the kids.
For the kids.
So coming up here, we have Footloose
Twist my arm
Jump.
a little more, why
Shoutouts to Bionicle Heroes runner Footloose, first person to ever get a time under 3 hours in the game. And if you jump off that leaf at just the right time, you can make it all the way over.
Okay.
That is.
I'm a gambler, baby. I'm a
such
gambler.
hard trick.
Woo! For the kids, by the way.
That is
for
so
the
difficult.
kids.
For the kids. For the kids.
Don't let the kids gamble.
That
That's a bad habit.
Yeah. That trick Footloose found accidentally just playing the game through casually, and we thought it was just not possible.
Footloose
Footloose
found one
was
of the
like, yeah,
hardest
no, I
jumps
just-
in the game after getting looped by Gadlock's boss fight in Kopaka. Gibby! By the way, that's the trick right there, is you jump down here and skip a bunch of time. And I like to yell, Gibby! If you've seen iCarly, then you know that joke where they say, where's Gibby? And he screams his name as he falls from the ceiling and cracks 3 of his ribs.
That one is awesome. When I learned this game, I hadn't like played through the game casually before, or not fully at least. I was just following a speedrun, and I thought that was just the intended way to go through the level. So when I finally sat down to do a 100% run, I was like, oh my god, there's more to the level here. What the heck? Where did this come from? And then earlier we saw a small little section where Milkblade paused when on a vine. You could see him gain a bunch of extra height. This level and pausing are not friends. The vines can sort of recoil after you pause, and it can also cause the music to break if you do it enough. Either the music completely stops or it just loops the same measure over and over again.
Sometimes not even a measure, sometimes just the same stupid, like, dotted quarter note. We're just like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a great. It's like a demented Peter Griffin laugh in your ear the entire time, and it's horrible.
And then right here we have Freebird. This is one of my favorite tricks. Basically, by flying parallel to the edge of the platform at just the right spacing, you can hit the load trigger or the final area, which is slightly bigger than the text box trigger there. So by taking that line, you can hit the load trigger and skip the text box and make your way to the final room here. Right about where Milkblade is now, if you don't hit the load trigger and you go too wide around it, this section will not load. It just won't render. And it sets your respawn checkpoint right at the end of the water there. So if you miss the trigger there, you're actually just soft locked.
Your run is over. You soft lock the game.
File. Yeah, you have to start a new file to be able to actually progress the game because you just can't basically go forward.
Speaking of gambling, man,
definitely the same every time.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Boss fight's totally the same every time, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I mean,
you never lose time to bad RNG there, right? And neither do I. Yeah, certainly not.
Of course. That's actually a very good Lewa right there.
That was very clean Lewa, yeah.
And I think should we during this cutscene should we go over the vision I had, a classic. There's no real big tricks in this level here. There's another adrenaline level similar to Kopaka and Pohatu. But there's no Pohatu jump really in this one. There's a little bit here and there, just more optimized movement for what the speeds for like this time save is in here. But one day last year, I was sent a vision by Maranui, which totally wasn't me sleeping off like 5 beers on a Friday night. And I had a dream that there was an area in Tahu Nuva where you could clip through the wall and fall down the entire level and just land at the end and save a bunch of time. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna try it. Why not? I'll try it on stream. I will see what happens. It does exist. There is a way to clip through the level and just fall down. However, it does not save time and in fact loses you 40 seconds because the camera doesn't agree with you in that statement. And, woo!
Yeah.
Scared me right there.
Ooh, hey man.
But
U-turn.
Yeah, it's right over
your turning
there.
Signal, man. Come on. Takoro drivers are the worst.
Yeah, sadly, the vision tech does not
that trick
work.
is... Yeah, it doesn't work. We did lab it out for a while, and it's incredibly impressive that there not only is an out-of-bounds trick, but if you go out of bounds and immediately go neutral on the control stick, your character can actually float. Whereas if you hold too far forward or turn too far to left or right, you'll just fall and gravity remembers it's a thing. But you can actually float out of bounds and go far enough to fall down and land in the later part of the level. But you miss a ton of checkpoints, and yeah, the camera's facing the wrong way, and so you just end up respawning close to where you clipped out of bounds. So yeah, it loses about 40 seconds, but it is still really cool that something like that is technically not really possible, but you know, it is doable to at least clip out of bounds there.
So some people like to research technical things or try out movement stuff. I just get visions, and then we have new tricks from that.
You just go on a bender and get a
vision from just go on a bender.
The Great Spirit.
I just down a bottle of Black Label and like, hey, I'll come up with a new BTG trick this week. Why not? Can I get the no warp? Sadly, if you,
no warp.
I believe you can probably explain a little better. But if you bonk your head at the kind of the ceiling of the level right there, when you land, you go forward by about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds worth of actual like surfing time, and it's very weird to get. For me, it's inconsistent. I don't know if you found a consistent way for it. I've always just kind of done my best, and if I get it, I get it. But it's not an imperative.
It's mostly on
save,
feel and vibes there.
Oh, yeah.
It's about 1, maybe 2 seconds. But basically, as you're falling down, there are invisible walls on the side, and if you hit the invisible wall, sort of in the last half to last third of your way falling down, then it'll push you forward. But that methodology doesn't always, it's not really consistent. But that's basically the closest explanation that we sort of have for it.
Yeah. And
But
here
effectively, it's random.
we're going into the final level. This is Makuta's Casino, where we
Oh,
bank on
yeah.
the Rahi actually
This is
agree
where
with
you can
being
either
enemies.
gain or lose it all on the table.
Oh yeah, this is this is where runs are made or broken, is by Makuta's Casino. Usually it's the bees. The starting Rahi aren't too terrible. We're gonna see what Kermit has to say over here. The two Kermits that I gotta deal with, the frogs.
Yeah, not only is this a big circle with black and red, but it's just
Ooh, actually
you can either gain or lose time to whatever the house rules say. So.
Oh yeah, and there is. I will explain it. Hopefully, I don't have to do it because it's a bit of a Hail Mary trick to pull off in an emergency. But there is a one trick you can do in this level in an emergency. We call it canned laughter, where if you get hit, Makuta does like a big villain laugh because he's a jerk.
Oh my goodness.
And I just got 2 instant bees right there. But he'll do a big
so-
villain laugh, and if you. But the thing is, if you get hit and you go up to him before he does the laugh, he will swipe at you with his claw, or it's not his claw, his big staff there. And if you kill all the enemies, while he another instant bee there, wow. If you kill all the enemies before he ends up doing the laugh, he will teleport and then do the laugh. So you can can the laughter.
Okay, no. Okay, just 3. Okay. So you heard him talking about instant bees and me freaking out over that. Basically, those wasp-like enemies, they have 2 forms, where one is the big singular form, and then they split into 2 smaller ones. Basically, when they split, they have this long invincible animation that's about 3 to 5 seconds long. But if you manage to shoot them when they're shooting at you, they just immediately split and skip that invincible animation. So that is a huge time save there. It's very difficult to try and like go for and manipulate. It's mostly luck if you get it, but it's very, very impressive to get that there.
And this is usually the part where I start blasting Bury the Light, because this is the final segment of the game right here, the last phase of Makuta. Well, kind of. We gotta take care of the stones first.
Yeah, this part's pretty scripted. There's no way to really gain a whole lot of time here. Off the start, he does go for the leftmost rock, or sort of flat stone, because that one finishes rotating first when they all flip over at the start.
And then for this section, it doesn't really matter because yeah, we do a little stanky leg and make sure we got our proper positioning on there. But only at the beginning of this level does it have the difference in the stone timing, because once you go through the first time, they just they're all set to the same cycle with it. And then here we're gonna see Makuta could be kind, he could be mean. But let's see what he does here. You want to hit that second.
So he shot 2 there, depending on when the last rock flipped over, and so by shielding the second volley, sort of a well-spaced distance, made him start these next volleys where you can actually damage him a little bit quicker. And time is coming up very soon once he gets the last hit on Makuta
There's
here.
one more hit after this, but we got a really good cycle here. If you get a bad one, he can actually wait there for like a good 10 seconds before he even begins to shoot at you. So you want to get the proper stuff there. And here we go with a nice solid time with a 37:45, which is actually a very solid. That was a solid Takanu. We actually saved time in Takanu with that one because of the bees. So that
Very
is
solid run, yes.
very solid.
Crazy. That's
20
awesome.
seconds off my current world record, by the way. So that was a consistent and very solid run. So that was a blast. Ooh,
that beat my PB by a few seconds. From
we got a rarity. We got the
ago,
sewage.
so.
You never see that. That's a rare one right there.
Sewage.
You got the sewage up there.
I never see that.
Look at that. And then we get
That
the
is
wonderful
awesome.
voice
Great
acting
run.
of the final cutscene.
Let's take a closer look at your shadows.
Okay, closer look at
Me
what
when
I don't even remember what it
me
says.
when I get the
I don't PB enough to
$25
get to watch it.
donation of that game name. No.
Which one?
I already said
Which
it once. For the
sorry, can you
kids.
remind us which game?
I said it once
But
for
you
the
totally
kids,
know
so
how
I
to
don't need
pronounce
say
it.
it again.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you again, Valorant lover. There you go. Or Valorant, whatever the heck is pronounced.
No, you got it right the first time, totally.
I don't think I
Anyways,
believe you.
Thank you so much for having us on. I just want to take a quick moment to give a shout out to Dustiel, longtime leaderboard admin and former record holder for this game. Sadly passed away recently. So we just wanted to dedicate this run and shout it to him. He was an absolute pillar of the community for so many years, and yeah, he'll be sorely missed.
Absolutely. Very, very, very happy and honored to be able to dedicate this run to him. And yeah, thank you guys so much for having us for LEGOthon, and hope you guys enjoyed the run. There were some pretty big moments in there. It was a lot of fun. It was very nice to be back. You know, love LEGOthon, love the community, and I have not been able to see the chat, so I'm guessing I've been clowned on for the last 37 minutes. But you know, that's how it is.
Maybe 36.
Yeah, thank you so much for that run. That was fun to watch. I appreciate you doing that one for us. With that, we will be on to our next run right after this, which is Lego Star Wars, the video game, Any Percent Console Co-op by Mistake and Heisenberger. Fantastic. So don't go anywhere. We'll be on to that right after the break, and this will actually be the end of my hosting shift. Laser Trap will be taking over right after this. So thanks everyone for tuning in, and please stick around for the next run.
It's going to be a run for Lego Star Wars, the video game. I'm Steak, and I have my brother here, Heisenberger. Hello. And we are having commentary from Zulus and Cluesto.
Hello.
And if you guys want to say
Hi.
something?
I'll start. I'm Coolesто. I've been playing this game since about 2018.
Zolas, I'm on page 1 of the Lego speedrunning history books.
Both dinosaurs of Lego Star Wars, the video game. And we just started playing like a year ago. And I think we are ready to start the run. Time starts when we click on new game and stops when we press the last input on the last level. Okay. We're good to start?
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. So 3, 2, 1, and let's go. I'll leave the commentary to you guys.
All right, so Mistake's going to be running the any percent category. So for the any percent category, we have to complete episodes 1, 2, and 3. Episode 1 is the only one that's open at first, so we have to play level 1, and that is negotiations.
We gotta watch cutscenes.
Yes, unfortunately, this game is from before TT had the marvelous idea of no cuts. So we will unfortunately need to watch cutscenes in the intro and outro of every level in this run.
right at the first
They're
level,
fun
we
though.
got a few hard tricks like droid push. Droid push is kind of tricky sometimes.
Right. Yes. So in this first room, at the end of this first hallway, we're going to encounter TC-14, the protocol droid. And normally, on the first time you play on a new save file, when you swap to TC-14, it's going to play a little bit of a cinematic, kind of showing you that you can activate droid panels with droids. But in order to skip that, we can push TC directly to the panel and activate it very quickly before the cinematic starts. And so you're going to see Mistake do that here. Oh,
Sometimes,
So
unfortunately.
fortunate.
for a
You
little
can
bit,
also sometimes use the panel during that cinematic, but ideally you just want to completely skip it.
And then in this next room, we're going to be doing a transition skip. This is one of the main tricks of the run. By pushing an AI character through a load transition to go back a room, in a lot of these levels, there's no collision behind those load zones to keep you from going out of bounds. And then we can just walk directly to the end level trigger from here.
Out of bounds is really interesting and convenient in this game. Well, really all Lego games. So, all early Lego games. Whereas if you keep moving, you'll maintain your height, and you can just kind of do whatever you want.
Right. And if you noticed, the character was upside down while they were under the floor. There was an upside down version of them above the floor. That's just a fun little quirk of a little programming hack that TT used for the reflections in this game. The reflections are literally just rendering another instance of the game reflected across the floor. And so when you're under the floor, you get reflected back over the floor.
What happened there? Why did we leave episode 1?
I'm not
Yes.
going for
So
Naboo.
So the optimal route for any percent is for Maul to be the last played level, and that is because Maul has the longest outro cutscene. And since timing ends when you complete the level, when you stop giving inputs, we don't have to time that very long cutscene if we play it last. I think
Still
Zulus.
promise I'm not trolling. Yeah, I was gonna say I still promise I'm not trolling anyone. That's real.
I was gonna say Zulus is the one that enlightened the community on this so many years ago.
While we're in Coruscant, do you have time for a couple of quick donations?
Absolutely, great time.
Well, thank you very much. We have had $25 from Bionicle Speedruns, and they say heroes on top. And we've also had $1 from Carter Tabin, or Tabin, I apologize for the mispronunciations. And they say $1 to kill the goons, which is unfortunately closed, so maybe we can get that reallocated. They also say good luck runners, and we are now $3 away from 1,000 raised this Legothon.
Ooh, very close to that milestone. I hope we hit it soon. Coruscant, unfortunately, is a very boring level. It's mostly an auto scroller. There are some
There are
strats to speed up, but not by a whole lot. So by running the ships into each other and also by hugging the sides of the camera that the camera is moving towards, you can save in total around 13 to 14 seconds in this level versus a casual playthrough. Unfortunately, there's no super cool sequence breaks or out of bounds or anything. At least not yet.
not yet. Not without mods.
The next level is going to have a couple of important tech that you're going to see throughout the run, so I'll kind of explain ahead a little bit. One of those is going to be drop-in warps, which are seen in a lot of LEGO games. Basically, while an AI character is off screen, there are sometimes times where you can drop them in and it'll warp you ahead in the level or possibly to somewhere you shouldn't be. Although this game in particular does have a tendency not to let you go places you shouldn't be, as some later games would let you. The
Just
other
one
main
there.
tech. Oh,
I was gonna say they're mostly pretty tame in this, where they just allow characters to catch up to you faster than they should.
right. The other main tech is wrong warping. So this game works kind of similarly to Super Mario Bros. 1, if you're familiar with wrong warps in that game. Basically, a lot of the doors in this game don't have hard-coded destinations, and rather they're going to take you to whatever room is loaded in memory at that time. Now, this is kind of it's called level streaming. It's a bit of a hack to reduce load times on console, especially on some slower consoles loading from disk. Um, but so that's going to allow us to, by manipulating our position, to hit a door that should take us back a room, but actually skips us ahead. And you'll see a couple of those in this next level as well as throughout the run.
I like that we actually know how they work now, and we can label them as wrong warps.
This is my "I told you I'm not crazy" moment, because not when Wrongword were first found, because there was a single player setup that was found before I joined. But when we found the next two wrong warps that are in this level, they're called two-player warps found by Blue Pinata. It was just my hunch that that was about how it worked, but I couldn't prove it. I wasn't able to prove it for about a year until we got the debug menu, which allows us to see when rooms are being loaded.
We're gonna see going out of bounds again, just to skip some just general stuff that the game wants you to do, but just walking past it is so much faster.
Yep. Just avoiding some enemies, avoiding some platforming, avoiding having to force things. It's really a lot of A to B in this game. This is the first wrong warp that you'll see.
Yeah,
That one's a
blink and
really
you'll miss
funny
it.
one. For whatever reason, as soon as you're out of bounds in that room, it immediately loads the next room. So it's a very easy one to pull off.
Especially knowing the original method of that, it's like that's assuming it works exactly the same way. It just shows that the area to load the next room is very lenient.
Right, yes. Because the original setup for that would have been for you to do it with one player. You would go out of bounds and then hit it from behind without using player two at all. It's kind of surprising that that would work. In this elevator, you're going to see the first drop-in warp. Very
All
fast. And
the
that elevator
yeah,
is deceptively long. The drop-in warp makes it look much shorter than it really is, but you're skipping quite a while of walking down that elevator.
fortunate R2 drop in.
And then here again, we have another drop-in warp. That is the second so-called two-player warp.
The R2
Unfortunately, these are
troll
the only
this
two
guy.
that are so simple.
Yeah, okay, can go on. I just made a little commentary.
We're going to see some good 1P2C in this room.
No, we're not. We're gonna see
Well, I
co-op.
suppose it's not 1P2C, it's 2P2C. My mistake.
Yeah,
Mistake
this
mentioned.
is this is the correct way to play the game. If you're not playing this game with your brother, you're playing it wrong.
Yes, co-op is very epic. 1P2C is just a sad way for us to cope with the fact that we can't find someone to co-op with.
1P2C is just like hugging yourself alone in your room.
All right, and that is
Okay.
Chancellor, one of the densest, most trick-heavy levels in this.
Then we
Well,
have
maybe
Grievous.
certainly we skip a lot. And then yes, here we go into Grievous. Grievous is now the shortest split in the entire run, due to
Do
the
not
skip found
understand how
here.
this works at all, so please explain.
So I think my understanding is it's basically just a spacing thing. You're shooting Grievous at a time where his block animation is going to stop before the bolt hits him. But then the other half of that is the game only checks to see if the fight what's the word? The fight state, or like the Lord, I can't find it. Sorry. It only sees if it should advance to the next stage of the fight while you're standing on the big center platform. So by jumping back and forth, we're able to damage Grievous without it advancing the fight script. So he never jumps around. We never have to blow up any bombs. We just get to shoot him.
Unfortunately, Grievous does not work like any other boss in this game. If there were a way to get him near the bombs without advancing his fight script, you would be able to quick kill him like other bosses. Because after you hit him once, the game just turns invincibility on for him. The bombs don't damage him. Just once the flags are triggered that says the bombs are gone, he just instantly takes a heart of damage.
Oh, that's interesting. I guess that makes sense, right? Because you can detonate the bombs early and he still takes damage from them being gone.
That was the first thing we ever learned from looking at the game files.
So here, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be seeing KDYF. We are seeing a very cool little, yes, using Chewbacca to make that forcing go a little faster. Very cool strat. So unfortunately,
we cutscene.
We do have to watch Order 66. We can't rescue the Jedi.
Yeah, he didn't hold down the Z button. Yeah. So typically there is a skip for this whole section, but it's honestly in a co-op run, it just feels dirty to do that because it's just such a long section of one controller.
That's true. It's also extremely difficult. I'm not even sure. Besides me, Elle, and Seed, are there other people that have done KDYF and runs? I'm not sure. I think it might just be us.
On PC, there are many runners that actually pulled off KDYF.
Oh, I'm a fraud then. My bad. I don't run PC, so
Like
I'm
almost
unfamiliar.
the whole top 10, I think.
Oh, wow. That's surprising. Back in the day, especially, it had a very like a reputation for being very difficult.
There's a few sections here where you kind of just abuse dropouts to move the camera a little faster and not have to wait for other players. Otherwise, you just free the 3 Wookiees and move on to the beach.
There is a very silly Yoda fly in this beach room, but it doesn't save time, or if it does save time, it's like a second, and
I
it's
think it
very
was timed
difficult for no
out, too.
reason.
You should start using it in runs. Forget KDYF, KTYF. Yeah, and then this room exists. Go from point A to point B.
So this out of bounds is unfortunately quite tricky. There's a couple of triggers there at the beginning. Yoda is constantly in this game. Yoda moves by hopping everywhere. So when you try to out of bounds move with him, he really wants to just jump out of the ground. So for that reason, mistake slashing in order to keep him from coming back up.
It's also tricky because there's a lot of empty, kind of like empty pockets of out of bounds where it's not treated as traditional out of bounds, so you can't jump in it. You just start falling.
Right.
So you have to maneuver those correctly.
That's especially an issue right under the gate, because the gap that you have to move through is also very narrow. So if you miss that gap while you're in that space where there's no collision, you just fall and you have to restart the room.
You just force the lanterns and slash them. Can't shoot them all quickly because no Chewie. I get. Would there be a way to carry both characters out of bounds, or would that be ridiculously
You
complicated?
could. It could be a co-op strat. The problem would just be that Yoda is so much faster than Chewbacca, so you would have to like move in circles to allow him to keep up.
Leave stuff to its floor.
I definitely wouldn't try to 1P2 see it, but maybe
No.
it could be a co-op strat.
Maybe. More likely just a task strat.
Definitely.
Yeah. All right. Ruin of the Jedi.
We do get to control Yoda again in this level. Yoda has a lot of things going for him, especially in the 80% run. He's very fast, so we're going to use him every time that we can. Unfortunately, this is about the last level. Um, Technically, you would play him in Dooku, but we're going to be skipping that.
Here we can make use of Yoda flying to skip this little gap to just avoid forcing some stairs or doing a jump. It's just slightly more direct movement.
Yoda flying can be used over great distances and lengths, although the timing required to not lose height over distance is quite tight. But there are some crazy things that can be done with it.
And here we just skip all the levers, all the clones, and just go underground.
Yeah, I always forget about that room in commentary because it's just been so long since I played it normally, but that does skip quite a bit of content. There's 3 separate kind of platforming sections that are, especially if you're controlling Yoda, kind of a pain to do.
Doing it just feels so normal that the first couple times people tried to do glitchless runs, they absentmindedly did this.
Yes.
Okay, this is a very interesting level for co-op. It's pretty much different than the solo one, so it's a really cool level. It's really fun. Got many co-op strats that you don't usually see on solo N%. So keep an eye.
Yeah, you start off with a drop-in warp here, and then I don't know if it's just co-op or what they choose
Oh
to do.
yeah.
They
Okay, yeah. So player 2 hits
instantly
the
reload the
transition to
room.
load the room, and then 1P2C to open the door. Nice.
Yeah, yeah. In solo, you would
Not
use the
1P2C.
pillar to
My bad.
clip. You.
Solo brain rot. My bad. Maybe by the end of this run, I'll start saying co-op.
Yeah. One of the handful of rooms that are still done just normally till this day.
Technically, it's a little bit better than normally.
Yeah.
Kind of skipping one of the gas fixtures, but
Didn't jump on the invisible collision. Invalid run.
all right. And we're going to see a full co-op run of this room, likely for safety. The tower in this room has an interesting property that will sometimes cause you to soft lock your run. You'd have to restart the level, basically due to an error in double jump calculations. If you double jump while sliding up a slope like that tower, sometimes your character will just disappear, and there's no
Affectionately
coming back
called
from that.
going to hell.
All right, and this is the end of episode 3, the first completed episode. Mistake is going to save and then reset the console here, and that's to skip an episode end cutscene that will play at the end of each episode. GameCube especially, the reset sequence is pretty short, so it is fast for all of the episode end cutscenes.
PS2 reset sequence. Monka S.
Even PS2 can reset on episode 3. It's just not episode
Yeah.
2.
Well, it's like PS2's reset is just so long though. It's like
But it's
even
iconic.
even Xbox's reset is faster, and you have to fully turn off the Xbox to do that. All right, on to episode 2. We're gonna go. We kind of just go backwards in this.
Right. And the reason that episode 3 is first, so we explained earlier that we want to do episode 1 last because of the mall outro cutscene. But the reason that episode 3 is done first is because the first time you return to the diner, you happen to spawn close to the episode 3 door. So it just saves a couple of seconds to do it in that order.
Is this technically a drop in warp too?
This is a
Yes, it
drop in
is.
warp, and this is actually the one drop in warp where it really takes you somewhere you shouldn't be able to go. Practically every other drop in warp is somewhere that you can walk to, but that one in particular will take you across that gap with no bridge.
Also, an interesting note for 3 before 2, this is old and outdated, but part of why we used to do it was because we would have Yoda at the end of episode 2, so we would use Yoda for faster diner movement.
Oh, big brain.
Yeah. Otherwise, I think it's only like a second or two that it still
Yeah, it's very
saves.
slight.
Yeah, before it was like 3.5, 4 seconds or something. Yeah, we'll go out
Got a
of
big
bounds
out of
again.
bounds skip here. We're going to do another big out of bounds here. Camino is quite out of bounds heavy.
Yeah, cutscenes, we don't need them.
Yes, so actually, these 2 out of bounds each skip a cutscene, so they do save quite a bit of time to that, in addition to not having to open doors and such.
Lone cutscene skip was the caveat that originally brought me back to this game. I don't even know why. It's not even a major thing, but yeah.
Yeah, the clones cutscene is only about 12 seconds, I think.
I just hated it. Anyway,
Less
they jumped
cutscenes, more
around those
better.
bombs, so you could they could continue moving forward without dying. Because those bombs like have deceptively small hitboxes. Like you can actually just hold full right there and get the first 2.
Yeah, I think in a casual playthrough, I didn't even leave the bridge, and I managed to survive. I was very surprised by that.
Yeah.
Here we'll see another out of bounds. This is known as Camino clip.
This is the
Basically,
oldest out of
we're gonna
bounds.
the respawn point gets set inside of the pile of bricks when they stand there, and then the bricks push them up off of it. When the droids kill them, they respawn standing where they had stood inside of the bricks, which lets them walk through the wall. And yeah, as Zola said, that was the first one found. Unfortunately, no quick kill for this boss fight either. Just being good at the intended strats. And after this boss fight, unfortunately, we move into the longest cinematic break in the game. Not only is the outro cutscene for Camino quite long, but the intro cutscene for Droid Factory, which is right after, is the longest in the game, clocking in at something like 1 minute and 20 seconds, I think.
Usually known as the bathroom break or speedrun.
Yes, this is a great time for a bathroom break, a water break.
Yeah.
Remember to hydrate.
Yeah, two of the longest cutscenes back to back, but unfortunately they have menuing between them, so you can't use both of them.
That is the one downside. Well, if you had a wave bird,
Hey, guess who has a wave bird? Guess who has two wave birds?
that might be the strat. Maybe I need a wave bird.
Hey, the
While
funny
we're
number
in this
changed.
break, can I say a couple of words?
Absolutely.
So I'm just refreshing to make sure. Ah, there it is.
Yeah, the funny number went
So
up.
we have hit $1,000 for LEGOthon 2025. Zulus, you were plotting something, weren't you? We have $3 from Zulus, and we have $2 from Anonymous,
Oh,
and Anonymous says bruh with a smiley face. And we are also only $21 away from raising $9,000 for Extra Life across all LEGOthon events.
Tight.
That is very exciting. So back to you guys.
shout out Zolas for the sneaky donation. Beat me to it.
Nice. Oh boy, doing this part co-op means that you don't have to slow down a tiny
Optimal.
bit. Mistime jump slash, unfortunate. So here you just keep jumping so you don't get caught by the movement of the platforms, and you can also get a light boost off of the Droideka there by landing on the edge of its shield.
The end of this room is a very fun wall that we call Derp Wall. And that's
Love
because you
Derp
can
Wall.
just go right through it.
We will never call it anything else.
My theory is that the door was probably under there before, and then they raised it when they added the fan and forgot to change the collision.
Yeah.
Here we'll see another cool little co-op strat, bringing Anakin all the way to the panel with R2. This is going to save just a little bit of time, as Anakin will be able to hit the door at the end of the room just that much sooner
Haven't
than you
seen
would
this in 10 years.
walking around with R2. This is certainly not something that I would try to do 1P2C.
Oh, and you don't
Definitely.
even have to bother flying over it, too.
Yep.
Force the next platform early, force the next platform early. Good. So you can force that second platform before the first one stops moving. But no one does it.
If only you could move the camera just a little bit to do it even earlier.
Yeah. I think the weird movement of the camera makes it not actually even any faster, but it's probably about the same. So there was a little jump shot to shoot a platform, or not a platform, but shoot something early so you can force this to create a platform.
Unfortunately, they didn't hit it this time, but it is possible sometimes to force that bridge during the cutscene by mashing the force button. It is quite difficult though, especially with that camera. There's an alternate camera that makes it a little bit easier. Unfortunately, we really don't use cutscene forcing anywhere in the run anymore. Now that Grievous is the way that it is, that used to be a hotspot for it. This trick is known as bomb skip because we're skipping using a bomb to blow up the little door that's blocking our way. It's quite a
Bomb skip.
difficult platforming jump. Mistake hits it
Kind
first
of
try like a pro.
stand outside of the wall out of bounds and force everything from there.
Yeah. And the jump is really precise because you're standing inside the wall and you can't pop out or else you're in bounds. And if you go too far the other way, you fall and you have to walk back and reset. Very little
Yeah, the
slim
hardest part
opportunity.
of the jump is if you are too far left, you fall too right and you pop back in bounds. So it's a pretty tight space where you go and
Yes.
you stay out of bounds and you can force the cuffs.
Jedi Battle is an interesting level. Awful in its own ways.
Thankfully, we do have a very special practice tool that does aim to make Jedi Battle a little bit less awful. But
Really? Tell me more. Yeah, but you'll see co-op fighting here. Some solo runners will just do 1P 2C for this, but doing it co-op is a little cleaner than that, which just increases the speed of these little fights.
yeah, so the first half of this level is nice and consistent. But as soon as this last group of droids is eradicated, we're going to move into phase 2 of this level, which we have been calling hide and seek for a very long time, where droids will spawn somewhat randomly around the arena, and we have to hunt them down and kill them before we can progress. I say somewhat randomly because the fact that we reset right before episode 2 means that it's fairly consistent as to which spawn patterns you'll get here. Most of the time, there's only about 3 that you'll really hit. We seem to be on a good one because that first guy was there.
That's the cycle you want. But then, even with the cycles, there is a slight bit of RNG in their movements, and just sometimes something will be standing in front of them, and you'll
This
think
is
it's not
true.
there. It's
Oh,
like
especially the fire that you can see on the left right here. If a droid is standing behind that, it's
it's
you're gonna
over.
have a hard time finding them.
It's like should be consistent, but it's very psychologically inconsistent. You can easily trick yourself that you're on a bad cycle. And everyone knows about Django Quick Kill. We don't have to say anything about it.
Yes, thankfully this boss fight does have a quick kill, very convenient bomb here that we can
This
just
was used
walk
in
Django
2013.
directly into.
Over 12 years old, that quick kill.
A beautiful little oversight that the bombs also apply to enemies, not just us.
Especially the bosses. You can also it's obviously super inconsistent, but you can have those bombs also blow up the guys in hide and seek.
That is true. Some of them do spawn pretty close to some bombs.
Yeah.
Here we're going through another beautiful auto scroller. Thankfully, this auto scroller is only for half a level, and then there's a mashing skill check at the end.
26 or Riot.
I guess to be fair, we're not. It's not completely an auto scroller. There is a trick to save time in this. I'm not sure if Mistake does it or not. It only saves a couple of seconds, and it's very annoying if you miss it. But yes, they are going for it. So right there, we take an intentional death, and we didn't. We respawned not at the beginning of the level, but instead at the halfway checkpoint, which is about 3 seconds ahead of where Mistake went off the cliff. So a small little time save. Not everybody goes for it because if you miss it, you're losing like 40 seconds, and it's very silly.
That much.
I don't know. It's definitely like 20 to 30. I don't know if it's as far as 40.
Like I want to say probably like 25 seconds, but we also know my estimates are not great.
I think it's like 35 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll see another nice little co-op strat where we have both gunships shooting at once. Make shooting these lasers a little bit faster.
You could potentially end up doing this without slowing down at all.
Gunship is probably 50% responsible for the state of my hands.
25 is
It's a
respectable.
terrible level.
Yeah, especially when you deliberately try to go for 27 all the time.
Yeah, especially on one controller.
Yeah.
Gunship is a very mash heavy level. It's just how fast can you mash?
You just need to plug in a keyboard for it. That's the only time a keyboard is good.
All right, so this will be the last level of episode 2. Unfortunately, episode 2 didn't get quite the same amount of love as episode 1 and 3, so only 5 levels in this one. And also, unfortunately, this level is home to a very silly trick. Nice little flush there, though, on the Genosians. All 5 with red guns. That's a 50% chance for each.
Awesome. And you can force those levers early on GameCube.
Yes, GameCube exclusive.
Weird
Shout out
camera there.
GameCube.
Yeah. And also this next trick that's coming up. It's can be done on everything, but only 2 versions have to do it. But this is the only one you will ever actually see being run that does it.
Yeah, so thankfully, we got very lucky there. We didn't have to wait very long. So
That was a fast barrel.
that trick is very RNG because you have to wait for Dooku to throw a barrel in order to get out of bounds. And he regularly will go on a 15 streak and not throw a barrel. It can kill your run very easily. That was very, very good though.
So hitting that load zone, I guess it works like technically like a wrong warp, I guess, because the game
Yeah,
says next scene to load is the ending cutscene. So you hit the transition, which typically you're not meant to reach.
it is interesting that there is a transition there that I guess at one point maybe would have been intended to be able to go back and they changed their mind.
You also technically quick kill him by going super far out of bounds, and then he jumps at you and hits the
Yeah.
death plane.
Yeah, if he jumps
Yeah.
at you while you're out of bounds, and it's timed correctly, he will instantly die.
Yeah.
We've done a lot of looking trying to find a way to get him to jump out of bounds quickly, but everything we found still requires the use of the barrel to get out of bounds, which kind of defeats the point of trying to avoid the barrel RNG.
All right, back to episode 1. We had to let the invasion cook for a little bit.
Everybody's favorite character will be debuted in this level, Jar Jar. And
Unfortunately, we cannot skip him in this game.
also, unfortunately, he will be present in just about all of the cutscenes for the rest of this game, but this is the only level that will see him in story.
Yeah.
It's kind of sad. I guess the TT developers hated Jar Jar too.
Imagine if they gave us Jar Jar for Theed. A lot of cool strats you could do. I don't know about a lot, but there would be some.
Jar Jar is a high jump character, and he also moves slightly faster than the Jedi. Fun little combination of traits. It makes him quite
Both
useful for
his-
this level.
I think both his walking speed and jumping speed are faster than theirs. And I think he's one of the few characters in this game because TCS TCS on Wii classically has different moving speeds for Jedi while running and while jumping. In this, most characters move at the same speed whether walking or jumping, except for Jar Jar is slightly faster while jumping.
That's interesting. I did not know that.
It's like barely any faster. Like I think the in the game files, like the speed thing actually just it literally goes into decimals, even though none of the other characters' speed values show decimals.
We kind of yapped over it, but in the previous room, there were a lot of Jar Jar parkour, kind of where the devs kind of underestimated just how far Jar Jar can really jump. There's a lot of things that are right on the edge of possible that let us do cool things.
There's a reason why he does not jump as high in Complete Saga.
Oh, did they nerf him in TCS?
Yeah.
He was too goated. They nerfed Yoda too.
Mm-hmm. They nerfed
Yoda's never been the
everyone.
same.
Actually, they nerfed Yoda in story, but buffed him in free play.
I just wish he
All
hopped
right.
around, you know?
Yeah. Oh, I was about to say on to pod race. I'm getting ahead of myself.
One more before that. We have to escape the Naboo Palace.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure. Does Mistake go for Pixel Jump in this first round?
I do not go for pixel jump.
Yeah,
It's
that
not,
is
not
perfectly
worth.
understandable.
Not
I
worth.
don't go for it. It's very silly.
Yeah, it is pretty silly.
I love pixel jump.
There's a gate over on the right of this little catwalk that we'll see in the back of this first room that if you stand just perfectly under it, you can jump up it. But it's a very, very narrow little bit of collision.
I think there might actually be a way to make it easier. So that gate on the left, if you shoot the one next to it, that'll also go right next to it, and it will be like a larger area that you can hit.
Oh,
I think setting up that shot
big
would just
brain.
make it not even worth it. And then
Yeah, that's true.
here's a second derp wall, I guess.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure what happened with that is they just extruded the wall on the corners and they forgot to add collision to the little missing segment that they had extruded out.
Took forever for people that notice that too.
Yeah, that was only found a few years ago. I want to say like 2022-ish, maybe,
Yeah,
maybe
that's brand new.
23.
Like yesterday.
Especially, well, from our perspective, yeah.
If it wasn't found in 2016, it was found yesterday. Co-op targets.
Unfortunately, the PC version of this game has an out of bounds that allows you to skip those targets, but it doesn't work on
Oh.
GameCube.
I learned yesterday that it also works on PS2.
That's what I would have guessed.
Yeah.
GameCube came out, what,
It was the final release.
3 months after all the other versions. So there's some things that are different.
Like nearly 6 months.
Oh, was it that much? That's right. I got gaslit
Mm,
last time. That's what it was.
March to September, I believe. Yeah, August was Mac. September was GameCube. Shoutouts to Mac.
And I don't know how
Right.
many of the things are like patched versus just happy little accidents. I think they just improved the collision checking a little bit.
Yeah. Onwards to pod race for real this time.
Pod
Cool, you
race is
love
another level
Pod Race.
that's pretty close to an auto scroller. It is really a traditional racer. You can save time by taking better lines, but you just always hold accelerate. So the maximum that you're going to deviate in a run, assuming you don't die somewhere, is only about a second. So for all intents and purposes, it is an auto scroller. It's a fun one though.
I've still yet to prove it, but I do believe that 2 players is slightly faster. But also, you have to fight the camera.
Back in my day, the lore was that you couldn't even complete this level with 2 players.
I don't know why anyone claimed that because Ace
I
and
don't know
I
either.
did it co-op.
I'm sure it was some miscommunication of some more detailed point that was trying to be made.
Because Ace and I played co-op under the rules where you could not drop either player out. Even if the game forced one player out, we considered our run to not be legit.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we were hardcore. So
Was this back when 1P2C would invalidate your solo run too?
yeah. Yes, Pod Race has 3 sections to the map. There's like the initial race section that has like pits and the ramp and the cave. There's this one that has the Tuscan Raiders shooting those rings and then the final curve. And then this third section coming up is just a just big open field with a ton of bombs on it. I don't know who left all these bombs here, but yeah.
Well, I'm not sure about these bombs, but Sebulba's throwing bombs at you later. I would
Bouncing
hazard a
one.
guess that maybe he threw those also.
Don't one of the bombs not even hurt you? Like one
Some
type,
of
you
the
know?
bombs, the hitbox is very small on them, so sometimes you can avoid getting damaged pretty easily.
Okay, this cutscene here, it's weird. If you enter it from the far right, you are placed further back at the end of the cutscene or something, and you can't really make it past that pillar in time.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what the positional change is, but I do know that it rotates you clockwise by like 15-20 degrees.
I think
So
that's actually
that
not the
helps with
position.
that. If you're too close to the right, it'll turn you into the wall, and that bump will slow you down enough the boulder crushes you.
A
Thankfully,
while
just
ago,
entering on the left is safe.
that was the killer of runs a while ago. We were all too busy going to the right. We weren't left-minded. A lot of bombs on that lap.
Third lap
There's
here,
not
we'll have
much
to
to
take a
say.
detour due to the boulder blocking our previous path. Although it seemed that we just passed a boulder that looked suspiciously like the boulder that fell down, and it was standing. So this level is
Well,
funny.
you go a different path in this room each lap. And then the second room changes each time. The first time, this part's clear. Second time, you saw rolling rocks. And now they're just stationary rocks.
And the third room progressively gets more bombs as the race goes on. With the last one with Sebulba actively throwing them out of his pod.
Is the first and second actually different? Do more bomb
I
spam?
think so. I think there's more in the second one.
Oh, I was going to say the third room is the exception, but I guess it's not. Yeah, it's a pretty
It could
simple
just be
level.
the illusion of lap counts.
Yeah. No hitting light speed in this game.
Unfortunately. Unfortunately, in this game, if you go out of bounds, you just fall and die. There's no speed up. In fact, if you go outside the bounds of the normal like racetrack, you actually lose a bunch of speed and you start moving very, very
Yeah.
slowly.
You don't fall. You can avoid dying, but you don't get any benefit from being out there.
Yeah. And most of so I don't know about all of it, but I know that a lot of room 1 and 2, like the parts that you would want to corner cut, don't have any floor outside the walls. So you do just fall and die. The last
Yeah.
room, there is floor outside, which is where you can be slow if you are into that. But this is speed running. We want to go fast. Moving into Theed now, the penultimate level.
Scene goes back to the first room of Invasion.
Yeah, this one is probably one of the hardest levels of the run. Very, very complicated level right at the end. So many
Yeah.
emotions, many
This
runs dies here.
this level is definitely one of the biggest in terms of like how much of it there is. It's also the biggest story party that you'll have in the game, which means that there's a lot of alternate routes that in a normal playthrough would be built for all the different character types to all progress in unique ways. But thanks to some
Characters.
out of
Yeah.
bounds, we'll be skipping a lot of that and saving a lot of time.
Actually, it's not even by far 6 characters. And you get 5 in Jedi Battle. I think this is also the level that has seen the largest improvement in segment length over the years.
Probably. It's definitely been one of my most improved. I was always super, super terrible at this level because the other half of this level being very long and very hard and varied in what you have to do to get through it. It's also at the very end of the run. So especially if you're like me, circa 2019, and you don't practice that much and you just do runs, you get here and you don't really know what to do, and it just falls apart every time.
Like me. Do a little drop in warp there to pull R2 forward a little faster, since R2 is unfortunately pretty damn slow.
And then in this room, we're going to do the first of 2 out of bounds. This is creatively named Feed Skip.
Feed Skip 1.0.
And like so many out of bounds before it, we're really just moving point A to point B to the end of this room, skipping all of the extra things. Normally, if you played this, you would be building stairs and building an elevator for R2. But
Going up stuff with Anakin. Yeah, the only unique part of that out of bounds is like the beginning because you have to take that certain path around to the right, or you can also do it to the left, but you have to go through the pillars. You can't just go instantly down. And then this room, affectionately named Theedskit 2.0, you also need to take a specific path because there's lots of invisible walls out of bounds, except for that like one section where you were
yeah,
able to go behind that flower pot.
for example, the like the vent that Mistake jumped around, they had to jump out around that vent because if you walk through the vent, you're just stuck in a vent box and you can't progress any further. So, pretty precise route you have to take through that wall.
There's also the door soft lock that if you're not careful enough, you can get soft locked on that bars that block the door.
This is
That
true.
happened on GameCube.
Yeah, it has happened to me many times back in the day.
I just know it happens a lot easier on other consoles.
I was a great victim of that one. I can confirm.
Little trick shot. Not even a trick shot, just a long shot. You can jump up back here to avoid doing like a force elevator thing with the two Jedi.
And that's another one that I forgot that the intended strat is to do the little Jedi dual lift thing.
That's so old of a strat. I wonder if runs before mine. I forget if runs before mine used that. The Joseph and Poshak era.
Just a quick little thing, we just golded this steed. Not
Oh,
even
nice.
joking.
Nice. It's because I talked about this level being the most improved. You were inspired to improve.
All right, well, that sets a great tone as we move into our final level now, Darth Maul. This is the level that we saved for the very end because the ending cutscene is just so epic and also so long. We don't want to time it.
And then the end level cutscene just makes sense, or the end of episode cutscene just makes sense to be at the end.
The first few rooms of this level are very cool. There's a handful of different strats. The first one in this first room, we're going to be doing a jump similar to the pixel jump we were talking about in Escape. This lamp over here on the wall also has collision that extends all the way downward. And so by standing under it, we can jump up to it and then hopefully jump over to this other side with an extended jump. That jump is kind of difficult. And that saves quite a bit of time. You don't have to fight Maul in the traditional way.
Like that fight is like 2.5 minutes or something.
Oh my
Not
goodness.
probably not that long, but yeah, no one's done it. I don't think any category.
This room has some cool unintentional parkour to skip the intended parkour.
Yeah.
And then in this
Unintended
next room,
parkour.
we'll get to see another wrong warp, a great way to close off the run.
Take it away.
This was devised for a very, very long time. We have wanted to skip this room for many, many, many years. And thankfully, it did come to us a number of years ago at this point. It's really not that recent of a discovery now. Probably been about 5 years. Basically, player one is going to walk so incredibly far away from the camera, out of bounds right now, that the camera is going to stop following them. It's going to lock the camera in place so that it can only rotate, it can't shift, and it also won't pull the two players. Once that's done, then Mistake is going to take a careful line to move to a position where the next room is loaded. And then when they heard their console load, presumably, I assume they're using disk strats, you can actually hear the console disk drive kind of click as the room gets loaded, and that is your cue to jump into the trigger and move forward. That saves close to a minute, I think.
If I had to explain that, I would have said, yeah, it works.
I mean, that's really all you have to know. It works. It saves a lot of time. It's awesome. You don't have to fight a whole bunch of droids.
And then you just run through that hallway forcing stuff. There is a skip for it, but unfortunately, it's slightly slower.
Unfortunately, there aren't any chances of a quick kill in this room. Maul, I think, if I remember correctly, L's testing showed that Maul, if you can get him to fall down the center, will die. But when he dies, it doesn't trigger the end of the level, and you're just stuck here forever. So, unfortunately, no leads on a quick kill in this room. But time ends on this very last hit. GG's Mistake. GG's
Funny
Heisenberger
thing,
also.
this was a world record for 1 second.
Oh my.
This was actually a world record for 1 second. because my last
Right.
Darth Maul was really bad. So yeah, that's a new world record. 1 second world record.
GG.
GG's.
I looked over at the main stream, saw the timer there, and I was like, "Whoa, that's a big PB." And then I was like, "Oh wait, no, that's very much delayed. Still a PB though."
Yeah, that's
GG
good.
mistake.
Thank you. That run was
Heisenberger also.
30 seconds
GG,
behind,
both of
and we
you.
got back on Teed and more, basically. It's okay. We'll beat it soon. But I'm happy to get a world record during LEGOthon.
All right. Does anyone have any shout outs they want to give or anything like that?
I think I have to shout out Theo, but that's about all from me.
Oh, they
Shout outs to PTZ.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that run to Mistaken Heisenberger. Congrats on the LEGOthon world record. 1 second still counts. And thanks to Listening Cool for your commentary. It was very nice to listen to. We will be right back after this break. Coming up next, it's not quite LSW2, but it is LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga Original Trilogy. So look forward to that coming up next. Time for our final villain battle of the day. This time we have Scarecrow and we have Harley Quinn. Scarecrow, first known as Professor Jonathan Crane, suddenly turned into the Scarecrow with his, well, let's call it obsession with scaring other people. He's got a history of toxic gas and other things, and in my run earlier, he even had bombs. He is very scary. On the other side of the screen is Harley Quinn, also known as Harleen Quinzel, hanging out with the Joker. I believe they are very close associates. She's got a big hammer, very acrobatic as well. To cast your votes in this Batman villain battle. In the meantime, I am also here to remind everyone that our next unmet incentive is for the first run of the day tomorrow. After Paxo's Harry Potter Years 1 to 4 character token rush run, there is a chance for him to do a all bonus levels run with Ice Rink turned on. So if you want to see that craziness, we need about $50 more. We are 100 out of $150 needed for that incentive. Later in the day, we also have the Use Digger in Sandy Bay incentive for LEGO Racers 2, which is about 20 out of 50 funded. After that, there is also the character bid war for LEGO Racers 1. So far, Scooter is in the lead. Here's Scarecrow currently 1 vote higher.
Everybody to LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga Original Trilogy Run. This will be done by the one and only Teeth Fresh. And I'm joined today in the commentary booth with Core Confidence.
Hello, hello.
And I think we'll get this run kicked off here. So as soon as Teeth Fresh confirms the load, we are going. I don't know if I'm doing a countdown or not. I'll give him a countdown anyways. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, perfect. Alright, so I guess, the main difference that you'll notice between OT and any percent is that you're not going to have an extra known as EVB that you get in Episode 2. And that is a big time saver in 80% in the original trilogy. And you just don't have it in this category. So you have to find different workarounds that are unique to this category in general. And I guess Super Stories.
Yeah, because of Super Stories, I guess it's fairly optimized, the strats for that. Not sure how many strats are still alive from the times back when red bricks were banned. Maybe you can have some insight on that.
Was a Super Story grinder back in the day, so he has familiarized himself with some of these skips that are the atypical to any percent. And I guess something to also mention for the future is that there was an incentive, $150 incentive that he plays Falcon Flight in Episode 5 without infinite torpedoes, which is basically a cheat code for that level to play it fast. So now there's going to have to be a big workaround of that level with a couple of cool out-of-bounds skips in a few of the rooms. Although we start off very simple.
And now we are heading into the first level. Cutscene is almost over, and yeah, this first level has a lot of 1P2C, like the main LEGO strat. We had a co-op run before that, so basically T-Fresh is playing co-op with himself and controlling both characters here, and actually saves quite a bit because you can just like do so much more. The next room is a good example, I would say, for 1v2c, where you just bring both players up and build both buildables.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very blatant, like, way you can see how 1v2c saves time, because, you know, would you rather build both of these with one player, or, you know, build them at the same exact time? It's just going to save time over the course of the run, doing that in, you know, as many rooms as possible. It does fail to jump across the bridge there, but, you know, able to get with player 2. Good backup. You know, a slight deviation from 90% is that you have EVB here to insta-destroy that bomb, but no EVB in sight here.
Yeah, you could see him like time the shots a bit better. So it did actually not lose that much time to UB.
I would say Secret Plans is definitely a tame opening, considering what's coming, since Episode 4, and I mean, really the original trilogy in general, has lots of, you know, out-of-bounds skips, cool workarounds, and Secret Plans is one of those levels that really isn't that broken. It's just a lot of 1p2c, excuse me, 1p2c, and, you know, no real out-of-bounds skips.
Yeah, there's one trick coming up in the next room that saves a bit of time, but it's like not the most crazy part. I would guess like when you played this game as a child, you might have discovered this yourself. The super crane.
Yeah, so I guess I can briefly preview that. The crane in this room is usually for grabbing the stormtroopers and throwing them off the edge, and then Rebel Friend pulls the lever for you, but instead you can just bring the crane back and grab 3PO, as seen there, and then just bring them all the way to the panel at the end of the room. Kind of just skip all the intended gameplay for this room. Also, you realize that both characters kind of have like ghost hearts right now, where they, you know, they're look invincible. It'll go away on player 2 once you swap, but ghost hearts essentially are going to make player 1 invincible for the rest of the level. So T-Fresh does not need to worry about, you know, dying to a stormtrooper shot or whatnot. The way you get ghost hearts is essentially, it's a little convoluted, but you know, it's you have to die the like, I don't think it's the same frame, but within a certain frame window when you enter a hard load. So like when you're trying to enter the next room, for example, you die with the other player while you're entering with player 1, and it causes that, you know, invincibility, or ghost hearts as we call it.
Yeah, I feel like the frame window is definitely different on each like dev plane. Because you can get like ghost hearts in other places, but they are very rare in a specific place. For example, like in DM3, it's just like a very, very rare thing to see ghost hearts. But here, yeah, in this level it's pretty easy, and just like that, we're already done with it.
Yeah, the main one that comes to mind is Gunship. You have so much time, I feel like, to get the ghost hearts before the end ring.
Can I read a couple of new donations during this cutscene?
For sure.
All right. Well, first of all, Hav threatened to commit voter fraud, but settled for a $5 donation that said "Scarecrow gang, gang, gang," and that means Scarecrow wins the villain battle. And we also have $16 from Coolesto, who says 9K to the kids. Long live LEGOthon. And that does in fact mean we have raised $9,000 for Extra Life across all LEGOthon events. So thank you so much, everyone.
Let's go.
Incredible. Wow.
I did hate to hear the unfortunate news that Scarecrow won the voting battle, or villain battle. I was on Team Harley. Solely because I have an emote of Harley, but you know, I think Harley's cooler. Anyways, we move on to Junlin, which this is going to be quite a crazy level. I believe we'll see a slow force attempt off the start of the level after in the first room. So there's a fast force red brick out of bounds in room 1, and there's a couple different ways we've grabbed it in the past. All involve some sort of out of bounds, but there's one right at the beginning of the room that I'm assuming we'll see T-Fresh go for here. I mean, it's fairly tricky, so if he goes for something else, it wouldn't be a surprise.
Yeah, there's a fair chance we see an attempt and then the backup from like the older out of bounds strat, but it can be a bit finicky, the out of bounds movement for sure, and it's definitely more of the like feel-based tricks, which can always go wrong.
I guess before we get to it, I'll explain that in this game, when you're under the floor, you don't just fall through the world. You can actually, when you're moving, you don't fall down immediately. So you can just keep moving and stay at the same level and, you know, jump and let go and fall down and adjust your height. So there's a reason why he's able to just kind of stay out of bounds like this and not just randomly die. Oh my god, that was a lot of extra height. Did not need that much, but, you know. Yes, he's showing off how cool you can ride up that slope.
Yeah, and
So
that
he's-
out of bounds mechanic is actually like such a cool part about this game because it enables a few very cool tricks. We will also see, yeah, a few different iterations later as well. So, and just like that, we grabbed the red brick, which is fast force. I'm not sure how much it saves in this category,
I
but
definitely don't think there's official times for that.
yeah, I assume it's like still gonna be fast.
Oh, for sure. And then right into another skip here called BBJ, where instead of riding the Bantha, or well, doing this whole puzzle, I guess, T-Fresh is just gonna time a jump slam here, and hit the transition early. Interesting strat to triple shot. Maybe a not like normally we don't triple shot there because we have EVB, but you know the triple shot to clear out, I guess, everything a little quicker. I'm gonna debate on that one actually being fast, but you know.
It's definitely a bit weird to clear those targets without EBB, so I guess what works is fine. And yeah, this room is also very different in any percent because again here shooting the Javas will be so much faster.
What
If
is
the
interesting
float-
is
yeah.
you don't actually have to kill the Jawas completely. All you need to do is hit them once. There you can see with that Jawa, and they become unaggroed, at least for a period of time. We'll probably he might kill him now, I'm not sure. Okay, just ignore him. Yeah, it does take a long time for them to re-aggro after you've shot them one time. And then into Quicksand Room, which there are two main skips in this, well, three really, that are going to skip these Quicksand pits, and then there's one that's going to skip the gap. So this is Quicksand 1, hence you're skipping the first pit of Quicksand. As soon
like
as
this
he
might
from
just be
under
respawn.
There it is.
Yeah,
Never
luckily,
mind.
no, but luckily you can get a respawn on top. Which happened here? Like, I feel like getting it without the death, the window for that one is very slim, but the respawn is fairly forgiving.
Not attempting Bone Bridge skip. There's a cool skip there that skips the gap.
I think it goes for BLT. Let's go.
And that is the second quicksand skip, which is very easy. You can kind of just run along the outside, and the quicksand just doesn't have collision there. Or well, I should say there isn't like collision to slide you into the quicksand. And then finally, he's going to utilize a speeder clip here, which we'll see in the next level as well, to clip loop into the end level quicker. And there it is, Jungwon. A lot more complicated than Secret Plans, a lot more out of bounces, you know, a lot more skips just in general. And it's not going to stop as Spaceport is another heavy skip level, which there's going to be a skip called Fry Skip in the next level. And you don't really need the backstory and the name, but all you need to know is that the level is going to end without you even seeing the level out. I'll try to describe it as easy as possible, or as understandable as possible, but essentially T-Fresh is going to try to get what's known as Player 3 glitch, and that's going to be whereas Player 3 just kind of turns into a mind of its own. And Player 3, mind you, there's Player 1 and Player 2 you can drop into. Player 3 is like who you most recently swapped off of. But anyways, he's going to kind of make him go have a mind of his own and just continuously walk up and to the left. And he's going to do that on 3PO. And then in the end room of this level, there's a Falcon that you need to enter the end level. And that room loads early, like 2 or 3 rooms prior. So what he's gonna get the player 3 glitch and then enter the next room. Well, enter outside the cantina, and then 3PO will just pathfind his way to the end level further. We're gonna do the setup here in room 1. Let's see if we can get this. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks good to me.
So you'll actually be able to see as soon. So there's another speeder clip here. You'll get to see kind of in the next few rooms, 3PO just kind of has a mind of his own and starts. You see he's just walking up to the left in the top corner.
Yeah, this
And
is
then
also
another-
a cool out of bounds strat here. Usually we can just shoot the barrier with EBB, but luckily there's a very close by speeder clip, which in the end does not lose too much to the EBB. You can go in the speeder for a bit if you can blow the barrier, but apart from that.
Honestly, I don't even know if that's like that much slower than I would normally do it at 80%. Can't be that much slower.
Yeah, it's I would assume it's like less than 10 slower. Yeah, and while we are in this great metro, again, in the next room we will see T-Fresh just like choose a very specific position with his both characters, and by that he will guide C-3PO to the Falcon, because he will follow like the camera that you're giving him. But apart from that, that is like a really easy strat, I guess.
To answer the question in chat, I think it depends on the like engine the game is on, or I guess the developers, but mainly the engine. I feel like all the original games like this have floor you can walk under. Anyway, so this room right here is going to do a specific movement, and then that's going to kind of guide 3PO, and watch the level will just magically end. Just like that.
Oh, boom. It's done.
Completely skipping like 2 extra rooms of gameplay.
Yeah, and also a like fairly risky trick where you can just lose 1.5 minutes if you miss it. So really, really great to have this easier version. Yeah, and I think coming up we have Princess. I guess it's called Rescue the Princess, and it has not like too crazy strats, but it can be a bit of an annoying level, especially in this category, because we can't do a backup shot.
Mm-hmm.
So we're kind of praying to Obi-Wan that he will show up early.
Also, we grabbed the red brick tractor beam using another out of bounds in this level. So that will be useful in 6-6 into the Death Star in the opening section, just to kind of gather the ships and filter them out a lot quicker.
Yeah, and also it's
you
not
have
even
time
like
for
that
one more donation
bad.
really quick?
Oh yeah, sorry. Go for
Yeah.
it.
Sorry about that. I just have $3 from Mugen, and he says, "What an amazing event to participate in. Good luck to the rest of the runners coming up." So thank you for the donation.
Alright, we are about to start Princess. I mean, there's a really quick out of bounds that happens in the first room of this level. You kind of have to sidetrack to a little bonus area, but you quickly go out of bounds, and that you're able to just completely skip a room and a full cutscene that plays. Where the droids kind of leave in an elevator, and a lot of stuff happens, but you just completely skip it. All you kind of have to do is time a stick movement back to the left when falling down there.
There we are already, yeah. And since the cutscene like modifies so much of your party, this is kind of weird because Obi-Wan will just run away now from you without context.
Yeah, Obi-Wan's just not even part of your party anymore, although he is there. And this is the red brick grab, so he's gonna jump up through the middle of this pipe, and then the red bricks located just up there.
And since that was so fast, there's a good chance of Obi-Wan just showing up immediately.
Yeah.
It is kind of hardware dependent, I think, but usually if you go fast in the room, he is also there.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, normally when you go fast, you're pretty good. Only problems happen if you miss practically a few times. I believe that was like the fastest Obi-Wan spawn you can get. So a good rescue the princess so far. The rest of the level is fairly simple, though there's, you know, a couple big time losses that can happen if you get a little lazy. You need to make sure you keep the helmet on Chewie in this section in particular. Well, that's going to be a big gap jump. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, if you don't do that gap jump before going up with Han, the troopers on top can re-aggro. So we usually just wait there. And then, yeah, keep the helmet, use this panel, and then we're just heading to the cell block, looking to finish the level.
Probably this next little area is the only spot that EV like loses a bunch of time on the split of just killing these guys. It's probably, I don't know, honestly it wasn't that big of a slowdown, just like a slightly worse line. And then you'll notice that T-Fresh will also make sure to queue 40 Hertz for Death Star Escape, which is the next level. He makes sure to queue 40 Hertz for Death Star Escape for the next level.
He already has it queued, no worries.
Oh, did he do it somewhere else?
Since we are in OT, you can queue it before the run.
Oh, okay.
But we can probably see him alt tab in one of those cutscenes. If he didn't do it already.
Just,
I'm not sure.
activated. But yeah, so I guess you don't see it being queued, but T-Fresh will alt-tab during this cutscene and re-tab back in, and that will change his game to 40 Hertz, which makes this skip at the beginning of this level, trash skip, a lot more easy.
Yeah, we used to like have this trick. Kind of, like, runners went for it like more in a YOLO style. There was a setup for it, but it was really precise. And the new setup with 40 Hertz is like so much better.
I mean, the skip itself, you know, once you see getting out of bounds is, you know, a little tricky, but actually, like, what you do after that is you just walk out of bounds to skip the first ring, and then you get a kind of thin transition at the end. I don't like how Chewie is facing to the right, but to see if that still works, it should. Okay.
Yeah, and we also don't fall down too much, because if you drop down with Chewie too much, you can get auto dropped out, and the trick is also gone. But here, yeah, this is like just beelining towards the trigger for the next room, jumping up, and then you hit it.
It's the transition. No UV here is a little sketchy. Oh, almost shoots the helmet off on. You want to make sure you keep your helmet in this section, and so it's like a 9-second time loss or something like that. And then also on 40 Hertz, it's kind of convenient that Trash Skip, the skip the new level, and also Ritmore Skip, the skip coming up, both require basically 40 Hertz. Not necessarily require, but are significantly easier. So he's requeuing 60 there, that brief pause, but he's going to stay on 40 to do Ritmore Skip in a second, which will completely skip this next room, which is called Ritmore. And Mount Ritmore, more specifically. He's just going to use this elevator to kind of help push himself out of bounds. It's a little late. Okay, got it. And then obviously that he's able to skip the entire room.
And coming up, we will see him leave this room again. Just a preparation for a very nice trick called Falcon Loss, which allows us to end the level without like completing the objective in the end room.
Yeah, so this little backtracking is essentially deloading the Falcon in the end room right now. And then now that he's going back to the Falcon is just completely deloaded, and the end trigger is now just kind of hovering over the middle of the gap where, you know, the normally would be. I mean, this is just a thought. This is just like a thought that's come to my mind that it just came up in my brain, and I want to discuss real quick. What would happen if the Falcon trigger was just like in the very center? Like, how sad would that be? Like, if we just had no way of getting to it. That would be
it
so
works,
sad.
but we don't have a way. I guess you could get R2 and then float over.
Yeah.
That could be a way. But of course that would lose like a minute maybe. Not a minute. But it would be very annoying.
Yeah, luckily it is within a jump roll distance a ton, so very easy to hit.
I think you can also single jump it if you like really get an edge jump.
That was a good DSC. I mean, this has been a relatively solid run besides Jumlin.
Yeah, definitely like considering the harder level in 4-5, like this was almost perfect. You got everything first try. Rather quickly everything.
And the last level, episode 4 here, Rebel Attack. I mean, this one is kind of like, I wouldn't say to underestimate this level, but it is a little bit of a break from that kind of gauntlet of jumbling through Death Star Escape. And it's, I mean, you 1P2C the entire level, or pretty much the entire level. Although it's not an extremely hard level, and there's only one real major skip. So, like, a little bit of a breather for the runners in this scenario before, you take on the gauntlet of episode 6, which really is unrelenting.
Yeah, this has some nice waiting periods. Sometimes you need to wait for torpedoes to try, like torpedo targets to activate. Sometimes you need to kind of just wait till the barrier goes down. So just a chill level where you kind of cruise through with both players.
Yeah, I guess the main thing that T-Verse will be doing is just trying to keep torpedoes stored on player 1 and player 2 at a pretty high level through the entire level. Player 1 can only hold 3, but player 2 can hold 5. A nice instant torpedo off the bat.
Nice dunk there on the first torpedo target. If you activate a torpedo with both ships while you're exactly above it, you can kind of insta-blow it up. You will see the difference here with the other targets. The torpedoes will fly off and then hopefully come back.
Not the greatest from 1, but he has... I'm trying to count. Is that 4 or 5 on player 2? That's 4. So he'll have to kind of grab one on the dispenser here to the left as he goes by, but not too big of a time loss because player 1 can activate the perks or the panels. And then, room 3 in this level is the same sort of room, except that you can do an out of bounds that skips the room, which you'll see in a second. There's a part of the transition that doesn't have collision, or I guess the collision of the transition doesn't extend to a certain point, and you can kind of take advantage of that and sneak into this wall out of bounds. And that completely skips the third room in that level. Also, I guess what's coming up is the infamous trench run in the episode 4 movie, but in this game it's infamous for being free and completely easy because all you have to do is just hold up on the D-pad, and it's actually impossible for Vader and the 2 TIE fighters to actually hit you. So
yeah, technically you don't even have to shoot here.
A little bit of a developer oversight that you can literally just hold forward on the D-pad here, not take any damage. And what's unique about vehicle levels is that you can actually drop in during cutscenes. So, ground levels you can't, but vehicle levels you can. So, you first will drop in during this kind of mid-tro cutscene, so you can go back to 1P2 scene to make this end section a little faster.
Yeah, and I personally really like this end room 1P2C as well because it's just so efficient. You activate both right and left side, and then you turn around and shoot it.
He attempted to dunk the last torpedo, which cost him.
I believe it only works with 5 torpedoes. But
okay, for the
I guess
last
you can get lucky every time.
Maybe. Yeah, I definitely prefer to shoot it you can shoot that one really early, as the blue thing is blinking, the blue cover is blinking, you can shoot it, and then it'll target it kind of mid-torpedo flight.
Just like that, we already done with the first episode.
And then T-Fresh is going to reset his game here. So just skip the finish story
cutscene. And I guess one thing to note here is the route, that we are not going to head to episode 5 now, but we are picking episode 6.
I guess
we do that.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
We do that because the timing ends at like the last possible input that you can do. Like when you lose control of your characters, the time is over. And since episode 5 has a really long, like more like 5-6 has a really long finished cutscene, it is just faster to do it that way. For any percent, I guess there's more reasons, like the extras that you collect. Probably like infinite torpedoes could also be a reason, but since we're not getting it this run, it's like kind of whatever here.
I alluded to it earlier, but episode 6 is kind of a gauntlet, other than 2 levels, but definitely one of the most difficult episodes, and it starts here on Jabba's Palace, and I mean, especially episode 6 is probably like one of the biggest episodes where like you can see big time losses from not having EDD. Like Jabba's already, you're kind of forced into doing Spiderful, which is a skip in the second room, which is it's pretty tricky, and I would say most runners don't really have it implemented yet, and it saves a lot of time in this category.
And I think Jabba's is kind of a level where you spend more time out of bounds than in bounds.
Yeah, that's
especially
probably a
with
stat you have to look at. Like not including the cutscenes, you're probably out of bounds more than you're in bounds, assuming you hit, trick switch.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like for BTT I checked it, but like BTT of course had like the first room clip as well. I think it could be kind of even with like all the strats T-Fresh is going for here.
Yeah, the first room and the Rancor fight are the only rooms where you're not going out of bounds. So this first room very well. I guess you could go out in the first room, but realistically you're not. In this first room, very simple. You're gonna start off by trying to open this gate by activating the turrets, and then grabbing a helmet to open the 2 panels that finish the room. This first room is infamous for some funny clips, though, as the last panel is right by two Gamorrean guard dispensers, so there's been some moments on the second panel in this room where losing your helmet can lose a lot of time.
Yeah, also if you're not completely on the panel, then you will also just drop one of those bounty hunter bombs.
Yeah.
And then if you blow yourself up, that's kind of like the same as losing the helmet.
Kind of unique putting the helmet on Chewie. Oh yeah, so now we're attempting Spiderful. And I think, I don't know if that's the best spawn, but it looks really good.
It gotta be. I mean the spider. Unfortunate reload here. And yeah, the spider on the reload is kinda close, so it's not the worst thing to miss it, but a bit annoying.
He's using the spider to jump on it behind the transition and then drop out the other player to kind of get him on the spider behind the transition. So it's kind of a way to just completely skip through that transition without having to like do a transition skip, I guess. Which I'm not going to go into detail about that, but yeah, this out of bounds move is a little tricky, but there you go. Skips that whole section.
Yeah, and technically you can stay out of bounds here, but it is really difficult and also inconsistent. And luckily we can go out of bounds right here again.
Yeah, so this is Droid Avoid,
timeless.
Named after your skipping, freeing these droids, R2 and 3PO here. And just completely skipping this section out of bounds. And then straight into the next room, there's another out of bounds called Spiderless. The name comes from you used to do this with a spider, and now you don't. But doesn't have any relation to Spiderful, except Spider is the name.
Yeah, I wonder how was it called when you used the spider? What was the name of the strat back then?
Long run skip.
Oh, I see. Very creative.
That should work. Oh, a little bit too far to the right. I'm not sure if that one's up or the right. Yeah, that one is very precise. You have to be like basically pixel perfect on where you're standing. There's a couple of visual cues we use to help, but you know, sometimes like runners, you know, value going for attempts more than just like, you know, making sure on the perfect spot and taking it out or line it up. And I completely disregarded that we hit a grate there that goes straight into the boss fight. It's just so engraved in my brain. That's what's supposed to happen. I kind of forgot to mention it, but yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
usually
no.
there is also a cutscene which kind of shows how you get to the Rancor. But luckily there's a door which leads us directly to there. I believe that's from like the free play, or is it more like a debug door that they left in?
And then this ends the level, killing the Rancor on the grate. I would say a not so phenomenal Java. Put it nicely. We are through the level.
Yeah, really Spiderful kind of showed how tricky this particular trick still is. Because like not being implemented by anyone, still new, so can have some difficulties. Also, the spider can just troll you when it decides to walk back.
And then we're on to, honestly, a harder level than Java's Cartoon, which, it's a couple, I mean, this level kind of sucks without EDB, since it, you know, there's a lot of enemies that need to be killed, and the Boba fight. Well, actually, there's a strat with the, sorry, I'm like totally thinking, I'm saying my thoughts right now as I'm thinking through the level. I'm like, oh, the Boba fight's slow, but you could actually do the strat where you bring Flare 2 behind Boba and punch him, which I imagine that's a lot faster than doing the camera.
Yeah, the punch strat is meta for this. Where EBB is annoying though is, or like no EBB is in the inside, because you need to build the turret, and then also, yeah, the end platform, you kind of need to get the big guns to blow up the targets.
To answer the question in chat, I believe it's the same speed. Although when there's, you know, when he's looking for the Gamorrean guard, there can definitely be some slowdowns in terms of like either he hits a rock or he sometimes like doesn't like to turn around fully to face the Gamorrean guard, so he'll try to like grab him facing backwards. So like those are the general slowdowns, but usually when he has a guard in his hand, he's pretty set on going to the next location. He just takes the line straight to the next location. Anyways, we start Cartoon here. And there's a Boba fight at the beginning here, which T-Fresh is going to be able to kind of skip almost all the Boba fight during the camera pan. So he's going to kind of punch Boba. He's going to jump off the pond, and then punch Boba 3 times with Chewie there. So that, you know, gets him down to 1 heart pretty much instantaneously. So you can just punch him 1 extra time during the fight.
And on this outside section, usually you would activate 3 platforms to cross to like the entrance of the inside section. But here in this speedrun, we only use 2, and then we do a very precise jump in between. Gets it beautifully.
Yeah, clean as well. That jump is a lot harder than it, you know, might look. It just looks like you're just clearing the gap. It almost looks like he did it so well that it looked like it was kind of like casually intended what you're supposed to do there, but not quite. Alright, and then not this room, but the next room. Oh wait, I forgot this room is a lot different than 8%. You need to build this turret to be able to blow up this gate. Normally UBB just blows that up for you, but in the next room, there's a skip called Disco Skip, which is a big disco party, you know, in the next room. And you kind of skip it by building this speaker in the corner and precisely positioning Chewie to kind of clip him through the wall and you're able to just kind of go around the fight. This is a pretty precise trick. It might take a second to set it up. Sort of pixel perfect like the Spiderless trick. Kind of rushed it. Didn't get Chewie quite in the right position.
Yeah, this is way better. This is too far. Let's see. I don't think this is still working yet.
Not quite there. I think that'll work. Okay. Oh, needs to find. There's a trigger to the next room that he's attempting to hunt for. It's to the right. It is to the right. It's to the right. There it is. You want, like, normally people will be like, oh, why didn't you drop out to find the door easier? But you want both players in for the end platform. Makes this, like, the start of the end platform a lot quicker with both players connected. Normally you have to, like, wait for the
Actually,
camera
you
to
can't
connect.
call in at the very start of the end
Yeah,
platform.
exactly. So you just want them in before. Also, I guess this is kind of played a little differently than the any % end platform because you don't have EDV. That makes the enemy clearing a lot easier. And in this case, Seacrusher's kind of just leaving most of them alive. Oh, and then obviously, okay, there's a big difference, 90% here. Normally you just use EDV to break the targets and end the level, but instead you kind of have to take a little bit of an extra journey up to the top of the sail barge where there's a turret that, you know, this is how normally you end this level.
You want to switch to R2 here with P2, but...
Okay, he's trying to, like, set up the character for the next one, but I don't know if that was necessarily fast. Okay. And then finally these two targets once they're destroyed. That's it. Alright, and finally after those two difficult levels to start episode 6, you kind of have an easier level with Theater Showdown next. There's actually, I mean, this has probably been said a million times, but the largest skip in the entire game in the next level. Normally you kind of have to drive around on the speeders and go checkpoint to checkpoint, putting in a bunch of different random objectives, like, you know, I don't even know, it's like you drop the, oh no, you like break the satellites, I think, or, can't even remember the casual strat. It's been,
yeah,
so long.
there's a few satellites that you want to break,
Yeah.
but I
It's
don't think
essentially-
anyone has broken
yeah.
those in a few years.
Yeah, it's a big effort to eventually break down this barrier that you see in, like, the second room immediately. But you can skip, like, the 4-minute speeder section by doing a cool, you know, flip over the barrier, which you'll see T-Brush do. And thank goodness you don't have to do those 4 minutes of extra gameplay. Which, I mean, this level basically boils down to, you know, there's a cool little jump at the start, not too difficult. The speeder skip, and then there's the end platform. So it's a short level and also pretty simplistic.
Yeah, this was Flower Skip. Very... I guess it's like not the easiest jump if you like firstly touch the game, but like if you know how to space your jumps.
Yeah, I mean,
It is,
if you weren't like fully paying attention, you probably didn't even like realize that there was a skip on the like very start of this level. But it looks so natural, and it's, you know, that it just feels like it's supposed to already happen. So here's the barrier that we want to get over. T-Brush is going to get into the corner, drop in the second player, and then do a big flip. And then when you drop out player 1 like that, it, you know, gives him a little bit of extra height and gets him off the speeder, so he's able to just clear the barrier with player 1. Is he? He's gonna hit the transition here with Leia. This is a little bit unique.
Oh, it's doing this one. I know you can jump from the flower on the left, but I did not know that you can jump from the lever.
Maybe even slightly faster.
I guess that it can be, depending on your spawns.
Yeah. End platform is very simple. There's like a small little strat that's done is you wait for this last lever pull until he's about halfway turned all the way around in the AT-AT. So once he's about halfway, he jumps out, pulls the lever, and then that allows for during the cutscene the AI does the movement with the AT-AT, so you don't have to like wait for the camera pan to end, then move all the way to the right. Small little time save. And yeah, once these levers are pulled, that is it for Speed of Showdown. Very quick level. A little bit of a break from the beginning gauntlet of episode 4 or episode 6, but then straight into probably the hardest level in episode 6 in Battle of Endor. And I would call this T-Fresh's specialty level. He's very good at this one.
Yeah, we have a very, very cool trick in this level with the 12 button skip. I think he's not going for the out of bounds and pre-bunker, but we will see. And overall, yeah,
tried to
Endor's
convince him
just
to go for
very
it.
yeah. He can hear us, so we can like tell him to do it maybe.
No, so I tried to convince him, but if you pop in bounds like before the transition, you soft lock because you don't have EVB to go back. Like normally you can just like destroy all the barriers
Yeah,
with
that's
EVB.
right.
Or well, can you just
Yeah.
hop in the ATSD and go backwards? I don't
Oh,
know,
no,
maybe
this
that's
is cool,
convincing enough to me for him to go for it. I'm sure he just switched his mind just by me saying that.
Oh yeah.
So now we're
Yeah,
definitely gonna see PGA.
you can definitely go back.
Set your expectation high for that room. He's doing PGA. Okay, I'm kidding. But yeah, this is also like the longest level. Well, technically Super Plans is longer, but this is usually the longest level in the game.
Yes. It just has a really long opening cutscene, and then you kinda have just to do so much walking in this
I
level.
mean, there's no metros in this level, so yeah, it's just
Yeah, there's no
straight
metro,
up.
and you kinda don't spend much time in any room except the end room. Like the bunker at the end takes some time, but
Yeah, room 1 and room 2
there's
are fairly
just
simple.
so much walking. I guess in this time flying. But...
Yeah, so there's a couple bridges you can skip building in this section, with R2 kind of flying off these raised railings. There's another rail fly here. And then he's going to be able to kind of cut around this corner to the trigger end of the room a little bit faster. Only if you live. Alright. And now room 2 is a little, like, this level is pretty heavily impacted, you'll see, without DVD. So, like, not only is here a little bit slower, just kind of trying to clear out enemies and clear out the boxes, but you'll see in 2 rooms time, there's a long, like, process which normally EDD, if you watch any percent at all, just clears everything for you. But in OT, if you don't have EDD, and it becomes kind of a pain. You have to do a lot of casual or extra things. Also, he's going to attempt to get ghost starts here. This is important to get. Gets it. That one is like, you know, ghost starts, right? You're invincible, so being invincible the rest of the level is important. Does not attempt to roll. Goes to the backup immediately, which is not that much slower. And then this is a big skip here, 12 button skip, and I mean, in the name is exactly what it does. It skips these 12 buttons that you can kind of see are covered in the ground right here. It's a fairly precise trick that requires 2 gate skips. The first one is honestly harder than the second. So he's able to get over the first gate upon, and he's going to try to do the same thing with Leia.
Yeah, the gears are kind of... They have a sloped collision, but there's a few pixels where you can jump off.
And in the second gate skip, you kind of pinch Han into the wall to give him a little bit extra height. Turned a little in too quickly there. That should work. Yeah, I turned in again. There it is. Obviously, exactly how that went in practice. Okay, no PGA. Unfortunately, our expectations haven't been met. But now we get to see the Super Ewok catapult. Or not Super Ewok catapult, just the Ewok catapult. To destroy this first barrier. And then...
Yeah. I mean, you can't hate on the Ewok catapult. That is pretty cool.
And then actually you get to use this ATSC. We'll break the second barrier. And then this step coming up called Better Call Paul, which is gonna be a super jump, which I don't want to take the time to explain super jump because it's gonna take too long to explain before the trick's over. But essentially, he's gonna kind of get his players stuck inside the door and swap to them while they're inside the door. So he's gonna set it up with Leia here. And then
Yeah, by
force
running
her to
into
kind of
Leia here, we can force the super jump.
And obviously bunker is a little bit, so bunker is not really a very skip heavy section, however it's a bit movement heavy, and there's a couple of camera pans that you do skip, but without EVB it makes this a bit more tricky and a bit slower just naturally. And this is the first camera pan we're going to skip up here. Once there's a lever that 3DO needs to get to activate, he'll skip the first one by kind of moving Chewie really far down on screen, or Leia, I guess whoever he's closest to. In this case, it would be Leia. Then he's going to skip this first camera pan. It's usually like a mini cutscene that plays.
Yeah, we can see it on the second, yeah. Like, usually you would have 4 of these, but ideally we only have 1.
I mean, you can kind of see that cutscene's like 2 or 3 seconds, so every time you skip it, save them 2 or 3 seconds. That was the second one right there. Then the last level's up top here. This one's probably the hardest one to get because you can kind of get screwed over by your characters not showing up on time and the AI being weird at the elevator. We'll see. Wish it would. Oh, he gets auto swapped. Unfortunate. So a little bit too far to the left. Yeah, that will conclude Endor as soon as he builds these bombs. And Endor to forget in terms of time, but not too bad. Mainly just 12 button skip. Oh, Core, do you want to intro the shortest level in the game?
Alright. Yeah, coming up is a very nice boss fight level where you have to fight through 20 hearts of Chancellor Palpatine. Oh no, I guess he's called the Emperor now. But luckily you can just go for the like movie ending and push him off an elevator shaft. And we will see that, like, as I said, like in the like first 15 seconds of gameplay, he will already be dead.
Yeah, I guess the code for this level is like when Emperor dies, level ends essentially. Pretty bare bones. So, you know, there's like a bunch of sequences that we just completely skip, and by killing them basically instantaneously. By just kind of pushing him off the edge. Which, by the way, this is the only boss fight in the game that is coded this way, where if you push a boss off the edge, he actually just he dies and then ends the level. All other boss fights, they have some sort of like mechanic where if they fall off, they just get the game will just put them back on the platform, and they won't lose any health. But in particular, this one, which we theorize is because of the movie, but this one insta ends the level. So I'm gonna try to get down to 1 heart on Vader here. I'm going to lure the Emperor over to the ledge. And as soon as he respawns, we'll drop out player 2 and kind of push him as fast as we can towards the ledge. Having a little bit of trouble, but using these safety slashers. That's what I call a first try. And that insta ends the level.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of a lot more experience than me, but I get like what happened to Defresh there was like very common. Like when you get a weird like lightsaber block, sometimes the hitbox of the Emperor is a bit different, and then it can be hard to adjust in time.
I was gonna say it's a quick coaching session. So yeah, what T-Fresh did was he dropped out player 2 too early, so the Emperor was like too far to the right. So then when he tried to push in the natural direction where you wanted the Emperor to go, the Emperor was just like too far right. You want to like time the drop out for player 2, and then you want to keep a consistent angle once you're attempting to skip when you die with Vader. You want to like lure the Emperor to go in a specific angle. Because for me, that skip is like the same thing every single time, as long as I get the right angle and then drop out at the same time every time. The skip is just it's the same exact thing.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, and I just remembered that. So in ITDS, well, there is a red brick for IT at the end of this level, which normally we would get, but since there's the incentive to play Falcon Flight without, T-Brush will not be getting it. I mean, you can get it for swag, I guess.
You might still
But,
collect it though.
Yeah.
If he has 3 extra torpedoes, but
And then that random red brick we grabbed in 4-4, Rescue the Princess, is finally getting utilized here in Tractor Beam in the opening section. And all it really does is kind of makes the ships kind of go crazy and like spin around a bunch, but mainly keeps them stationary so you're able to clear the north brick. And actually able to dupe that first torpedo, which is awesome. And the torpedo dupes are
the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a double dupe here.
Oh, you got double? Oh, okay. That's
Yes.
awesome. It's sick.
Usually you need to collect 8 torpedoes, but like by duping 2 already, he's done with the first 3 ships.
Gonna need some
Very
super like RNG here to push this one out.
Yeah, it would be nice to see a few torpedo shots coming up.
Okay,
There's
well, the
two.
last 2 torpedoes there, yeah. I mean, decent opening. Needs to grab that power up if he can. I mean, doesn't actually need to, but it helps get a slightly better line of action. No torpedoes either, so gonna have to take an extra stop at a dispenser in the next area.
Yeah, the opening, like the opening of the opening was pretty good. He got very good torpedoes at the beginning, but needed to wait at the end. Ideally, you get more ships on the way.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty big RNG section. Like, obviously, T-Fresh did about all he could by duping 2 torpedoes there. Because obviously every dupe means you need 1 less ship. So he did a really good job of duping, but the game just did not present him with anything on the last ship. And actually, I mean, this is like a unique situation that like no one is usually ever in, but he does not need to worry about getting like that many torpedoes because he doesn't have to open the IT like barricade in the end.
He needs to worry about the first one. Like 4 torpedoes for this one was a bit.
If he only needs to get 2 on this ship here instead of doing. Normally runners will try to get all 3 because you need an extra 2 to break open the barrier for IT. But in this extremely rare case, there's an incentive that you can't use IT. You don't need it. So.
And it is fast.
Well, 1 blank over there. He has 1 torpedo for the core, which is just enough. I mean, the core acts as a torpedo dispenser technically. Unfortunate start to the core getting insta-zapped.
Yeah, some might argue that he does not have the core competence here.
Yeah. Unlike some in this call. Very poor commentator.
Yeah, that would be like someone might appear in chat and like tell us that he missed IT now. That would actually be a good sack appearance for once.
Oh no, he missed IT. I guess we will take it.
Oh no, guys, he missed it. That is gonna be so bad for Falcon Flight.
It would be funny if somehow the incentive did get met, but he just missed IT. So he just did it anyways. Oh yeah, sorry, I guess this is like, the whole level is kind of crazy and then there's just this section which like, I think the level should just end after the core gets destroyed, but you have to do this whole like auto-scrolling exit section where you just hold downwards and shoot really hard.
Yeah, it is a really boring section and really unnecessary.
But after this cutscene, another reset of the game, we go to the final episode, episode 5. Yeah, I was trying to think about something unique about the episode, but it's just another very difficult episode. The OT is just littered with a bunch of, difficult levels. I would
Yeah.
say significantly more difficult than the prequels.
A large difference to any percent is that you don't have VSB for half battle, since that red break is usually collected in episode 3. And since we're not playing episode 3, we don't have it. So that is actually a run of all time, no VSB and no IT. That would be a bad 80% run.
This is like a true episode 5 Superstore, except you have fast forwards.
Yeah, I guess fast is kind of nice, but there's actually not that many occasions. Thinking like, what is there's Dagobah, like a few forces in Dagobah, and then like one force in CCT where you need it. Actually, yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, fast forwards barely says anything in this episode. This is on pace for world record. I did not think that.
Yeah, I think world record is 122 by Brico.
I think it's 125.
Oh, it's 125. Yeah, right. Not sure where it 122 came from, but yeah, since we're only using RTA here, but Brico went into gameplay at like 59:30 or something. So it's actually quite a chunk ahead here. 1 minute ahead. That is true. He did not get IT, but since it is T-Fresh, I expect a sub 4-minute Falcon flight anyways. Just setting some expectations for him to
Everyone
meet
say
later.
your expectations high for perfect episode 5.
Exactly.
Attempting to take a better line here with the bomb. Does get pretty clean. A pretty risky strat to go for, but it does get it. Showing off that spamming.
Yeah, he's mashing really, really fast.
Oh, and a quick barrier step here, where he's kind of just utilizing the fact that your player 2 calls in on top of you in vehicle levels, so when he flips up top there and calls in player 2 at the correct time, and he just spawns on top of you and maintains that height. And you're able to get over the barrier. Anyways, yeah, this arena section, especially without vehicle smart bombs, super RNG heavy. You can't really go around just blowing up everyone in the arena. You have to actually shoot them. So you can see how valuable VSB is if you're familiar with any percent, and comparing how fast these waves go without it versus with it.
Yeah, this might be probably the worst room of this category, honestly. Because this spamming is definitely couple toning and
I still vote like CCT room 2. I just hate having to do that. The whole build. It's just sad, in my opinion.
It is sad, that is right.
Yeah, this is also sad because just having to shoot everyone and kind of hoping they show up. Yeah, I thought he was opting for the turnaround. Gonna keep heading to the right, clockwise.
Yeah, we're
Still needs
surely
a-
done in a second here.
I mean, jeez.
Yeah, we go.
Alright, we'll see if he is able to get the double spawn in the AT-AT. I'm not sure why he's all the way in the back, but Maybe this is some crazy double spawn neckbeard. Okay, able
It
to
is.
see one. Not a double spawn, but it's good that he gets that one early.
Yeah, since you get that one early, and then there's gonna be one at the entrance anyways.
Yeah, luckily no VSP doesn't really matter on this wave. I mean, it helps clear out some of the ones initially when you're going to the AT-AT, but not too big.
Yeah, I don't think people usually use BSB on that wave. They definitely do on the next wave as well. So that one is gonna be a bit annoying. Looks like a really good spawn though, because kind of can clear a few enemies by just flying around during the wrap.
Ooh, it's a good chunk of 3. But oh, there's
this
the
is
rest of them.
amazing.
Nice.
Wow.
Good wave for it. And we move on to Echo Base, which is I mean, it's another level that's fairly largely impacted by no EED. I'm trying to think, like, even like the 3PO cart room, I guess you either have to, you have to either rebuild the turret or make sure you don't destroy it and then hop in the turret to destroy the wall.
I guess you could do card clip. Card clip is definitely fast in this one, but I don't think he's going for it.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if he knows that. And there's the infamous boom skip this level, where everyone goes, when you get boom skip, everyone goes, boom! And we rate it out of 5 on the boom meter.
Yeah, we can see.
There's an expectation that when
get.
T-Fresh hits it, you know, we all go boom in chat, and we also have to rate it out of 5. And just to let you know, if you don't know what the skip is, it is in, well, technically the 3rd room, but really the 2nd room, and I'll let you guys know. You use like a cart to flip yourself out of bounds. It's like a...
Yeah, as long as you have sound turn up, you will not miss it. I can tell you that much. You have very, very slight differences to any percent. As you mentioned, no EBB, so we need to kind of shoot a few more times than usually.
Yeah, so it's coming up right after you kind of cleared some troopers out here. You go to this right room, which normally you're supposed to get the free 3PO in the left room. But instead you use this cart to clip out of bounds. And then you do some out of bounds movement. And then there's a super jump again. I'm not going to explain it anyways here. He has to precisely line up on the wall here. Gets out of bounds. Looking good. That's the hardest part of the skip. Is you have to warp Leia over here. Does that. You jump behind the transition, drop out player 2, and then swap to him as he's jumping through. And boom! That was a 5 out of 5 for me.
It was also very scary because Han was about to jump like all the way back. For some reason he got like not stuck in the transition as usually.
Well, I am disappointed with the lack of booms in chat right now.
Yeah, the chat is kind of not booming at all.
That's not like it.
For me it was like a 4.5, honestly, because you can always have that like instant transition hit.
Okay, yeah, true. They have a 5 out of 5, that makes sense. You have to like, oh, this is, if you want to rate this room, it is a 1 out of 5.
This is not a 5 out of 5 room here.
No, but I agree, you know, can't be 5 out of 5 if you don't get the instant, you know. Can't have a perfect score if you can do better.
I'm not sure if it has hit and runs, honestly, but definitely a few people have hit the instant transition in practice.
It's gonna be a little late to this transition. Yeah. Also, interesting to have some troopers from the previous runs.
What is that trooper doing there? Where did he come from?
Actually, I thought he killed everyone from the previous room. I just don't know where that guy came from. I mean, there is some in like the little fishing area and in the other room, but they would
Yeah,
have
but
to like.
usually those are like locked up.
Yeah, exactly. They would have to somehow free themselves. Oh, yes, you have to build this door too.
Right.
And then you have to go push the boxes and get on the llamas. Okay. They're not llamas. Is there a name for the like
Yeah, they're called tauntauns.
tauntaun? Yeah. I'm a little embarrassed I forgot that name, I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like llama is a good description though. They're definitely the llamas of Star Wars. Oh, we are heading into the best level of this category. Oh, I guess of this run because we don't have IT, right? So this is gonna be the part where we had the incentive for. And luckily we have met the incentive, so
Oh yeah, so no
I
IT.
see
Yeah.
a very cool stretch. I believe it's the third room, technically.
I mean there's you'll see strats in I guess it is, yeah, that's the third one. There's I guess the preview is before we get there. Also, I don't know, is it supposed to be 50? Okay, there we go. Like, remember what I said in Hawk Battle about you can drop in your other character on top of, like, your player 2 on top of your player 1, or your player 1 on top of your player 2, when you're doing a flip and you're up high. So you kind of chain that. So what he's going to do is kind of turn around and then continuously chain dropping in and dropping out on top of himself to get more height. And then eventually he gets enough height to get over the barrier and then navigate out of bounds to skip the section. Unfortunately, though, this section it is unavoidable to skip this barrier. You need to get the torpedoes out of the rocks, which is definitely not required normally. It is not even required in OT, but it is the incentive.
Yeah, just in this nice room.
We were also promised a sub 4 before this run on this level, so high expectations. And I mean,
Well, I did not look when he entered, so I'm just gonna claim the sub 4.
I'm not gonna lie. This is not on pace for sub 4 so far.
It's not. No. He's getting no torpedoes here.
Ooh, dude. Yeah, so these torpedoes, normally you'd need them for this section, but these are actually being stored for the core, or not the core. Yeah, for core confidence, actually. They're being stored for the boulder.
Yeah, boulder. That's how it's called.
He can position himself on this wall to then. Well, actually, I forgot. There's this first. I forgot that there's a backward skip on the left side. Wait, I just totally explained a skip that he's not doing. Dang it. Okay, so there's two versions, and he did the other version where you just ride up the wall on the right. I explained the version that's on the left where you do backflips. Unfortunately,
the one on the left I see Houston and oh, this is not great.
Unfortunate. Pops and bounce, and then he's going to have to use some of those torpedoes he stored for the, I almost called it the core again, the boulder, in that room.
Yeah.
Basically confirming no sub 4.
This will not be sub 4. Unfortunately.
So now the boulder, which is usually pretty mean, he's going to have to use his torpedoes carefully. That would be an example of not using your torpedo carefully. Shooting at it when it's on the back of the target.
He does get good drops though.
He has 2 more, and that is another questionable torpedo shot.
This one wasn't even
targeted. Oh no! Okay, this needs the one that's on the back. He's gonna gamble with the one because he has another one loaded up, and gambles twice and hits it on the second time. Okay.
That's why we
sub
keep
4. No one has the timer up, so we can call that a sub 4.
Yeah, it might be close to like sub 5.
Yeah, yeah. Give that a good job on that one.
And now we have the kind of gauntlet of episode 5 coming up, the last 3 levels of this run.
The make or break points of the run. I'm not sure what T-Fresh's delta to record or PV is right here, but I heard a little bit early in the run that he was on a decent pace. 419. Nope, 416 and minus 19 to PV or record. I'm not sure which one, but minus 19 probably to PV because he has his splits in there. So ahead of PV into the last 3 levels. All you can ask for. And actually, there's another fairly large skip here in room 2 called Hut Skip, where there's kind of this whole training area. Chimkin, actually, shout out to Chimkin, has a cool video on YouTube about this skip. But there's a whole training area that, you know, Luke learns the Force with Yoda on his back. Pretty cool addition to the game, in my opinion, by the developers. But you skip it in its entirety in the speedrun. Since the exit to the training room and then the exit to the next room is kind of connected to the previous room you're in, and there's a way we can kind of manipulate R2 to pathfind over there to the exit of the next room, the quote unquote 4th room, even though it's connected to the 2nd room.
Yeah, it's as you mentioned, like a really cool mechanic because Luke can only use the Force when Yoda is on his back in that like specific character.
So this is a skip called DVS, which the reason why he looks like he's just floating on water is because there's some buttons that usually pop up from inside the water. When you play casually, okay. Adios PB, I'm kidding. But that is a big time loss. Hopefully he's on 50 hertz, but that was also kind of just a bad fly attempt with R2. Yeah, DBS is honestly a harder skip than Hut Skip, but Hut Skip skips a lot more and is a lot more like notable.
Oh my god, I just had a heart attack.
Nah, he's good, Anyway, so yeah, so you manipulated R2 to kind of go all the way across the pond, and there's a big cutscene trigger that if you walk forward, that's why Core was a little nervous. If you walk forward anymore, there's a big cutscene trigger that would trigger the training room. We'd call this a scene or Dagobah so far. The cave section's pretty cool. I mean, you don't really get to see. This is like, if you remember the movie, it's kind of when he goes into that creepy cave and then sees the ghost Darth Vader. But in this game, you actually get to do a boss fight against the ghost of Darth Vader. There is technically a skip to it, but it doesn't actually save time, or it saves so minimal that it's not worth going for. But instead, you get to watch some very cool 1P2C.
Yeah, this can be like a very good example of how you can like sync up player movements with both characters. That there's like almost no bottlenecking.
Yeah, during the camera pans, while he doesn't skip them, he's able to use the forcing on the box to move his characters during the camera pan. So essentially, it's like he's skipping it, getting the same benefit as skipping it. And then he's going to do it with this box as well. He'll be able to move during this camera pan. Goes to the room. Fast Force finally coming in handy. Opting to push the thing with Yoda. Oh, this is... I don't know if this is an OT strat, or if this is a he forgot what he was supposed to do here strat.
Yeah, it might be the first one. Because he had to wait for Yoda there a little bit.
Alright, and this is Dagobah. As soon as he forces the ship up, that ends the level, and that brings us to, I mean, CCT, which is probably It's not tougher than Bespin nowadays. It used to be the toughest level in episode 5, kind of the historically toughest level, but it is still a difficult level. We can talk about
It's
Bespin.
difficult and it's also like, yeah, very precise. Especially like 2 tricks, which can cost you a lot of time when you are on big nerfs. I'm not sure if he's like, with that Dagobah, if the PB is kind of like in shambles.
Probably. I mean, I'm not sure what his CCT and Bespin are, but yeah, the DVS mistake probably cost like 30 seconds.
Yeah, therefore I assume he's like not too crazily nervous about PBing or like finishing out a great run. Was it was a good run to showcase all of the tricks, but there was a few hiccups here and there, just like you will expect in a marathon. Overall, like on a really good pace towards our estimate though.
Yeah, ultimately it's still a really good run considering the note reset, you know.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like no
Yeah.
no trying to down target it. It's so pretty good executed, and he got like all the difficult tricks first try basically.
Alright, so I totally forgot to talk about the skip here. He's going to use another super jump, which we still haven't explained him yet, but you know what? It's too late. To skip the first room. He used R2 was kind of flying through the air in the background there, essentially, and he was able to call him in while he was pathfinding, like, flying through the door. This is the saddest room in the game now, in my opinion, because you have to do all this extra stuff. Normally you can just use EDB, shot deflection from the troopers, but no EDB to be found right now in this category.
I don't know. I like the turret. I can't I can't share the sadness here, to be honest. But
I guess so.
I get what you mean.
Each room here is labeled DV1, DV2, DV3, DV4 after the Vader fight number. And this skip off the panel here is going to help him skip the first Vader fight. There's a skip to every single Vader fight, except for DV4. But able to skip having to deal all the hearts of damage on him by getting R2 across early, a very precise fly he did off the panel, and that allows him to get Luke across and skip the fight. And then DV2 is actually in the next room, but he's going to utilize a skip here since the rooms are connected to kind of stay out of bounds to be able to skip the entirety of the next room. So he's going to use another super jump and cancel it with the force. And then a precisely navigated out of bounds, kind of up this cool slope. I think this is kind of cool. You ride up this really high slope, and then you're able to fly to the next room, which completely skips the DV2 fight. And this is the DV3 fight, which is kind of the most iconic skip in the game. You just do a well-spaced jump across the gap, which he gets first try, by the way. That is impressive. This CCT could be saving. Oh my god, no way. Oh, yeah, he almost hits DV4. That would, if he hit that, that would definitely set up what would be, I mean, this definitely would beat this any percent CCT. Well, no, sorry, room 2 turret. But, still a very good CCT. I mean, that could have put PB back on the map, depending on how good his PB is in the last of those.
Yeah. But really great CCT for this category at least.
My only complaint is he didn't do it slow enough for me to explain the skips.
Yeah, that was pretty mean.
I know. Oh, he also had helmet full. He was able to keep the helmet from room 2 or 3 from DB1. Alright, and we're off to the last level of the run, the trail over Bespin. And I mean, there's a cool trick in this level called GTF, which I don't know, unless you want to explain it, I don't know if I'm going to go through all the intricacies of it. Or do you want it to give it a shot during your cutscene core?
I mean, we kind of explained it for Falconless, right?
Yeah, it's similar.
It's kind of the same trick, basically. We have a Falcon at the end. This Falcon has a trigger, and when you hit that trigger, it is gonna like end the level. And by deloading the Falcon, we can bring up the trigger again. So same strat as in 4-5. just like a bit of different like trick needed to pull it off, since there's like a fairly difficult elevator clip that you need to do for this, which was the reason why this trick is also like only done since about a year, I think.
I guess also something to mention, 516 best control record, no pressure. Honestly, the room 1 of this level is, in my opinion, the hardest part of the level, even though it doesn't really contain any of the skips. It is just, like, very hard to play precisely. This builder fight can be a little tricky, especially without EVB. We'll see how this builder fight pans out. Does the camera pan skip? Yeah, I mean, you can see, like, this is a lot harder and a lot slower without EVB.
Yeah, I think actually it might be like the variance of like the troopers and everything might be a bit like lower than compared to having EVB, because you can always have the risk of blowing yourself up.
And the main skip here in room 1, door clip, which gonna use Lando, like the timing of the door pushing, or the timing of the door closing to push Lando out of bounds. And I guess kind of the benefit of not having EVB, I forgot about this level, is the 2 mid-platform. But the mid-platform, well, I guess the mid-platform, but the mid-platform is a little bit easier without EVB, because you have some risk of blowing yourself up.
Yeah, but overall it's probably slower, just by the
I get easier,
additional time you need to clear the enemies.
And then, okay, as Cora's explained, this is kind of the backtrack we're doing here for GTF. You need a de-aggro, so you have to go up the elevator 1 extra time, but this little setup here is going to help clip T-Fresh out of bounds and backtrack far enough for deal with the Falcon. Gets the clip first try, and that should be a respawn up top, so very well done. He's gonna kind of jump as far as he can out here, die, and then it'll respawn him back on the elevator. So he gets the spline to de-steal with the Falcon, he dies, respawns, and then loads up the next room. So now when the Falcon doors open at the end, he can just kind of walk into it and it'll end the level. Actually, the door isn't open. You just walk into the Falcon will be.
Yeah, and beautiful execution of the... I think it's the most difficult trick on that level. I think some people say the bridge flight is free.
I wouldn't say free, but you know, you have to know what you're doing, and it's definitely like when you're under high pressure, it's not the easiest skip. Interesting. I'm not sure why player 1 is doing it, flipping the characters. What you know what they're doing here, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's some like personal preference that probably loses like 2 seconds max.
And now he's going to go for a box flip, which you're going to kind of use this box that's conveniently placed in a spot where all you need to do is push it forward, and it'll clip your character out of bounds with a little nudge. So he's going to push the box to get this character stuck, and then kind of nudge him out of bounds. Yeah, switching to R2's tune up for the bridge skip in the last room, which is, you know, since now you have to do this whole kind of section of pulling levers to bring the bridge out and then fight all the stormtroopers to open the Falcon. That backtracking skips all of that, so he's able to just fly across this gap. He's going to have to use damage boosts.
Yeah, and time is coming up very shortly as soon as he hits the trigger here. Basically, as soon as the icons are away, that is when time
is on 4 hearts. Alright, well, needs at least 3 damage boosts. Doesn't quite get him. Damage boosts a little too late. Now he might have some stormtrooper issues. It does. That's not going to get it either.
Yeah.
Record might be slipping away here, but just needs to lock in here. That's 3, that's 4, that should get it. Okay.
That should be good, yeah.
And now all he needs to do is kind of walk into the transition with R2, and that is time. So time is coming up right now.
Yeah, GG's here to T-Fresh.
How that turned out, I don't believe that was a 516. It was a 517, in fact. Unfortunate, but still a PB for a minute. 1 second off the world record.
Yeah, very close. unfortunately, due to that like last trick, kind of slipped away. But still a really good run. Like 1 second of
no
record in a
time
marathon. You cannot hate on that.
There is officially only 1 second of potential time save for next run.
Yeah, the record is perfect.
Yeah, that end of this run was perfect.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much to T-Fresh for showing out this very cool category. It has like the most cool tricks. Not,
Yeah.
I guess not like exclusively, because like 1, 2, 3 episodes 1, 2, 3 also have very unique skips, but there's like no boring episode in this one. So yeah, a very cool category. And I guess we have just like a short shout out to, I believe, the entire TCS community, which is very welcoming and very, very awesome. I don't know if you want to say something.
You know, I think this was, I mean, all I really have to say is this is a great showcase run, especially for this category. Which, I mean, I guess in news, it will be added to leaderboard shortly. But yeah, very, very exciting category to show off. Since I think normally we display any %, but this is usually, like, this is kind of a cool spin-off category that, you know, you use some any %, but also, you know, some unique tricks that you won't see in there.
We did have any % with like the LSW1 before, so just splice those two together.
Yeah, exactly. Just splice. That's our message to you today. Just splice.
Moderators hate that strat.
All right. Well, it's been a really great day for PBs on LEGOthon today. That's really cool to see. Of course, this could have been a world record if he wasn't forced to do Falcon Flight without infinite torpedoes.
Oh, yeah. Actually, blame chat on that one. That's chat's.
No,
Yeah.
I believe
Can't believe
if
it.
he had infinite torpedoes, he would have like had a very horrible fucking flat.
Yeah, the road
That's
was
true.
16 was actually faster than with IT.
All right. Well, so have you said everything you wanted to say?
I'm good.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the commentary, both of you, and thanks to T-Fresh, of course, for the run. And that is all for day 2 of LEGOthon 2025. There's still one more day left. Tomorrow at the same time as the other days, 10 a.m. Eastern. We will begin with LEGO Harry Potter years 1 through 4, and we will have another full day of speedruns. So keep an eye out for that, and we'd love to see you all back tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching and donating today.